Alright then. Again. Welcome to stream, guys. Please no crash today. Hello, Fake Blood, by the way. Make sure to sub. And Nini. Early stream. Kind of. That's free. It's not very early, but I guess lately I've been starting very late. How you guys doing? Any predictions for later? Hi, Max. Hi, Kaisola. We should have up. How many hours from now before the announcement? I'm not 100% sure, actually. It's in like a few hours or something. It's 12:30 PST. When is that? Is it in 7 hours? Okay. I think it's Chayula Monk's turn to shine this patch. I kind of doubt they would buff Chayula or something, although the darkness stuff is kind of undertuned and underwhelming, I feel. So maybe, but if they like generally nerf defenses, it will generally make Chayula Monk a bit more desirable. So I expect them to nerf Energy Shield and stuff, and that might technically make darkness better, but probably not really good enough to be worthwhile. I think they have to like increase the level scaling of it or something at least, or something like that. Although I guess it really depends on the build. Like in this build, for example, I have 100 spirits spent on effectively nothing, I feel. So there are some builds where you just don't have any real auras, and you could get away with the darkness stuff. But I feel like even at level 100, it's like 600 darkness only. It's not very impressive. Okay, let me do step. Also said like something I can do. What if I try like the other renderer? Because my stream keeps crashing every day, at least once. It's not cool. So let's try this. Is there anything else I could do to like potentially help with crashing? Is there a rhyme or reason to find citadels, or just RNG as fuck? Basically what I do is, I just try to explore very far. So I always try to go for these areas where I have like a lot of land, a lot of maps, you see? And then you see like in the distance, for example, here's like many towers. So this means there's like no water. And there's actually a lot of like area where there's gonna be a lot of maps. Here as well. So I try to go for these kind of areas. Here. And that works pretty well. Like this character now has like something like 10 citadels since I leveled it. NVIDIA reflex is causing problems. Where's that? Is it this? Reduces system latency, increases PC responsiveness. So I do this off? Okay, we can try that. Let's see. Okay, visual with 60% less life recovery rate. Let's see. You have 380 hours, miles away from the center in all directions, and no citadel. That's crazy. I'm not sure why that happens. I mean, if you have that many hours, you know, you should have seen multiple. Many. I don't know. Like, if I count it all together, I'm probably at like over 30. You know? Morning. No time is installed on Diablo with 20 gems. Yeah, I have never gotten one. I guess I could try to do some T18 maps. Wait a minute, this guy dropped a ritual tablet? He has a ritual. One level 20 skill and spirit gem in the same day after 200 hours. Yeah, I'm not sure about the spirit gems actually, because for some reason the spirit gems are always lower than the skill gems. Like I get a lot of level 19 skill gems, but I don't think I have any level 19 spirit gems. They're always 18. I need to check that. Can I actually drop in the same tiers? Why invest so many points in unarmed? You feel like you're lacking boss damage. I mean, you don't have to do the unarmed stuff, but it's for clear because I mean the build that I played with the gear I had, I was completely blasting for everything. You know, I killed the Arbiter in like 10 seconds or something, and every map boss is in like 10 seconds or so. So I didn't feel like I need more damage. If you feel like you're lacking damage, then maybe you're just not doing a rotation properly on the boss. And then I invest into the unarmed nodes because you get the extra range. And this just makes you clear that faster. Because with this extra 50% maximum dash distance, you can just dash the entire screen. And you can just dash from pack to pack like this. So this is the reason to do it. And there was no reason for me to have any more boss damage. Because everything just died anyway. If your boss damage sucks on Ice Strike Monk, at least with like my setup that I made for the guide for, it's probably more of a gameplay problem than it is like a build problem. So I need to check that again. Because I had like, you know, some shitty SSF gear. So you can make that a lot more powerful if you want. Okay, towards the end I had pretty good gear, but, you know. Yo, bummer. Thanks all very much. Notebook.
This was made by a skilled artisan.
I think melee in the early game is in a good place or bad. I think in the early game it's fine because the early game is relatively slow paced. Yeah, you gotta be careful to not get blasted by like random auto attacks or something. But you know, past the first few zones you kind of have some tools. And then you're fine. Okay, we actually have to go back here. Too many hammers. How much did Adam pay me to pilot? That's a trade secret. I actually have to do some crafting here. I don't wanna slam this. What is stun threshold? I don't think I care too much about stun threshold. Okay. So it looks pretty promising.
Time is not on our side. On with the work.
I was realize I need to start saving up some maps here for the citadels. Okay. What blood mage build should you go for? Probably the Infernalist Witch blood mage. Mercy? Are we Varn your shield? We are not Varn your shield. The shield will remain pure and uncorrupted. Free from the influence of Twitch chat. I think they would also need to go Hova and 2 Breach Wings. Yeah, I mean, like late game, you can probably go for this kind of stuff. I never had Chewla gloves, so I didn't really explore that, but I mean, they are really good, and people also expect them to get nerfed in the announcements today, so we'll see. And I mean, my character was just like powerful enough to destroy everything in the game anyway, so... Yeah, you can probably try to stack a little bit of attacks and end. Hova gloves. They're pretty powerful. 100% getting nerfed. Yeah, it seems like they're really like everywhere, the shoulder gloves. It's like my impression. Concoction hit them is gonna get nerfed. Yeah, concoctions. I mean, that's like this thing with Widow Hail that people are doing. They just like scale the skill ranks and just like scales it to infinity, kind of. So if they break this Widow Hail stuff and they make like, you know, projectile skill levels only apply to like actual bow projectile skills or something, then I guess that could work. Or some other solution that removes the Widow Hail stuff. Like, I wanna get good old concoctions back. Like, I almost went Pathfinder when I did my Ranger, and then I learned that people just play this with a bow, and I was like very disgusted. You know, like I have good memories from Pathfinder, not from Pathfinder, from concoctions in PoE 1, but this was played with unarmed and a shield, and I thought it would be the same here, and I wanted it to be the same here again. This unarmed and shield stuff with concoctions was kind of cool, I think. But people running around with a Widow Hail and a quiver, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. After having played Poison and Explosive Concoction in PoE 1. I don't want to do that. So if they break this interaction, then the build will be weaker, and it will feel much more reasonable, I think. New combination of caster build does not spark. I know people are playing some Detonate Dead with blood mages, but that seems very clunky and unfun. And then I want to try to make a Ember Fusillade Flame Blast build. This is something I've been like working on pre-launch. I like to see how that will go. Hello?
See some other?
Yes? Why?
If you didn't mention one.
Oh. Okay, guys. Sub police is here.
A rarity. And
From Kini.
all mine.
XY.
Yeah, thank you for your great content.
Thank you, Kini.
And what does need valing?
Nothing.
I don't believe you.
I would never val a thing.
But I need my fix.
You have so many items.
Yeah, but they're mine. They're not yours.
Okay. Well, we're not valing my shield.
Because you don't have anything to replace it with.
And I will never have anything. And I will never have anything.
Can I see it? What if you find the omen?
What omen?
The corruption omen.
Yeah, then I certainly won't val it.
Why? It gives very nice outcomes. I tried. Don't reach from it.
The corruption omen only removes the possibility of getting nothing. That's what it does.
Yeah?
Yes.
No balls.
Unlucky.
Can I see it again? Yeah, it's a very good one. You know you want to. Yeah. It's not 33% chance to brick it, no. Is it? I haven't bricked anything so far.
I'm not 100% sure about the different
cards.
cards.
Didn't get anything.
Yeah, I think it's like 25 to nothing, 25 reroll 1 to 3 stats, 25 get an implicit, and I don't know.
Yeah, but the omen gives you more good potential. Like that. No fun.
No fun. No joy. No joy. Yeah, don't ban Merlin. Oh.
They'll be here.
Yes.
This is a lot of fist damage, man. Fuck. Close. It's only 50. Okay, it's time to make some bonks. A lot of bonks. Okay, so can I like search temple and rare? How does it work? Is there like some syntax I can do to like only search for rares? Rare temple, that doesn't work. Doesn't show. Maybe I don't have any more. Wait a minute. Oh, you're right. I just don't have more. Okay. Oh, this one is unidentified. What? Dude, fucking bamboozled. This is advanced. Again, if then that would be potentially promising. Oh.
Yes.
Okay, that was nothing. I think I can get a good speed racers in PoE 2 future. I'm not sure what this question means. What is a good speed racer? I mean, only blasters are still there. If you're looking for people that like to speedrun the game, like Tai Tai or something. Okay. Okay. I guess not.
Hello.
Disparage, guys. Okay. Make armor great again. Oof, all wins. That sounds rough. Still hardcore. Yeah, we're doing hardcore. Do you pick randomly weapons to reforge or look for fists, for example? Nah, you just keep throwing them into the mixer. I don't think it matters what is on the items that you put in the mixer. It seems very random to me what is the outcome. And frankly, I think it shouldn't matter. It seems kind of like it would be insane if you have to combine like items with the same stats or something. Like imagine how much you have to store. Like I would have to make like, you know, 10 different tabs just for these hammers. Where first I have the right type of hammers. And then I also, you know, try to combine them with like, oh yeah, this one has physical mods, this one has the attribute mods. And then I need to have 3 of them. Like it will take forever to even find 3 of those that have the same type and the same, you know, type of mods. And then I have to like put them together. This, I mean, holy shit. No way, dude. It's 7 hours until live stream, almost. I'll put it on timer actually. What to look for when I reforge the weapons? Well, I basically go for all of the 2-handed maces right now, because I need upgrades a lot. So, ideally I would like to have my Cultist Great Hammer for clearing, because it has this AoE effect here, like I just strike one guy in the pack and then I get these extra hits. Which is very nice for clear. And then we want kind of just like big maces with big damage for my weapon swap. For my weapon swap I want to have dual wield 2 big maces. For the Hammer of the Gods. So this will kind of keep the boss fight short by just like doing dual wield 2-handed big maces. Alva has my mace upgrades. I'm level 89. Can I gamble 78 plus already at Alva? Maybe. I need to check. I'm not sure what is the rules for the item level that I get from Alva. But I do have 6 million gold.
A rarity, and all mine.
With hardcore in the title. Score. I can do that. 11 and 7. Okay. Oh, so close. 20 move speed, unfortunately.
You won't escape!
Side inventory is some Titaness energy. The death felt so bad about making the warrior the way it is. They decided at least to get a little consolation prize.
My satchel is full.
Citadels are bugged. Yeah, you can't complete the Iron Citadel. But it doesn't matter. You just need to kill the boss and get a fragment. Completing the map is optional.
Meat creature! I've nowhere to keep that.
Orthodoxy? Did I cut my hair? A few days ago.
Time is not on our side. On with the work.
So the Steaming Strings here. It's just a nice map there. Did the patch change anything on Heralds working together? We don't know anything about the patch yet. Have to wait to some more hours and then we'll learn how bad the nerf's gonna be for the double Heralds. I only need 77 for Maces, I'll get 79. Yeah, that's fine. I just wondered like what character level I have to be to actually get the like tier 14 equivalent of loot from Alva. I think it's case of character level. But I guess I'm probably high enough now. Also, half a level up, I'm at 90. I may actually have a 6 link on our Mace Strike, which could be nice. That's how it's always been, only for attacks? Yes.
You won't escape!
I got that. See, also trash, Herald of Ash, I'm gonna cry. What's there to trash on Herald of Ash? Herald has not been only attacks in PoE. Ah, sorry. Yeah, in PoE 1 it was a bit different. I guess this was the question actually. I thought you were talking about PoE 2. Yeah, in PoE 1 they worked a little bit differently. I think it only mattered if you like shattered for, or if you shocked or something. And then you would start getting the procs, if I remember correctly. How much more health difficult is the Kingdom Mist compared to Citadel bosses? Kingdom Mist is a relatively easy fight as long as you're aware of a few things. Like, he does there's like a lot of like visual clutter and he can barely see anything. So just pay very close attention to where you're standing and what's flying at you. Don't stand in his big bonk. He does like this big staff slam. And then sometimes he summons totems. You want to destroy those totems. He can summon either some next to him or he can summon some others up on the ramps. And then sometimes he gives you the purple debuff where you need to run. And the red debuff where you need to stand still. And then there's the labyrinth. But the labyrinth you can worst case just log out if you don't know. But you need to try to follow the wisps to get to the portal back. That's the fight. It's a very easy fight. But yeah, he can still hurt you if you're standing shit.
Hammer of the gods! I've nowhere to keep that.
What about this thing? Why don't you stun a Seismic Cry Hammer? I mean, this is a boss that is very easily stunned, and I stunned the boss once. And then the hammer needs to be ready. And then I need to cry. And then I get one more aftershock from my hammer. And many other bosses, you know, probably get stunned less often than this. So, yikes, basically. I guess it makes sense if I have generally a very higher DPS and way shorter boss fights. And I can actually, like, you know, blast them down in, you know, 20 seconds or something. But if the fights are actually like 1-2 minutes, then you just don't stun them often enough to make this worthwhile. If you daze the bosses. I could add some days, maybe on our Thunder Totem or something. And then eventually when I have the 4th Ascendancy, I will also get a lot more stuns, because I'm gonna have the Crushing Blows. Maybe I'll try it then. But the thing is that the most of the damage comes from the bleed from the hammer, and you can't stack multiple bleeds. And I will already get a bleed anyway. I might, you know, because of the aftershocks, I might get like a stronger bleed, potentially, but the impact damage of the hammer is not that high for me. It does like less than 100k, I think. So it's mostly the bleed that comes afterwards that does like a couple 100k. And in that case, having the Seismic Cry and the aftershock, it's not such a big deal. And also give up a skill slot for it. I only want to get attrition in there. I think I'm gonna be way better off of just having attrition as like a swap. I was thinking about removing Leap Slam. It's the only thing I could really remove here. Maybe the totem. Exclamation mark back.
A gift from my ancestors. Weakling.
What are turtles exactly? Oh, they're like little statues that attack enemies. Yeah, it's kind of like a minion, but it's stationary. And timed. What's the last ritual? 37 monsters remain. I haven't found the last ritual. The fuck? How did that happen? Yeah. Can be activated though. Seven half on mace. I think we should take the chaos and run. Oh shit. Wait, this is full on suffixes, right? Hmm. I don't think I can give up the strength, really. Unless I get it elsewhere. I don't have strength for my build still. How have I not replaced this fucking belt, by the way? It's insane.
I'll be here.
Yes.
Of course. We just go down here, crypt, decay, mire. Does this continue? I can't really tell. I could try to go down there and see what happens. Why do people run Hammer to Gods that ancestral boost support? Because it always active. Every single time you throw a hammer, you have plus 20 damage and plus 20 area. And you can't really say the same for, you know, almost any other skill that you use regularly. So it's just like the perfect support. There's not many supports that give you more than 20 damage. And you get the extra area. And those supports can then be used on other skills. Also, it's very easy to miss the hammer, so the extra area helps with the consistency a bit. Why is everyone nicking hands of Wisdom of Action? And why is this uncorrupted? F.
What madness is this?
No! I finally got my 35 shock. And then let the ignite run out. Lucky. Actually, I should be able to hit him with like another earthquake from the side, right? Yeah, I should actually do like one left, one right. Just to make sure I get the shock earlier in the fight. Because sometimes I get the boss down to like 50% and I still don't have the shock. It's kind of rough. Oh, thank you guys for the spells. Oh, I went from 8 diff to 2 diff on the trade side real fast. Yeah, people are expecting nerfs, I suppose. But also, I guess like the market is like slowly just getting saturated, right? I mean, people are just farming Breach like no tomorrow. How many hovers do we really need for everyone? So at some point there's just like enough of them. Need a plus 30 on Stampede, helps clear. Plus 30 on Stampede, what do you mean? Are we talking about this wall chance from earlier with the Hammer of Gods there, right? In PS5 you can't see the fire breath of this boss? That's funny. I guess you can see his animation at least. Break all the vases. Bam. Destruction.
Fortune favors me.
I loved tornadoes in a crypt ritual. To be fair, the tornado doesn't hurt me too much on this build. Is it actually physical damage? It doesn't have a debuff, I don't know. Looks physical to me.
I've nowhere to keep that. A gift from my ancestors.
Oops. LS the hammer.
I've nowhere to keep that.
There's still one more ritual somewhere. 4 rituals in his crypt, man. I feel blessed. Somehow we're actually getting to like 2000 juice. Yeah, this build that runs a 2-handed hammer and a shield is grenades. That's damn right. As you see, everything is exploding.
This was made by a skilled artisan.
If you're asking about the build link, I didn't make it yet. I forgot last night actually. I'm gonna do it now.
I've no more room.
You are the grenade. Yep. You run in and boom.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional. You won't escape!
Barn Orb. Or we can reroll. And I think I'm not that desperate for Barn Orbs right now. Blah. Yeah, we're sure taking it.
Speak.
A warrior or gemling? I'm a warrior. Gemling doesn't give you more strength. In fact, warrior gives you more strength. Gemling just makes strength stacking better. Dude, I will never get a belt upgrade, I think. It's insane.
On with the work.
Gemling has 2 minor plus 6. Ah, actually. That's pretty good. Plus 16 every notes. I didn't know about that actually. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, in hindsight, Gemling would probably be a better choice for this. But we already played a Gemling, so I don't know. Like the plus 3 skills also be nice as well. On a build like this. And then the big res that we can get. I mean, okay, I have this, which is kind of nice. But this I would probably make up for with just the extra strength value. This is useless. So if we just take like, you know, one more offensive cluster of stats somewhere, I can probably kind of make up for the 50% effect of the small nodes. That's 3 for a total of 6, okay. Get 50% small nodes back. The thing is, okay, I do have small nodes and stuff, but not that many. It's a lot of traveling, you see. And some of those that I have don't actually get buffed, like here. These are just unaffected. These are unaffected. So yeah, I get a bit more strength, but I also lose more mana. I get a bit more strength here, I have a bit more damage here. A bit more block there. But you're already capping out at 75 block, and even without that I would probably be at 70 plus. And then with like, you know, 400, let's say 500 strength. Here I get 1k, with Gemling I would get 2k life. Okay, I'll lose a little bit here. So maybe the net gain is still like 500 plus. Yeah, Gemling is not bad for sure. Maybe next time I play a mace character, I'll do a Gemling. Yeah, it kind of sucks that the passive nodes are buffed individually. Which means that I, for example, don't get anything from taking 1% max res nodes. You know, which should technically give me 3% with the 50% extra, but it doesn't. Because it's 1, it gets round down, and this is individually for each node, instead of in total. So that kind of bamboozled me here. Mace's buffs, that's getting nerfed. Copium. I'd rather have Stumbler than an extra little backspace. Well, the backspace is just the price you pay to get to the biggest node in the entire game. You know? You just have to imagine that this node just costs you 4 points instead of 2 because it's so powerful. So this is why the bag is there. You don't take the bag for the bag, you take the bag to get the price after. They just try to find something that gives you nothing to put there, so you can pay that price, basically. And they did, so that's what I did. We have a Wallbringer and a Titan. Holy based. Bag enjoys chat. Semaug, Subtle Shield, Spirit per socketed is out of corruption. I'm not sure, but the corruption results are always like the same color as the sockets. Just like a light blue. How do people get 7k life on Titan? Well, you can do shenanigans with like this ultimatum shield. Then you can put like life sockets or something. If you get 3 of those, get them buffed by 600%. You get like, I don't know, 14% life 3 times. And then it's also the arbiter chest that can give you up to 6%. Or like, yeah, 5%, 5 times. Meat creature. Oh, another one. Oh, Torment. He also wants to bonk me. What did I do to solve the crashing problem? Well, who says I solved it? 3 nights in a row, my stream ended with a crash.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
Wow. It happened. What? My first ever 2-charm belt. And it's actually not even terrible. Huh. That's a big life. We don't care much about the other prefixes, to be honest. Strength and cold dress. I have to make up for the chaos somehow, though. Do we chaos it? Val time. I don't have an Omen of Corruption anymore. I guess I can put Gold Charm, Gold Charm. Like foreign, gold, gold. That's out of rarity. Can't believe it. It took me only 400 hours to get one. I've picked up every fucking build, man. Every build. You do the corruption altar in Act 3? I did, yeah. But it also doesn't guarantee an outcome, I think. It's just a bad orb. Can't really hope for a better one. Yeah, the thing is that, you know, if charms actually did something interesting, but, you know, I will just put 2 gold charms, I guess. Or maybe like falling and stun and gold or something, but I often do get stunned, you know, I get stunned like once every 5 maps. So I don't really see a huge impact here. $17 armor, apparently. Okay. Oh. Good build. But I can't just equip it now, I need the Chaos Resonant. We have to wait for some other pieces. Why am I firing rituals though? I was trying to get an Ingenuity at some point. I haven't gotten one yet on hardcore. I kinda want to get that one instead. Meyer. What's the best bossing build for Invoker Monk? I mean, most people on Invoker Monk just play Ice Strike. I also played Ice Strike on Monk, but with Jaula. And that's just like OP. You freeze everything, you kill everything fast. You have the bells. Like, I killed every boss in seconds. And also with SSF gear. I think it's a good thing they removed the Herald of Ice and Herald of Thunder explosions. Did they confirm that? I thought this is something they would tell us today. But I haven't heard that they already said something. But yeah, I think this is absolutely necessary for this game to be a game. We cannot have something like Herald of Thunder plus Herald of Ice chaining.
Hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
I want that ranger buff and a build that feels like a ranger. I don't know, I mean, ranger is generally very powerful. What exactly are you looking for? You should keep using it while it lasts. Well, it's up to you. I haven't done any double herald shenanigans. It seems both unintended and just way too cheesy.
You won't escape.
What about double bells? The bells are really powerful, but I don't think double bells are like a massive problem. If anything, I would just imagine they would like tune down bells a little bit. But maybe they would also like prevent you from having multiple bells, but I'm not sure how, because they have to change like the whole like combo system if they want to do something like that, I guess. Because how's the game going to determine which of your bells is getting charged when you build combo? I don't know. Or maybe they just give you like a global limit of one bell or something. I eventually didn't even run double bells anymore on my monk. I had like a few bells early on in the campaign and stuff, and then eventually I was like, okay, We don't actually need that. And I just had 1 bell with overabundance, so I could make it 2. And like this, you have the advantage that you can always keep stacking the combo. Where when you have multiple bell skills, you cannot actually build combo until they expire. So you have like this 1 burst where you have lots of bells, and then you just have no bells for a while. So it wasn't even it wasn't even like a big upside outside of like very, very short boss fights. You know, when you just overkill them anyway, then it was good. And if it was any longer than that, and you know, if the boss fight lived, and it was lived after 10 seconds, then you would just be kind of worse off anyway. Wonderful hammer. Yeah, I think the bell is just overtuned. It's like the bigger problem. I think the multi bell is not such a problem. It's just the bell is too strong. They should maybe give it like a lower limit of how often you can hit it or something. Maybe slightly lower the numbers and stuff, and it's probably fine. Any skill of cooldown or charge system should share CDR and charge. Or they add limit 1 to bell and need to support for 2. Yeah, I guess that works as well. I guess it doesn't even say in limit 1. I think it must be saying limit 1 because you can use overabundance a bit. And overabundance only works when it specifically says limit 1 now. Because like limit 1 per bell skill. So if you have multiple, then you can have more bells. How's it unattended if there's a notable fight? You're talking about the heralds? What notable is there for the heralds?
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
Ah, wait, was done, yeah. Wait, can you actually do this, Crucible? Can you have like multiple, for example, totems? Limit 1 totem. I actually haven't considered that. Can you just like go around and do like totem, 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 totem? Yo, melting. Get her. Look at that. Another one. Shit, there's a ritual missing. Oh no. Time to Val.
This was made by a skilled artisan.
Yeah, would I take like 45% fizz to take enough fire over a third socket? Maybe. But you have pretty good sockets here. I guess it depends on like... I could just not socket Chaos Res in case I actually get items that have big Chaos Res. Or if I get an Ingenuity, I have 2 Amethyst rings. That will cover me as well.
I'm not ready.
What the hell is that last visual? I have not found any King of the King in the Mists. On the Ranger, I killed him twice, I think, or three times. I think 2 times. But yeah, this character not lucky yet. He has a ritual. He has a little house. I will barely be able to buy anything. Let's just get this and this. Ding ding. What if I bring back Chromatic Orb and does the Harvest Rest swap? So you want to make it random? I guess it would be kind of funny when you have items that have multiple resistances. And then it just like rerolls all of them randomly. Funny idea though. But we need something, at least. No, that's funny. It's almost the same as just like rerolling it to more fizz as taking as fire. I didn't know that's an outcome on the chest actually, it's not bad. Okay.
Dying is not on our side.
Uh-oh. I need to clean up a little bit here.
Until next time.
So... Do we have like some random rings? Oh my god, we have a lot of rings actually. Let me see. Also get a charm, so we added. Also the trials, and we clean this up a little bit here. We have too much random shit. Let me go for my ascendancy at some point. I guess ready for some 15-minute trial master fight. Maybe there's 40s in here as well, I guess. Um, what else? Jewel. This thing is at level 65.
Until next time. Until next time.
Anything else? It's a lot of T1 maps. Imagine I had a flask tab, but not a map tab. Oof. Yeah, flask tab doesn't make much sense, I guess, in this game anymore. Unless they really change the system again at some point, which I kind of doubt right now. But maybe they will actually allow us to do more with flask slots or something at some point. They already have unique flasks that have kind of special effects, so I wonder if there's gonna be more. It's all tier 5 mass, man, what the fuck? Tight inventory almost. Ding, Enquiries, thank you. Thank you. So turn into Flask and Charm Tab. It's not a bad idea. Do both in one. When does this window reset, by the way? This is only level 60 stuff. Is this ever gonna change? Don't like having to waste an extra coin to level up expedition NPCs. Yeah, okay, I mean, you do this only once. I think that's okay. You do literally one reroll and then they are synced with your level. But yeah, like the window here is giving you nothing is kind of weird. But I guess it's only supposed to be for campaign where you buy stuff from the vendors. And later you have to gamba release. Actually, I should do gamba. I have 7 million gold now. It's time, I think. Okay. Some of these maps sell for like 9k gold, man. What the fuck? I actually get a lot of gold from selling these. Need this one. Boom. 9k. For tier 14. Speaking of our expedition friends. Oh, we've only 7 coins. Oh, they have so few coins, but so many artifacts. It's not good. But we have a nice space now again. Maybe at some point I should just take all these tablets and put them into like a tablet tab or something. But I guess you're probably gonna get something for that. Okay, so what do we do? Rock. Actually, I have mostly broken circle. Advanced, advanced. We have 3 normal tabs full of corrupted T15 bricked maps and each is worth 8 to 20k. That's a lot of gold. Should probably vendor it. Or you just list them for like a few Exiles and maybe someone will buy them.
I've got a few more.
How's there no two-handed mace anywhere? Advanced. Seriously? What? These guys are kidding me.
A sliver of I think I can see an aspect lurking inside. I've got a different take on this one.
Advanced. There you go.
This one has a hidden side. It's got a rather unlucky flaw that I can take. I'm pretty sure you've...
25 attack speed. How does that actually work when you have weapons with multiple, or with different attack speed values? When you do dual wielding?
What else do I have? Let me take a shot at it with mine. There's always room for a gamble. Let's try something different with... This one has a hidden side.
Yikes.
Until next time. Hell.
Well, I hope they bring back rune replacing. Yeah, rune replacing would be very good, I think.
Sliver of You've got it all wrong. We can disrupt this one a bit. Take a chance. Good luck. Maybe I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're different. It's got a rather unlucky flaw. It's got a rather unlucky flaw that I can... How about I grind this a bit more? Go well. Until
Okay.
next time.
Also short expedition session. But we have some nice space again here. Looks fine. I guess at some point, these omens don't actually stack. At some point I actually had to put like a tab for just omens or some shit. Do I have enough strength to do this?
Tempered by flame.
Not yet. Could actually roll with this. It's 307 to 417, a bit of lightning, and plus 4 to the skills. So it's gonna be a relatively big hammer of the gods anyway. If I do this with dual wield. Really missing a bit of strength there. One, two, three, four. Oh, we are getting a level up soon, and it will be 3 points. Well, I could move those two. Just do like 1, 2, 3. It's kind of hard to find those points. Okay. Wait, this doesn't actually continue here. This also doesn't go. So I wonder if this tower leads down here, or if there's just like no way. Maybe this goes to the left here. I wanted to go over here. So here's Abyss, Step, Decay, Synods. Oof. Oh, wait a minute. There's a stone citadel again. Oh, I guess I go up there for now. Reach 0.11 announcement. Okay, what do we got? This Sunday. It's a short announcement video. Yeah, we saw this already. Okay. What does attack speed do if your grenades are stimling? It means you shoot more grenades. As long as you can afford it with mana and cooldowns. Grenades is horrid, and I only ran it at the start of the league because before knowing better. I don't know, I did enjoy my grenade builds. But yeah, it's just not really as powerful as some other builds. But you know, we cleared everything in the game pretty much, besides okay, 1 or 2 bosses. It works. Of course you know a lot more now. But the build wasn't bad. I was still number 1 in SSF for like, I don't know, most of the first week or something of it. Yeah. Grenades are just cool. I want to definitely try some crossbow merc again as well. Advanced grenades, or maybe like, you know, not like a majority part of grenades at least. The actual shots fired. Oh no. Look out for my ES. I'm gonna die. Are they gonna unnerve the gas grenade, I wonder? Looking what's out there, that might be the very least they could do. Which is funny. They were so quick to nerf the gas grenades, and then what happened afterwards, man. Like everything went crazy with what people found. Hope they don't nerf Stampede. I don't think this deserves a nerf. I think this Stampede is crazy. I think it would be nice if they maybe allowed you to like move for enemies a little bit or push them a little bit or something with Stampede. Because this getting stuck part doesn't feel like great. I feel like this would be a skill that is like, you know, acceptable to let you move for enemies a bit. Just because something works, it's not OP. It's fine for stuff to work. Hard with knockback on Stampede and GG nerfed interaction in 30 minutes. Ah, so, okay, you have like a skill slot. Okay, it's actually not a bad idea, but why did it nerf it, I wonder? Yeah, true, they can use bludgeon support, and then I guess while you're stampeding around, you actually have like a free path, because the AoE from the steps will knock them. It's a good idea. Crazy that they removed it though. How did I level this character? Act 1, Act 2 was mostly Bone Shatter and Mace Strike. And then I basically played this. No. Leech, big accuracy, big life. Very into accuracy. Maybe I do actually. We do have 100% chance to hit in 2 meters. Okay. Somehow my accuracy is better now. Some guys down there. Who will be the biggest winners and losers for the upcoming update? You're bold to assume that there's gonna be winners. But yeah, biggest losers are those that have much to lose. Double Herald abusers, Grim Face users, 8k mana people. Warrior is a winner, of course. If winning means others are losing more, then probably. I kind of like this chest piece.
I'll be here, waiting.
More augury. 3 times in a row. Sure. I don't think they're just going to nuke everything as far as the eye can see. Yeah, I mean, they're probably gonna, you know, bring some cool stuff as well. They're probably also gonna talk about Druid and Huntress. And when those are coming, I imagine. And maybe some new skills they're gonna introduce and supports. It's a sort of coming soon stuff. Maybe they have some ready now. And so on. So we'll see. But yeah, obviously I don't expect them to only nerf everything and you know, we leave here full of despair.
Hammer of the god!
Maybe they're gonna also bring some updates to the Atlas. Holy shit. Just for the hammer, to be safe. Fucking river hack, okay. You played PoE 2 and now your last epoch. Should you play PoE 1 or D3? Well, D3 is actually starting a new season soon. But last epoch is not a bad destination, I think.
A rarity and all mine.
I gotta pay attention to this fucking map. We have the river hacks. Much just one-shot me. Funny how the Gloomshine just kills everything while I'm stampeding. Without the slime at the end. Gloomshine is so strong. Not that I'm complaining.
You won't escape!
Oh, Dr. Binary, thank you. How much armor do I have? 1300. I'm not taking armor here. It's just like some random armor I got from the helm and the shield and stuff. Yeah, I need to avoid hitting them with my mace before the hammer comes down. It happens so often that I smack them and they just get knocked back, stunned, out of the AoE from the hammer. What the hell? I have to like just like manually swap my weapon back without attacking. Because I have the weapon swap for my hammer. I know about filler blades, but yeah, so far I don't see a big need to change and customize, but I might do it. There's probably some stuff I could filter out, some of the S bases and whatnot. On the other hand, I don't really know what I'm going for next, you know. Next character is probably going to be a caster, so gonna need to pick out those bases. How many hours before the stream? I think it's like 5 hours right now.
A gift from my ancestors! Meet creature!
You add favorite maps are bringing various challenges. You can choose to see the maps more often. I think that's not a bad idea. You know, that's just like the Atlas generation as you uncover it. Could just be in your favor a little bit, basically, or something. Your favorite map. I play 1080p. What anoint do I recommend on the Stonecaller? I had like some energy shield anoint. Something on the top side of the tree.
Until next time.
Did I forsake the Merc? No. Merc is still my most played class in this game.
My satchel is full.
I'll do the third Merc Ascendancy CB. I wonder if it's gonna be something a bit more specialized, because the other two are like very generic.
Until next time.
This bastard is like in the mountain, man. That's kind of funny. What the fuck? Oh, there's also Kamasa. He's always in the stone citadel, right? I don't think I've ever seen it not attached to a citadel. It's kind of funny. Should do the tower. The extremely expressive PV2 player retention 1 month after release, 278k currently. Yeah, for sure. People are blasting. They've done something right there.
You won't escape!
It's still like basically the peak levels of PoE1 League Stars, right? Crazy. What do you do to find so many citadels? I just go after, you know, a lot of towers. Basically, yeah. Towers, and I try to avoid water. Just uncover as many maps as possible. I try to not really go, you know, out of the path to unknown areas too much. Just gonna go straight into the fog every time where there's many towers. You don't have everything, add a single boss arena to the tower, so take the tower and activate once you path there. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having this as a map here. But I feel like you see this way too often, right? That's like the thing you see by far the most. ETA and Alva Gamba. Okay, guys. I have 7 million gold. Should we do Gamba? I'm almost 90 Tucklands.
On with the work.
Time change, shock grounds. Okay. Astamentus. No, I'm not going for Astamentus, Gamba. I don't think I've ever gotten a unique from Gamba. So, I'm not going for Astamentus, guys. I don't think I've seen ever any unique. It's 400 maces. Do we only go for maces? I guess.
Your time.
That's a lot of maces, and I can kind of go with any of them. I guess it's not a bad idea to go for maces. Okay. So I'm gonna make a prediction. Mace. Great. So 200 mace upgrade, yes or no? So a upgrade will mean either I replace my main weapon for mapping, which is this, which means it has to be an expert cultist, or I get at least another mace that will be better than one that's my offense for Hammer of the Gods, or one that can replace the shield in my offense so I can dual wield. So, let's see. Spending 7 million gold.
Maybe nice.
I have 124 breach printers, by the way. Can slowly work towards the breach boss, but I don't think there's anything I want from him. What about logbook, actually? I'll pay him 179. What about here? 279s. What are these things doing here, by the way? I think we can like sort out a little bit here.
On with the work. Until next time.
So much stuff I have here. Alright. What's prediction looking like? 68% say no. Biggest believer is Nodo with 250k Q of almost. 32. Sorry, 68 say yes. 32 say no. 150k. Biggest doubter when. Alright then. Let's do it.
Hello. Take your time. Not
Actually, I realized we can also do a lot of mixing later if you put this here.
On with the work.
hello. Feeling bold?
I can actually do one more.
Good luck.
I do something like this here.
I'll be here. Waiting.
It's kind of gonna upgrade from mixing. Good question.
Time.
Suppose so, because I always mix them. They just contribute to the pool a bit.
Time is not on our side.
Hey.
Nah, that doesn't count.
Explorer after my own heart. Not today.
Okay, we'll see. I'm not too optimistic anyway.
Until next time.
How can I help?
I can't really save much time. I have to put all of them into my stash anyway.
Time. Hey.
Okay, it kind of sucks because the
Not until next time.
transmutes. Okay, we have to a shot there now, so I should actually hold it.
On with the work.
Hello there. Ah, a daring explorer after my own heart. Maybe next.
Daring Maze.
This is not the place for violence.
I'll be here, waiting.
This build is mostly Stampede
Time.
and Mace Strike.
Maybe.
Actually put all 6 there.
Hello there. A daring explorer after. Maybe. Until next time.
Okay. This thing's 180, holy. Shit. It's already full. What the fuck?
On with the work.
Okay. Atlas skill tree, you can find them in like some of my planners. Maximum builds. Just waystones and pack size mostly. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I have enough exalts or stuff? Wait, there's one more of these. Ah, wait a minute. That's chaos. Okay. Dude, these quarters are not big enough to hold all these hammers. That's crazy. Actually, I should go for the magic first because he might make one of them rare. Over. What stats do you want? You want to reduce the attribute comments, big fist damage, and then maybe some attack speed, maybe some skill ranks.
Hello there. Plenty of choices. Not until next time.
Might actually run out of Exalts doing this. But we'll see.
On with the work.
Hey, feeling bold? Not good luck.
Time is not on our side.
Well, Chancellor Elon Musk is a legit PoE player and he's actually played to the top of the ladder himself.
Hello. Good choices.
They're pretty negative.
Hey, good luck.
What he was doing is extremely obvious. For anyone who has like a little bit of understanding of the game.
On with the work.
Hello. Feeling bold? Not good luck.
I'll be here. Waiting.
Hello there. A daring explorer after my own heart. Not until next time.
If you have elemental damage on a weapon, your skills don't apply the element. No, whatever damage you have will be applied to the damage you do. Unless you have some restriction that prevents you, like if you use brutality support, you can only do physical damage, for example.
I'll be here. Waiting.
Hello. Feeling bold? Maybe good luck.
Until next time.
Hey. A daring explorer after my own heart. Not good luck.
On with the work.
Hello there. A daring explorer after my own. Maybe. Good luck.
On with the work.
How can I help? A daring explorer. Maybe. Until next time.
On with the work.
How can I help?
A lot of maces indeed. I'm actually gonna run out of exalts at some point, I think. I need to be careful.
On with the work.
Hello. Care to take a chance? Not today. Hello there. A daring explorer after my... Maybe. Until next time.
I'll be here. Waiting.
Hey, plenty of choices. Not today. Until next time.
Time is not on our side.
We go again. Blue Days. Nice to see you. Thank you for letting us. You guys like the Gundam? What do you say? Exile war.
Don't want to start a fight.
How can I help? Care to take a chance? Not today.
I'll be here, waiting.
Hey, care to take a chance?
How I can get unique jewel. I know there's some that drop from the Sanctum boss. Sakama trial. I'm not sure if there's more than that.
On with the work.
How can I help? Plenty of choices. Not today.
Mine is a mercenary, Galvanic build, playing with bombard crossbow. Maybe that's what they got. Or maybe they still use grenades a little bit.
On with the work.
Hello. Plenty of choices. Maybe. Good luck.
What are the chances that Mustang is a 5-head marketing employed by GG? 0, I think. Uh-oh. 21 exiles left.
Hey, care to take a chance? Maybe.
Time is not on our side.
Hello. Care to take a chance? Not good luck. there. Plenty of choices. Not good luck.
They'll be here, waiting.
Hello. Take your time. Not today. Bye.
On with the work.
Hey, take your time. Maybe next time.
Until next time.
God, this is a long gamba, man.
Hello. Care to take a chance?
We still have 4 million.
Maybe. Good luck.
Until next time.
I wonder how much gold these things actually vendor for. Maybe I should just vendor them. Ugh. If I wasn't a streamer, you think I would buy gear? That's a very funny question. It has nothing to do with being a streamer. It just has anything to do with integrity and being a gamer. Oh my god. So many of these. Calma.
Hey, a daring explorer after my own heart. Not today.
Mhm.
Time is not on our side.
Hello there.
Doesn't have to do this attribute requirement though. And this is, I think,
My own heart.
one of the highest requirement weapon. Actually, it has 180, I think. It's pretty crazy. This one has 193, it's actually even more. So without the reduced requirement, there's like no way.
On with the work.
Hello. A daring explorer after my own heart.
What star stamps are like $12? No, they cost 40 points, it's like $4 now. I think 10 points is $1 or something. So on sale it was actually like 30 points. And I had like, you know, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000. I bought like, you know, 50 early access keys. I don't know, not 50, 20 or something early access keys. So I had a lot of points.
Until next time.
What do I expect from the GG stream?
Feeling bold.
Many tears.
Not today.
I'll be here. Waiting.
Hot tabs are 150 coins.
Hello there.
Really?
Daring explorer after
Wait.
my own heart.
Then I confused them with something else. I thought about less.
Not
Anyway, I do have a lot of points, so.
On with the work.
Hello. A daring explorer after my own heart. Good luck.
Time is not on our side.
Hello there. Feeling bold? Maybe.
You get all your tasks for $10 towards the foreign exchange. Sneaky. Okay. Buy more quarters, hold more mazes. That's fine. That was not bad. 336 to 523. That's already also same damage as this, yeah, without quality and runes. It's not attack speed. Okay, this didn't really turn out that great here at the end. Let's put it here.
Hey. Feeling bold? Not until next time.
I want to check how much they sell for actually.
How can I? Feeling bold?
Nothing actually.
Time.
Time is not on our side.
Hey. Bye.
Until next time.
Hey. Feeling bold? Maybe.
Until next time.
Hey. Care to take a chance? Good luck.
I would recommend Witch. Go minions for hardcore. Seems to be like the easy mode that a lot of people are choosing.
Until next time.
Hello there. Take your time. Not Good luck.
Best way to get health. 1 apple per day.
I'll be here, waiting.
How can I help? A daring explorer after my own. Not today.
Ooh. That's kind of low on the fizz percent. I'm not gonna waste my chaos actually. Fuck.
On with the work.
How can I help? Take your time. Maybe. Until next time.
Until next time.
How can I help? Take your time. Not today. Until next time.
Back to the hideout.
Time is not on our side.
Alright.
What is it?
Yes.
Reach nerf incoming. I think that's quite likely as well. They already tried to nerf it, but it wasn't really enough, I feel. People still keep running Breach and it's like, you know, giving you more loot than the rest of the map or something, which is a bit too wild, I guess. Look how much currency I get per map. It's just people that got the plus 10 breaches. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that happens a lot.
Hello there.
When you see people with like, you know, 2 divine drops and like, I don't know, 25 Exalt and like 80 breach sprinters, yeah, or 100 something breach sprinters, it's like, yeah, okay. Nice. Every map, man. It seems. Damn. Shit, I'm actually out of Exalts. Uh-oh. I guess I have to put it into a craft tab now. This has such a nice hybrid roll, and such a shitty percent.
On with the work. Until next time.
Hello. A daring explorer after my own heart. Not until next time.
Same thing here.
On with the work.
Hey, a daring explorer after my own heart. Not today.
Time is not on our side.
Hey. Feeling bold? Not today.
In Build Planner and Maxroll, can't see damage and other stats. Like in Diablo 4 Build Planner. Yeah, this is coming soon, I think.
I'll be here, waiting.
How can I help? Take your time. Not good luck.
On with the work.
Hey, take your time. Maybe not. Good luck.
New POB on the 13th, let's go. That's tomorrow.
Until next time.
How can I help? Take your time. Not today.
On with the work.
How can I help? Feeling bold? Maybe until next time.
Until next time.
Hello. Take your time. Maybe. Good luck.
I do have predictions for the upcoming patch. Many nerfs.
Until next time.
Hello.
And some news for the new classes.
Not
Probably some cool quality of life stuff. Because God knows the game needs it.
Until next time.
Hey, care to take a chance? Not until next time.
Waystone tab.
Until next time.
Hey, feel.
You refused out of principle. Why? Hey man, that's a lot of fists.
Until next
And it's back to hideout. I guess one more trip after this. Alright, Jan. Thanks for up.
Yes.
I think Snipe will get the shine if ball lightning or rod combo takes a huge nerf. I'm not sure if you're aware of what I was playing before this character, but I think it was shining just fine. But something like Snipe will never be like extremely popular because it's just very hard to play. A lot of people will not be very successful with it.
Yes.
Alright, back to Alba.
Hello there. A daring explorer after my own. Not today.
Yeah, if they're gonna make a reset, that's gonna be in like maybe 2 months earliest, I guess. That's not happening now. There's no way they're gonna reset this now. So many people are still like on their first character or something.
I'll be here. Waiting.
Hello there. Take your time. Maybe next. Bye.
Like, who here is on their first character? Oh shit.
Until next time.
Hello there. Feeling bold? Maybe next. Until next time.
On with the work.
How can I help?
I see, there's so many people. Okay, a lot of people are like, you know, level 90 or somewhere in that range. After having played a lot now on their first character, but still. It's not necessarily done, right? So we wanna go higher, I wanna go 92, 93, 94, 95, try to do the bosses. How many people here have never fought, you know, King in the Mists? Or done a Solacrum? Or an Arbiter?
Time.
Or an Expedition boss?
Hello. A daring explorer. Not today. Until next time.
I think I'll wait for a fight first.
I need exalts now. I have so many things to slam. Need like at least 20 exalts to slam all these hammers.
On with the work.
Hello. Plenty of choices. Not today. Until next time.
No endgame bosses on 4 level 90 characters. Holy.
On with the work.
Hello. Plenty of choices. Not today. Bye.
On with the work.
Hello there. Feeling bold?
Not until next time.
I'll be here, waiting.
Hey. A daring explorer after my own.
Not until next time.
Time is not on our side.
Hello! Ah, a daring explorer after my own heart.
Maybe
Bye.
next.
Nice tombstone, good luck.
On with the work.
Hello.
Take your time. Not
Good luck.
today.
Hello. A daring explorer after my own heart.
Not
Good luck.
today.
Yeah, I'm also chancing Stellar Amulets. Trying to get the Astamentus. Seems pretty rare though.
Time is not on our side.
How can I help?
Care to take a chance?
Glad you enjoyed this, Herbert.
Not today. Good luck.
It also feels to me like I've been here since yesterday. Ugh, 180k gold. Let's see, can make this work with those few inventory slots I got.
Is not on our side.
Hey. Care to take a chance?
Maybe next. Good luck.
Until next time.
As far as I know, I guess.
Hey. Ah, a daring explorer after.
Not today. Good luck.
Time is not on our side.
Hey.
Alright, that was the last.
Next time.
You have no more gold. Thank you, Alva.
Until
Daring Explorer. Victoria Dad. Is this the most efficient way to spend gold? Well, that's pretty much the only way to spend gold. What else do you do with it? No. Pretty soon, well. I will. Actually, yesterday we had our Maxroll meeting to discuss the updates or the Maxroll guides and stuff. I mean, it's gonna be fun for a little while. But I'm still very much in PoE mood, I gotta say. So probably not gonna blast it, you know, as long as usual. Also later today they will announce what's gonna happen in PvE. So I expect we're gonna get a patch next week or the week after, which is actually very close to the season start as well. And they might introduce Huntress, which is most likely going to be my main class. So rough.
Hello.
We have these as rare.
What is it?
Hi Nepona, nice to see you. Doing fine. We just spent 7 million gold. That was a lot of fun. It's funny, PP. Alright, so we had some of them saved up. Let's see. So this one looks pretty promising. It has 35%. 159. Some flatfish, some leech. 381 to 528. It doesn't have strength though. So I could replace this. But it cannot go into the offhand because I need an offhand that has strength and I don't have enough strength. 137 requirement, this is 137. It's actually the same requirement, interestingly. The Leaden and the Cultist both had the same requirement. Okay. Then you have this here. So that's an attack speed. They don't really care about. For an offhand, or for a weapon swap setup at least. So it's 356 to 523. Also has lightning, but only a little bit. And then there's this 329 to 449. But has no requirements. Okay, this is Ditch. Okay, so... $527 to $732. Yeah. So we have something here. That is something like a 20-25% upgrade actually for my Hand of the Gods. Not terrible. And we have a bunch of stuff here that I need to slam and I have Exiles. So there's a bit more potential. Yeah, I just barely have enough strength. So we somehow need like 30 more strength. And then we could do a wield here for the Hammer of the Gods. And then we can do some big damage. But we're not quite there. There's a few more actually.
On with the work. Yes.
Okay, no upgrade for our main weapon, but we did get an upgrade for our offhand. So I think that counts. Plus there's a few more that we have to work on.
What is it?
Alright, I guess the Beavers win. 7 million gold was enough. At least for something. Shit, I have 2 Regals left. 0 Exiles. Oh my god, dude. And 6 kills. Ugh. Never do this. What? Vaults, vaults, vaults. What the fuck? Okay. That's kind of hilarious. 3 times. What's in the vaults? It's just like free loot, basically. It's kind of nice. So I always like use my most juiced up bricked T16 maps there, and you get a bunch of stuff. Okay then, I guess we do... I have to do the Sun Temple to get to the Citadel. Actually we don't. Can do this with the boss. Never seen a vault. Yeah, the vaults only appear in the Stone Citadel, I think. And even then, it's like kinda rare. How large can an elemental weakness debuff get on maps? Well, the standard is 15. But if you... Actually, I'm not sure if like if you increase the modifiers, if that increases the curse effect. I don't think so, actually. Yes, I think it's just 15. In visuals, it's 30 though from the clouds. Alright, do we have a payout for the prediction? Yes, believers win. GG. I do have 2 sets of shields and weapons. Because one is for the hammer. Of different passives.
There could be anything in that treasure.
Six with a chance to avoid all damage from hits. That'll be fun. That's grand.
Rejoin the earth.
I feel like the endgame is almost the same as LE. I don't think so. I feel like maps are better designed than all this by quite a margin. Like the echoes are like so, like I don't know, small and empty, I feel. Compared to PoE maps where, you know, you actually have cool boss fights all the time. I mean the boss fights in LE are also pretty decent. But that's not the same level, I guess. And then, like the echoes are just like, you know, they're so short. Very monotonous. I think there's like more action here. How many bosses in PoE? One shot like PoE 2 bosses? A lot. I mean the endgame bosses, they usually all have like some moves. But not like regular map bosses. But I mean regular map bosses also don't really one shot you here, pretty much.
I can't yet.
Yeah, the bleed is legit though from the hammer. Imagine if I do build this now on my offhand. Like one good hammer with bleed can probably do like 50% on this guy.
You won't escape.
How did I do this? Titan second ascendancy. Are we actually playing a Titan with a broken wrist, Nymphona? What the hell? Why not like a witch? Minions. Oh, good luck. Trying. I thought it would be so much Endgame content, but it's basically just maps. I mean, there is a bunch of content, it's just that you don't see it that often. You know, like the league mechanics, and then also the bosses for the leagues. It's just like, you know, you fight one of these bosses like maybe once every 50 hours or whatever, or once every 100 hours. So they're like really, really rare.
I speak. On with the work.
I mean, yeah, it's still somewhat barren, like what kind of content exists and how much and so on, but this is fine, I think, for the start. Wow, factory. Discord account did not get hacked.
You won't escape.
Tossing away all the maps below tier 14. Yeah, at some point I think that's totally fine. Just vendor them, get a lot of gold for it.
Meat creature. A rarity, and all mine.
What bad I did in Nymphona. Yeah, I think map sustain is not a big issue. It's just that maybe some people either die too much, or you know, you don't invest at all into like extra maps, or you don't choose your maps at all or something.
There could be anything in that treasure. Jackpot.
What the fuck? So weird sometimes how it's going around the corner. What? It doesn't let me go. And what? I can't go here.
Lucky guess.
Okay.
You won't escape. Weakling. sovereignty, and all mine.
Yeah, you can not struggle with maps. Like when I was on my hardcore character, like my first character, with the knowledge I had, I was able to do the entire quest line from tier 1 to tier 50 maps without any repeats, basically. Going up tier by tier. I have 55 rarity on my helm. Whoops. I didn't see those. People are running blank maps, no prefix suffix, so you know you can craft on them. And then F. Yeah, I one-shot all the minions and I charged in for the rare, but they were all exploding, so not good.
What is
2 exiles and a chaos. Okay, it's ramping up again though, that's good. You and many other 1, 4, 5 to 50 maps drop down to T12 because you can't sustain. Yeah, then you're doing something wrong.
I need more time.
You can sustain T50 maps. In fact, you can even get a surplus and you can like start corrupting them. Some of them will turn into 14, so they have to vendor, and others will brick into stats that they can't run. And you vendor those too. And you can still sustain. Should try to go more for the boss maps when you're low on maps. If you juice up boss maps with lots of waystone drop, you can get like 3, 4... I've got like 5 tier 15 maps from one boss at some point or something. You put like the Atlas points for the bosses up here for the boss difficulty.
I need more time.
Don't waste the 15 on towers. That's another good tip. The hell, these guys. Okay, hammer time. Better. One of using T15s for towers spawn citadels in a distance. Can't be true, because I never used a T15 on a tower. I have more citadels than probably anyone in chat. So... But not more than Elon. Unlucky.
Charge!
Stellar Amulet. Yeah, if you like use a tower and like irradiate a few maps, and then you can also run them with your T40 Waystones. It's also not bad.
I need more time. I can't yet.
I did not, Bebeto. You're getting scammed.
Forward!
There's no Discord giveaways. This is always a scam, guys. Wait a minute, he went down there, killed one of the rares, and there's another rare in that same room. What the fuck? Maybe it was the copied one, actually.
I need more time.
How did the hammer not hit?
On with the work.
Alright, let's go. So we have 3 T60 maps. Not that juiced up though. Do we have one more, like a T15? Like something like this, yeah. Yeah, we do 2 T16s and 1 T15. Vault of Kamasa. Let's see how much we get, guys. Let's see him. 1, 2, 3. Start with this one.
Fortune favors me.
So I can have max res on this shield as well. The rare map? Yeah, it's pretty rare. I'm sure how I got 3 back to back. That's kind of funny. Does it always drop unique actually? Maybe.
This was made by
We'll see, I guess.
artisan.
Mm-hmm. Almost. It's another 18, unfortunately. Yeah. Not too crazy, but something. The walls are a unique map, they can appear in the stones at all.
Until next time.
I need to try to craft this one. We need to save these X-Stalls right now. Okay, we got 1 T15 back. Not terrible. Let's do this. I'm gonna try something with that. Is it always 1 yellow and 2 blue?
My satchel
Seems
is
so.
full.
And nothing in the middle. Okay. So just like 1, 2, 3, 4 arms on both sides. And then the final room, I think. Or 5 maybe.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
It's yellow, yellow, blue. Maximum chaos res. Interesting. What's up with all these max res things? Okay. Promising, actually. Though I don't care that much about the chaos.
I need more time. I've nowhere to keep that.
What game mode has vaults?
Yes.
I mean, this is just on the Atlas. Chaos runs. Okay. Maximum chaos and 8 chaos. Okay, what am I gonna do with this? Is there like some boss in the game that actually has like a ridiculous amount of chaos damage? No, it doesn't exist, right? King in the Mist, maybe?
Until next time. Until next time.
It seems like you always get a unique here from the vaults. Okay, one map. Not crazy, but it's something. Windscream.
Time is not on our side.
And another one. You can't restart your Atlas. Unless you go play another game mode. Like for example, when I switched from softcore to hardcore, I had a new Atlas.
A rarity, and all mine. craftsmanship. It's exceptional.
Oh shit. Okay. Did here 30 unlocks every single loot piece? I think 14. Talking about like the highest expert bases and stuff.
I'll be here, waiting.
Okay, gonna save this thing for later. This has potential. Craft tab. I was gonna wait until I have like 20 Exiles or something and then we start slamming a bit. Okay, these walls of Masters were not that interesting after all. But we got some maps back, we got some items. Sure, I guess. Okay, this connects there and there. Seepage. Crypt, and seepage. We can do that. This is dead end here. Look how little I see. On my other side now, this little piece here. I can't go up there to the right. So I guess I go here. You believe Doriani? About what exactly?
You won't escape!
Yeah, maybe clicking all these things in the vault is not that crazy. Or maybe just go down and go up like one side, click the thing at the end and then leave. Seems like I don't really get that much out of it. Also, I mean, it would be more loot from the vaults. But you do get a free unique at the end, at least. You can just rush there and click it. You Citadel boss the easiest? Stone Citadel. Storniani. To be honest, pretty easy fight, I think. I'd say in difficulty it's easiest to hardest is Doriani, Iron Count, and then the... what's it called? Shamanra. Yeah, Act 2 Citadel is the hardest map and the hardest boss, I think. Listening? Best music though. I didn't make a guide yet. Cut in. But we'll be releasing a video on this, if we have a plan and all. My progression just has been a bit slower than I hoped, since I didn't play as much. I've been like kind of like trying to figure stuff out still. I see the breach stuff floating around here. Where is it?
You won't escape!
Oh, I did. I didn't see those explosions. Ah. Too bad. Oh no. It was like under all the ring and the breach stuff and so on. I think I had the lightning explosions. Why does it not do anything when I click the button? Oh, that was unexpected. On death effects aren't a problem. Yeah, I was kind of distracted. Let me see that. Yeah, I just charged straight through them. Yeah, I didn't pay attention to that. Actually, was it a second pack? I think this was probably from the breach, because this guy didn't... he had the periodic lightning. Okay, he had the ring and the explosions, yeah. And just charged straight through them. Unlucky. I was not paying attention to that at all, because I thought this guy is done. And I only saw the ring. Oof. Unlucky. Well. Can't believe I actually died. That was a good run. Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of like prepping for the bosses and stuff. I wanted to do the King of the Mists and so on. I wanted to try Arbiter at some point. So this was too premature a death, to be honest. Don't even have my Ascendancy yet.
Until next time.
Like, my Ranger was done, so that was fine. But his character is not done.
I'll be here.
What is it?
I suppose I just wasted all the gold. I mean, I got this character to tier 16 maps with no gold spent, so that's okay, I guess. Well, first of all, let me see this Atlas here. Copper Citadel completed. I guess I completed all the Citadels before I stopped, right? This is done. This is done. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't leave any Citadels uncompleted before I started hardcore. I like to try the citadels. Dude, you have like so many citadels on hardcore now. If I make my next character and have to level it up, I'm gonna have like so many fucking citadels by the time it's ready to do them. That's crazy. Oh, here's a copper citadel actually. Uncompleted. That's good. I probably missed that. Because all the others are completed. It's kind of funny that, you know, we are here and now I can actually do a copper citadel. I've never found a copper citadel on hardcore with this character. I have like 6 or 7 stone and like 5 or 6 iron, I think. And here's just a random copper that I forgot about. Okay, so there's actually one citadel that we didn't do. Funny, here's actually the icon of the last map I completed. Was actually the copper citadel there. And then I did Arbiter and stuff. Okay, so it wasn't too far from here. Should I just go in and do it and see what happens? I think I'm gonna keep playing the warrior a little bit more. I want to get at least at level 90. I was so close to getting my 6th link finally on my mace strike. And I still need to do the dual wield stuff. So I think I might just play it a bit more and see for now. Until the character is like more done, maybe to 92 or something. Try and kill some bosses. I only have one here. But we have 2 here and I actually didn't allocate anything.
Yes?
I also have to go and get my maces from hardcore.
here, waiting.
Oh boy. Okay then. Do I have maps for this? This is Act 2, right? This is Act 1. Missing stone. I actually have so many citadels ready on hardcore. I could actually, like, you know, kind of rip them over to softcore, but I need a character to actually do them, I guess, at this point. So, unfortunate. And you could also do a trial master if you wanted. You can try some stuff in this character. I guess you're gonna get to level 90 maybe before we do our ascendancy. Then we can try, like, Sekima, Ultimatum, and some stuff. Liat. Yeah, we're continuing a bit on softcore with this character. I'm not ready to give up on the warrior yet. That was a shitty death, to be honest. Not even against the boss or something. Okay, so the citadel was somewhere down here. Let's just run that so I don't actually forget about it. What has it? More gold for Ava. I'm not sure if I can do that. Need to get my maces. Wait, he's also a stone citadel. Interesting. Sure, that's why not. I don't know how the citadels look like. This was a stone citadel there. Stone citadel has the little pyramids. Copper citadel has like the little dreadnought card. And the iron citadel has the manor and the wall around it.
Fortune favors me.
I'm gonna kill Doriani now out of spite. Let's go. It's a rip clip, by the way. So I can put it in the title, I guess. Which feels stronger, Monk or Warrior? Monk is like 5 times better. Ah, thank you, Monkus. I'm gonna use this opportunity to be a bit more reckless and see what happens with my warrior. Guess we start our Zork or Witch a bit sooner than expected, so we'll see how far we go.
So, at the eve of the end, the demon of Vudijo has finally come for me.
And I missed.
I bear the burden for our future.
F. What is it? Hit him with the hammer, man.
I can't give up. I must save my people. No, I will succeed. Yes, face me with your true might.
Actually, that's pretty fast.
How? Get up! Get up! Let's see you survive this. Fatal ambition. This is not over yet. I cannot allow you to interfere.
Not too crazy, actually, since I'm relatively tanky with a shield against them. Think they'll announce Hunters tonight? I think they will, yeah. I need to find the other citadel now. Temp Chains, Bleed, Flash Charges. This is actually... Temp Chains against the Shamanra, huh? But it has 3 out of 10 drop chance. I could try it. At least we got 1 Arbiter here. I need to find a couple Citadels still. Where the hell was it? I did go down, right? Last time. Oh wait, we are at the other Citadel now, so I have to go up, I guess, from here. Where the hell was it? No. New class already? Well, they're probably not gonna release it today or something, but they might tell us, hey, it's gonna come just about the time that the 4 season launches next week. So that's kind of what I expect. What the hell is that Citadel now, man? Fucking hell. Was it further up? No, this is the end here of what I explored, I think. There's no more maps completed here. Oh, there's actually another Iron Citadel here. At the far top. Okay, I need to remember that at least. Wait, why is the icon here? In this direction? Like the boss icon. This is not right. What? It should be on the bottom right, not on the top left. Look, I just keep going into nowhere. The fuck? Even the Atlas is confused, man. He died 10 times today, lost 1 level of XP at 96. Where is my player icon? Here. God damn it. Guys, complete your citadels when you find them. Nope. Thought I vaguely remember where it was. But apparently not. That's actually the start here. God damn it. And always have a map ready, man, to open. I didn't have one when I saw it. Let's check over this side again. So here's the new Iron Citadel. It's just my destiny to go all the way to the top. So this will be easy to find again. But where the hell's that other copper? Saw it at the start. This is such a massive downgrade from PoE2. Yeah, this is definitely a huge downside here. I've been at this for like 10 minutes now trying to find that Citadel again. Ah, it's like another one? This is another one here actually. Yeah, there's a Citadel as well. Can go for that direction. Not sure how they get over there. Maybe from this side. But we zoomed in now. So where are we right now? It's like top left. What? Okay, seriously, what is my atlas doing? Yes. It keeps moving for some reason, but I'm not sure where. What the hell? You just put me to the start now. What? This is insane. Okay. So that copper citadel wasn't far, at least. I think it was somewhere here. Up and then down again. Basically from this path where I came from. But I still need to find the other one that was ready. How can I not find it again? Here's a start. Kinda confusing. Because we only have one path that we explored. We only went this one corridor basically here. How can I not find it? It's crazy. LVI will make this much easier to digest. I think this map is kind of cool, but we just need like, you know, I need to be able to press a button and just like jump from citadel to citadel that is uncompleted or something. I need to be able to set some markers like, hey, I want to come back later. Or, you know, shit like this, right? And then this would kind of work already. And then maybe also like a way to like, you know, zoom out way further and then actually have like a grid. Like a 2D grid, like Delve. I don't know, something like that. But yeah. It's a struggle. Now he has just stopped surrendering. Can't believe I don't find the Citadel anymore. I found it right at the start when I logged in. So I found this one here. Let me try to sync to the top side. So we go all the way to the top. How far is this? Because here is something that I know I will go. Okay, this is actually not far. We go straight down from the top. Oh my god, man. It's inventory. You can basically go straight down from the top, and here's the other citadel. So I have found this now. But there was another one that was ready. And I can't find it. It was southeast. Yeah, maybe I didn't go far enough south again. But it can't be that far because then we're going closer to the start, and I've certainly completed all those. Like this just leads us back to the start. Zoom out as you scroll, zoom out, and then press escape when you have the atlas open. And then next time you click it, you have this. Thank you, Mentiel. Fish is up. Isn't the map randomly generated? Yeah, it is randomly generated. But it stays the way it is when you have uncovered it. So this is my atlas now. And I need to find my map again. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Can't find it.
Say you found it at the beginning of the stream.
No, when I logged in here on softcore.
Maybe you should watch the stream.
Yeah, maybe.
At the beginning.
From the beginning, the entire stream.
Oh, you must remember when it was. No?
Mm-hmm.
What? You died? When?
Yeah, like half an hour ago.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Did I value?
Yeah. So let's see what this is. Okay, let's just watch real quick. Where am I here? It must be like somewhere like halfway. Because I'm going sideways and not to the top. I was mostly going towards top left. And it seems like it's like some side track here that I was doing. And here it slowly leads backwards. The thing is, I've run the other map now, so I'm not where I was when I opened the atlas for the first time. I'm already like further south. I didn't make a plan for the warrior build yet, but I'll do it. Okay. Let's try this again. Where's our home? I think I roughly know where to go. We wait here until it opens up to the side and we go left. Yes, the other side I just did. Okay, let's go up again. Let me go this path. I think it was here. No, this is also an end. Oh. There was a stone citadel to the northeast of it. And then on the southwest is another iron, by the way. On the other side. Looks like it stops running here, so I wonder if it's actually there. I'm gonna open some random map here. Just do this here. Oof. Unbelievable, man. Now we're back at the top here. Dude, let me just play the video game. Can I find the fucking citadel? Where the hell is it? It's insane. I've been looking around so much. There. I got it. So we do this with temp chains, bleed, and flash charges. So flash charges don't matter, and bleed also don't really matter. But the temp chains might be a bit yikes. Let's go. Holy shit. Got one iron which you failed. Oof. I find more stones so there's only more arbiters. Maybe I'm gonna do some practice on arbiter with the one-shot phases since we have a bunch of attempts. Slash would be too much quality of life for sure. It took me like 15 minutes now. Couldn't find a thing. Use Hoa and Invoke to go in Dex or Dex only. And usually you mostly stack Int now for the lightning damage. And then a bit of Dex maybe for the attack speed. Yeah, 5% temp change should not be too bad. This guy not dying. I don't have attrition. I should be running attrition for this stuff. To make these bosses a lot easier. Okay, not too bad actually. Two. And the boss music, I like the boss music as this fight as well, but I might like the map music compared to a whole lot of maps more. Boss music is pretty good too though. I think I like Kanji or Nor more as boss music though. So we can go to the top and do the Iron Citadel, and then there was another Iron Citadel somewhere near the bottom here that we saw in the fog. Where's that? It's like over the water in the fog. Actually, we are pretty far down here, right? So we should have to go up from here, I think. This one. So how do we get there? This doesn't connect. So we maybe have to go over here. It's quite far. Or this side, but this also doesn't connect. Nothing here connects. This connects. I mean, maybe we find something else on the way, but it's pretty far. Either way. Here's water. So I might go from the top side and do this. Also, people are saying 4% NC in-game, wasn't the case before. I'm pretty sure it was. I had 310% waste down on this, I just did, and I got a double drop.
You won't escape!
Should we turn on our music again? I guess so, right? Just having a music style from the Citadel. Do that. Was nice though. Occasionally doing it. I like that. That's Titan. See the extra inventory? That's Titan.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
Needs a buff warrior. Do they?
may keep that. My satchel is full. I'm not ready. Fortune favors me.
Tier 2 has more of a fundamental issue if the devs want it to be as slogs at endgame each season. I mean, what do you suggest?
Until next time.
Yeah, some people are running this campaign really fast if you have twin gear and stuff. You can blast through it. Savannah with a boss, I like that one. I can actually put a tablet down. That's the last. There we go. Put an iron rune in there even. Interesting. Consistently under 8 hours to maps. Yeah, on a twink you can definitely do like 8. I mean, how many people can do 8 hours to maps in PoE1? Even twinked. But the campaign is actually fairly comparable to PoE1, I feel. Once you know, get used to it a little bit and you know what you're doing.
You won't escape.
Each season on first character is gonna be an issue. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that much longer anyway, even not twinked. At least if you decide to play like a good build. You'll have like leveling builds that are like really fast anyway, I guess, even with nothing. They released the patch video. It's in 2.5 hours actually. Okay. This bleed is kinda doing work. If you go dual wield, we're gonna be melting these bosses, I think. Ding, what was that? Greater? No, chance, okay. Greater. No, it was a chance and a lesser actually. This X6 monkey slam Bingley. I think the X6 one is not as scary as the X3 one. But he still slams Bingley, yeah, so be careful. I always just do the monkey at the end of the act, so with a bit of extra levels, it's easier. But if you feel comfortable like dancing around him, I guess you can. Just like the one thing that is actually like kind of the most dangerous here is the roll. Gotta be aware of that. Because the slam is easy to dodge. Double two-handed feels weak? Really? It should be like a pretty significant damage upgrade now. Like most of the mace skills actually have like some extra damage from dual wielding. You get like 70% of each weapon or something. If your weapons are comparable, then it should be quite an upgrade.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional. You won't escape!
Come on, don't go all day. Treasure'll make this worth it.
A Crimstone.
I've nowhere to keep that. This was made by a skilled artisan.
Oh, Ranger. I'm not playing my Ranger right now. I leveled it to 94. And then we made a Warrior. But Ranger was very good. That's very fun. What FPS, man.
I've nowhere to keep that. My satchel is full.
Only 1300 in this map. What's going on? Okay, done. Yeah, I'm trying out the Vulkan renderer right now because last 3 days, every time I game and my PC crashed at some point, halfway through my streams, and that was not cool. So I wanna see if that maybe helps me not crash, but it seems the FPS is worse. Actually, we should slam this. We should stop slamming it. I actually have to turn left here. Augury. Backwash of a boss. Okay. Any gear upgrades since the end of yesterday's stream? Yeah, I got a pretty nice new two-handed mace. And I have a few that are kind of cooking. I should actually go on hardcore and then rip them over to softcore real quick. I have a few maces that needed exalts and chaos orbs. Because I want to try to dual wield hammer. But for this I need quite some specific stats. Ooh. What a combo. Oh shit. If those get live, that's basically all I need on this boots, I think.
Hammer of the gods!
What happened to this guy? Oh wait, there's like plus 80% life map here, right? But still. Me around.
Fortune favors me.
I will, Peter. Someone missed one guy in the back. It's always unfortunate when there's like an yellow skull popping up right behind you.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
Wow. Oh, one missing. Is someone missing? What the fuck? Did not pull a lever somewhere?
This was made by a skilled artisan.
Okay, what the fuck?
One more time.
I guess the middle one. 2 hours until doom. Prepare. Okay, I can't open the door to the middle.
My satchel is full.
What? You guys ever have that? Like the store is just not opening to the center. My favorite class so far was Ranger.
Forward!
Yeah, I think this map's just bugged or something. Have to pull out and back in. Yeah, I can try.
Time is not on our side.
Oh. Come on, give me life. Give me life. Ah. So close. Okay, we found Chaos Orb. Oh shit. So close, dude. Okay. After that shit, now I need to use it again. Probably the one where they pushed me away. Here on the bottom left, let's see. Well, it's not dead yet. I can still hit a 1 in 6 to remove the life and get more life. So I think there's like maybe a 1 in 30 chance or so to make a really good pair of boots there. If I use another Chaos Orb. $500. What the hell? That's not that serious this then. Okay, thanks.
On with the work.
The Chaos Orbs. Okay, backwash of a boss. Let's go. I don't think I look. Yeah, I imagine it has something to do with the knockback. For some reason, monsters can push you around while you're on the level. Didn't have that before.
Yes, go after the treasure.
Book. Says monsters apply a random curse on hits. But I didn't get any curse, yeah. Is that working?
I've no more room.
It's only 6 in for that, that's a bit much. Oh damn. That's a lot of accuracy.
Nowhere to keep that.
Your wildest prediction. Special guest either must on the couch or GGG. There's no way, I think. Pretty sure they're also memeing. It would be hilarious though. Who knows?
Charge! In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
Where the hell do I have to go?
Forward! Peace, creature! Fortune favors me.
Good luck, Shimish. Wait, what the fuck is... Wait, did I go to the boss room but I walked out again or what?
I'm not ready.
Oops.
I can't yet.
Put the Filter Blade link in addition to the GitHub. Yeah, I did not use Filter Blade yet. But once I start doing that, I will put those, I guess. That's still like the old filter, I haven't changed it. Oh, you did it, okay. Easy. Well, I guess that's the same thing anyway, right? Maybe we can just get it down. Okay.
Destruction! I can't yet.
F. She has like no damage. It's just chilling. Okay. It's not bad.
A rarity, and all mine.
I am excited, yeah. 2 hours, guys, until the announcements. Potential.
On with the work.
As well as that my Omen of Resurgence has never procs. How long is the delay for it to proc? Like, there must be some kind of delay. Because I remember at least one time I dropped a low life on my ranger and it did not proc instantly. There's actually no connection into our left, feels bad. I get one shot from 40 to 0. Yeah, I know. I was specifically referring to low life. Like, my ranger one time dropped to like 32% or something. Which is low life, but I think that's still not activate. So I'm not sure what exactly, you know, happens when you drop to low life. I guess I can test it at some point. Since I have a bunch of these omens, and they never get used anyway, so... I guess it has to have just some delay or something. Someone is bugged. So it just doesn't work at all or what? 98% attack speed, holy shit.
You won't escape! A rarity, and all mine. My satchel is full.
Works by gets consumed, you activate another one, it won't work in the same map. Okay, I mean, so far I've been playing with like this Omen for like, you know, over 100 hours and it has never activated, so I think I have the problem that it will activate twice in the same map. But good to know.
Where to keep that?
How much does this do? 1k. Is this a bugged map? Oasis bugs out quite often, I think.
I can't yet.
How much of a step up is Arbiter from Citadel bosses? a huge step up. He's not very tanky, but he has various one-shots that are very difficult to not get hit by. So I can cheese him with enough damage. But if you want to do the fight normally, then you have to learn those one-shots, and it'll probably take you many attempts to get that right. What the hell? It pushed me.
You won't escape! I need more time. I've no more room.
Then he left. Right at the start, actually. Oh no. Oh, okay.
My satchel is full.
So the boss go down in 5 to 10 seconds. Then you might be able to cheese him. He has like around 4 million life on the easiest difficulty.
Time is not on
And you only need to get into like around 60% or something in maybe 10 to 15 seconds. So you should probably be fine.
until next time.
Someone on visual, let's go. Hey man, Tom. Thank you for a few months. How you doing? One thing about this game compared to D4, I think I'll log in. And I think I will be playing this more than D4 for the foreseeable future. But I will play the new season and stuff. Just not sure how long. Sick from Friday. Hope you get better. And do all the support gems I pick up, I put them into the gem tab. And eventually I might wanna, you know, swap out some stuff. I mean, I don't really expect I'm gonna do lots of big changes on this build anymore. I'm kind of like locked in here. But you know, it's good to have a bunch of them lying around. Double benefit. I'm pretty sure it should work together, Matom. Because the effects even look different and stuff, so... Here we go, actually. Finally did it, speaking of support gems. Oh, mighty. That's why I have 100 bags. Should have actually changed that a while ago. Get a bit more strength. Do I have dex notes? Maybe I did actually. I don't actually have any dex notes. That's all those dex coming from. Gloves have some dex that I don't actually need at all. Okay. Where's the last ritual? Will we be watching the stream? Yeah, of course. We're waiting for it. It starts in 1.5 hours.
A rarity. All mine.
Good timing. Awesome, it's just this. Oh, it's actually just quite off damage here, that's Fleeting Shrine. Just like running around.
A gift from my ancestors.
What questions would I give about TM today if I would have been asked? I mean, it's hard to say really, because it's hard to predict what they will actually even talk about. So honestly, I think they just have to be very flexible with their questions and like maybe have like a bunch more prepared than they will actually ask. But yeah, I mean, they can ask a lot of stuff. Like maybe they have like a better picture of the release schedule of when they will add the classes, or maybe ask about that. What about the gems? What did they learn maybe in general? Like what is the direction of, you know, they want to take with buffing and nerfing, and why? So there's like some important questions to ask this like this basically. But yeah, in the end, I guess it comes down to like where the discussion actually leads.
Time is not on our
There's 77 questions, basically covering everything, and that's a lot of questions. Yeah, you don't have time for all of these anyway. There's no way they're gonna go through all of them, I think. So they have to react there a little bit. Wait, did I didn't check the visual, I think. Great. Gotta transmute.
They'll be here, waiting.
Factory. Yes, you can choose between Chaos and Sekama. For third and fourth. Even for the second, I think, technically, I think you could do a 2-floor Sekama. New patch will come with new class or weapons or melee. Well, new class means new weapons, so those two come together. And the answer to that is maybe. It depends on when they will do the patch. But yeah, I could imagine that maybe by now they have prepared, like, you know, Hunters and Druid enough. It's been like 6 weeks or something since launch, or 5. So, okay, they were holidays, but they've probably still been, you know, working for like, I don't know, nearly a month and stuff, so. Most of the time. What kind of holidays are those? 6 weeks holidays? Most of the time? What? Last day of Sparkstork. Well, I don't think I'm gonna just release the patch right away. They'll probably say what's in there and then they'll give us a date or something. Which may be like this week or so, but we'll see.
Escape! I'm not ready.
One and a half hours for that nonsense. Chain melting. Interesting. Wait. I wanna wait until he does that one more time. Okay. So that's funny. So the animation is not bigger. But the actual thing is bigger when it comes out. I have plus 50% AoE on this map. So I wanted to see what this looks like on this boss. Map completed. Beautiful. Goodbye. Maybe new endgame mechanics so we can have 5 or 6 things on our maps. Oh, that would be incredible actually. So many things.
They'll be here.
Could also go over there and see. In fact, we might have to as well as this might not actually go anywhere. What exactly is guard on charm? If you know PoE1, it's a ward. If you don't know it, it's basically something similar to ES, but it's like a one-time use. So it doesn't be charged, it doesn't come back or whatever, it's just like protects everything, but for that amount. F. Okay. I don't know if Hoa increased to 82. Oh my god. I mean, it should actually be something like that anyway, right? Because it drops from a boss in another 80 zone. Okay, Sam, if you hear me. Guard is basically a one-time use energy shield. Ah, support gem. Level 90. So, what do we do with our Mace Strike? We have Martial, Heft, Close, Brutality. We can do Immolate, but it's only for bosses. It's Rage. And Venom. How much does Poison do? 20% of the damage dealt by the hit per second. Nah. Damn. Accurate bleeding on hitting heavy stunned enemies. Not sure what I should go for. Just Rufus so he's stun more often or some shit. Maybe. What about this actually? Awesome clear. I'll try that. Maybe the impact shockwave is fine. Maybe we don't get everything all the time. It's gonna be nice for the clearing when I don't want to stampede.
You won't escape.
Maybe should have done this before actually. What's my build called? Didn't give it a name really. I guess just Stampede Warrior. It's like most of what I press is just Stampede. So just on the boss side, press a lot more buttons basically. To try to do some single target. Sick leap, thank you. For some reason it didn't let me go over there to the other side. Not sure what happened. So can someone tell me, whenever the visual becomes ready to click, does that mean I can no longer juice it up with more kills? So there's no reason to wait? I'm not sure about the mechanics there. I'm gonna have so much tribute now. And nothing to do with it.
You won't escape!
New Bloods Ghost even if we kill after that. Yeah, so I've been told that I cannot kite enemies into the ritual and kill them to juice it up. So only the monsters that are initially in the circle count at all. And I guess if you kite them out of the circle, then it will not count. But then at some point the thing becomes clickable, so I wonder if that's just like the last time you can actually get anything. I don't know.
I need more time.
Thank you, that's luck. I was missing, yeah.
I'm not ready.
Okay, I'm gonna try to pay attention to this ritual blood. I've seen this animation, but I've never really paid that much attention.
I've nowhere to keep that. I need more time.
Okay, I'm gonna put a timer on the screen. So das.
They'll be here, waiting.
Ooh, Asus. Somebody's here 14 here right now. A minute since last asked. Uh-oh.
You won't escape!
They will turn you into red milk.
Hi, Micah. I expect to hear for the new classes, a lot of nerfs, maybe some quality of life buffs, new map tab or something. These kind of things. But we'll see.
Until next time.
Game swap. Made the rest and made it slightly less. Might still be worth to keep casing. Crimson Force. I need some tier 15s. Yo. Hoop deck. Thanks on Prime.
You won't escape!
Okay, let's see this here. So there's the blood flowing. Now I can click it. Will any more blood go to the altar? It doesn't appear so, right? Actually, that was like still... Let's see you next time. A lot of rituals for these guys hiding in the ground.
You won't escape!
was nice. Hi, Duja. Didn't make the max rank yet, but I'll make it today. I was blasting a little bit now until the announcements, and then I guess after that I will probably go through it. I still like testing a few things.
Charge.
But yeah, I'm pretty happy with the setup now. I just need to like min-max the passive tree a little bit. So I see the blood, even though I can click it already. This guy did get me in blood, so what about these little dudes now? There's nothing. Funny combo in front. So what is it about me then? Favorite class? Ranger for me so far. And really a lot of fun with Ranger with the snipe build. I'll definitely play that again at some point. Snipe is just really cool. Or maybe I'll just try to make like some kind of different build next time where I don't just full-time snipe bosses, but I do like at least a bleed or something. We can't wait for Assassin coming to PoE. I think that's gonna be very cool. But Hunters is also making me excited.
I can't yet.
I've gotten more divines from random trash than bosses.
I'm not ready.
I've gotten a divine from a boss once, actually.
Power.
But yeah. Like, you don't really kill the bosses for the loot, you kill them for the waystones. They do drop a bunch of stuff though, but it's not like, you know, they drop, you know, an entire map worth of loot or something. So it's natural. That was a lot of time for now. Glad you enjoyed. The Snipe Ranger is my Karina now. Careful, Ranger League starts for the next 5 years. Not necessarily. But it was actually fairly effective too, so... If that remains this way, then why not? But yeah, sniping is cool. Wait, I'm missing a ritual. What the? Okay. So what if I cut these guys out? Will the blood still go there? Actually, it does. Interesting. So do I have to wait for the blood to arrive? What if I just click it before it arrives? How far does it go? Yeah, even from here it goes. Look at that. So you don't have to kill them in a circle. But do I have to wait? Or can I just do it? Okay, I can try this next map actually, on the first ritual. I'm gonna kite everything out, kill it instantly, and then click it instantly and see what happens. You didn't get introduced to the first trial, how do you get it now? Did you kill Balbala? In the Traitor's Passage or something in Act 2? It's an underground area. You have to get the thing there. Nice. Going to defer this thing. 150%. But it has Fizz. I have to chaos this. Which others know it? Sacrificial lamp, increased sacrificial blood speed and area of effect. Oof. Wait, that's not really a thing, right?
Time is not on our side.
Slam this. Okay. Rust Bowl.
I can't yet. You won't escape!
Is the drummer bandit back up there somehow?
I can't yet.
Hammer is touched on cooldown. I have minus 50% from the map. 40 seconds cooldown. Oh my god. How many chances do I have a cover citadel? 1. If we die, that's it. God. Plus 50 res, and I have no hammers, man. I have no damage against this guy now.
I need more time.
There's like no damage actually to me.
Fortune favors me.
Oof, Wonkers. You can kill tier 3 breach boss, can you kill Arbiter? Well, Arbiter is pretty easy if you have enough DPS. If you bring something like, I don't know, 300 to 500k DPS, you can make the fight extremely easy. Because he will just not do much. But yeah, if you let him live too long, then he will do stuff, and he has some pretty tough to dodge one-shots and stuff. But if you can do kill tier 3 breach, you probably have a few arbiters at this point now. So you can just see it.
Until next time.
Next tower's down here. The citadel's down there. So I guess we... Oh. This doesn't connect anywhere. So we have to go left, yeah. Rust Bowl. Bloodwood Creek. Okay then. Get the breach boss 4 times, only found 3 citadels. Okay, if you giga farm breach, I guess you get breach bosses pretty fast anyway. Once you have the first nodes and then all that. I guess it can make sense. I mostly just hunt the citadels.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
Success ship gets plus 100% for each difficulty. It doesn't really check out. How's it 32 when it's plus 6 every time? It's like 6.5. Okay, thank you, Crucible. Did you mean yourself, restreams, or what? What is this?
Feel my wrath!
Until next time.
Yes?
You cannot actually time out the broadcaster. It doesn't work. I can't time out myself, and mods can't time me out either, so it doesn't work.
I can't yet.
Strongest class. Or Sork. Weakest warrior.
Charge.
But let's see. At least this is true for the next like 43 minutes. Shit. It's gonna be hard to get to this fucking citadel, man. Maybe I should have gone down this path after all. But let's see. Creek with boss. Should make it fun. Crit, live. T16.
You won't escape.
Stuff is a bit tanky, yeah. Can't bunch of the packs actually.
escape!
Nice Darkhawk.
You won't escape!
If I had a bit more damage, I could actually do this just fine. T16 with plus 80% life.
Meat creature! Stay back! My satchel is full.
Interesting. It's a pretty good ring.
Until next time.
Oh, something's missing. Cloak of Flame Warrior, how's it going? Oh, really good. Cloak of Flame, pretty nice, I think. I've been using it since like level 25. Also have nice free sockets now. Oh shit. I knew it. Okay, this seems to pass through the mountains down. At risk. I don't know what to expect from a patch. I expect the announcements for Huntress and Druid, I guess. Lots of nerfs. Nap tab. And some other like nice improvements and stuff. I guess we'll see.
You won't escape! A rarity, and all mine.
Oh, nice Sora. Congrats. Worker in this game is someone who likes D3, D4, but not so much D2. I mean, I'm playing a very slow build, first of all, right now. You can definitely make some big blaster builds if you want. This game has a lot to offer, and that's gonna be kind of like the future for most of the more engaged RPG audience, I guess. And I would definitely recommend to try it out at least. Yeah, I'm not on hardcore anymore. I ripped earlier actually. Just continuing as softcore SSF right now. Was like an hour ago or something. Yeah, I went to like 89 with in hardcore. And I'm still playing this like hardcore for now anyway. I'm not really changing my stuff. I wanna see if I can get all the way and kill an Arbiter. He then got to 97, yeah. Pretty good.
You won't escape! You were no warrior!
I should try something actually. I'm gonna see Impact Shockwave without the AoE from the weapon.
Keep that. In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
Okay. Actually not bad. Even without the counter space.
Flame of the Forge!
I wanna try like a few maps. With only my big weapon. Not the counter space.
On with the work.
Is that timer correct? Yes. It looks like this continues down here. Maybe that's actually fine. With this impact shockwave and Herald of Ash, you still have okay clear. Do a lot more damage. Yeah, I should try steaming on Starlink. Let's go. My private jet.
You won't escape!
Okay, one guess. Hey Gary, good morning.
You won't escape!
Time is not on our side.
I could take this here and then see the tower. Okay, now I can try what I wanted to try. Yeah, kite everything out of the circle. Takes a little bit. It's getting a bit full here. Okay, let's see. Seems like they're all just spawning. All these monsters that I just killed outside of the circle without waiting for the blood to go there. So does it actually matter where they die, when they die? It doesn't seem so. They just spawn in there anyway. Okay, Twitch is showing 30 minutes to go. Yeah, maybe they're gonna start like a few minutes late or something. But we're gonna switch to it soon. Maybe it's just gonna be my last map. If they're starting soon.
Rage all you want, beast.
Twitch is still offline. Oh, so you're looking at the last stream probably. Okay. Yeah, when you look at an offline chat, then it usually shows like the last stream or something.
And all mine.
The inventory is on Titan. Okay, here's another ritual. I'm gonna try to cut him out again. Cut everything out, I guess.
I'm not ready. You won't escape.
How to digest this stat? Accuracy? Yeah, it's a bit weird. Accuracy, like the tooltip is also not really helping him much because you're supposed to get a 90% penalty at 12 meters distance, but the tooltip only shows you what you have in 2 meters distance, so you don't even know like how much you need at range. But yeah, I don't know, just trying to keep that number high, I guess. And if you feel like you're missing too much at range, then maybe add more. Do we cast this thing? We actually did hit the fizz, and we got the lightning. Nope. Let's go to craft tab. Oh my god, how much stuff is there? That's actually very good.
I'll be here, waiting.
Yeah, at 2 meters there is no penalty. And the tooltip only shows you the 2 meters accuracy, but it doesn't show you the 12 meters accuracy, where you have the maximum penalty of 90%. So you're basically not supposed to hit jack shit at 12 meters. But for some reason you do, and I don't understand why. So maybe this penalty just doesn't work or something. Because I never noticed that I hit much less at range compared to melee. For example, my ranger. Even though I should be missing a lot. So, no idea.
You won't escape! Creature!
They were just plugging out. Okay. Are they starting? It's supposed to be in 8 minutes. So it's on time, right?
Until next time.
Oops, double click.
Time is not on our side.
Oh, there's another iron on the way. Okay, so here's one and here's one. Fine, I guess. Many rituals. Here. 3 maps, you can do the account. Cool. I need some stone citadels though. There's so many on hardcore. Oh man. Then we have the timer here. 6 minutes. So I guess we go for it, guys. Let's see, on top there on time. Alright. It's all people, yeah.
Alrighty.
Huge day.
Okay, reading through the questions one more time. You do the intro, icebreaker, I ask the follow-ups, then we go back and forth.
They don't look happy.
After
Okay.
talking about what they released.
Okay, how's
we
the screen here? I guess I need to move myself a little bit. So,
Trade, in-game league mechanics, state of the maps, elements, ascendancies, HP, ES armor, map sizing, checkpoints, build variety, and meta.
let's just do this here, I guess.
bosses, ascendancy, difficulty,
I'm just gonna put myself here. Somewhere.
map conditions.
Okay, I'll be a B. Going to the bathroom and stuff while this is starting, so.
All right, I'll say it one last time, just in case this ends up happening for the people that are watching. In 4 minutes, we're going to begin a reveal. The reveal will be a video that will play out revealing everything that is coming. After that, there will be an interview in which we'll be interviewing Jonathan and Mark, the game directors of the game. We have a list of questions, about 70 questions long. We will attempt to get through most of these. It's a 2-hour interview, so I'm sure some of these will not be asked just due to the brevity of the interview. With that being said, all of these questions, except me asking a question about Blight and Druid and Ghazi asking a question about minions, are all taken from the audience. So we are just basically taking questions that the audience wants to see and directly handing them over to the devs at this point.
I'll probably like make a statement of that in the intro
Sure.
as well, so that gets to the VOD as well.
Sure. There will be a VOD of this on YouTube. Obviously, the Twitch VOD will be here too. On Ghazi's YouTube channel, he will publish the video afterwards. It's hosted here, and then it goes to his YouTube VODs. There is currently a storm in Alaska because I am stuck in this terrible place that is happening, and my power's flickered 3 times. So in the scenario of the power going out here, and of course, no other day but today have I had any storms, if that happens, you can watch it on Ghazi's TV's channel. The main PoE channel is restreaming my stream, so if my stream goes down, their stream's going to go down, so you would have to go to Ghazi in that scenario, and then he would carry on the interview from there. That's everything. Starts in 2 minutes. Thanks all for being here, and we'll do our best not to choke.
Good luck with that. Right. Okay. Deep breath.
You nervous?
No,
Yeah.
not really. Like we've done it a few times with, especially with these guys as well.
Yeah.
Not really nervous. It's always a lot of pressure when it comes to making sure that we make sure the community's heard.
Yeah.
That's the only. I'm not nervous, but concerned that we're not going to be able to do the community justice.
I mean, pretty much all the questions are from the community, so.
Yeah, so
You
we're
know,
doing everything we can and then some.
Okay, 1 minute. Just remember, mute your mic when we go full screen with the
Yep.
review, so we don't accidentally talk over it for the VOD.
Will do.
Okay, 1 minute. T-minus 1 minute, boys.
Check Discord.
Okay. Oh, also, there will be, after the video release in 40 seconds, there's going to be like a 5-minute downtime while we get technical stuff set up. So it's going to be on like black screen, just so you guys know, for a few minutes. But that's like pretty normal. So just heads up for the people watching. Okay. 25 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as I play the video here in 10 seconds, you're going to need to let me know. I will have to open the chat for this here. You guys are going to need to let me know how the audio is. Okay? If it needs to go up or down, just as a heads up. Okay, with that being said, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Muting mic.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, we're back from our break. We've been playing the game a whole lot, and we've been reading a whole lot of feedback as well. So it's time to assess and work out what we're going to do next. Now, later this week we'll be releasing PoE 2 0.1.1. This is a patch designed to address the concerns that we can address relatively quickly, without needing to create a new league or a new economy just yet. In this video we'll be going over some of the issues we've identified, and what we're planning on doing about them. It's worth stressing that just because a specific issue isn't on this list doesn't mean that we're not aware of it or that it isn't going to get addressed. It just means that we either can't fix the problem quickly, or we can't do so without the need for a new economy. One of the major areas that needs a lot of attention is the base experience of mapping. We've made a lot of changes here. First, in-game maps have received a balance pass to the number of monsters, number of chests, number of magical rare monsters, number of essences, strongboxes, and precursor artifacts. You should generally find maps more rewarding than before. Maps generally specialize in one or more of these elements that they will be particularly rewarding in. Now, towers are a thing that's very important for players to run often, but we only had one of them. We wanted to add more variety here as soon as possible, so we've added 4 more tower maps. Alpine Ridge, Sinking Spire,
Oh shit, listening.
Bluff, and Mesa. We've also redone the existing Lost Towers map to make playing there less boring. We're now also spawning more maps with bosses. The rate was intended to be 1 in 4 maps, but in reality the rate was much lower due to some maps being unable to spawn bosses. We've increased the rate to compensate for this issue so that we can get the actually intended rate. We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool. Strongboxes also needed some love. They now spawn monsters faster, have a less annoying fog effect, and have also received changes to the timings and effects of the mods on them. Now, let's talk about visibility of effects. Many maps had too much clutter, preventing effects on the ground from rendering, causing you to be unable to see and dodge them. We've both changed the level of clutter on some maps, and changed some effects to make sure that they are always visible. In addition, elemental explosion effects have had visibility improved, stick around for longer before they explode, and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies. Volatile plants are also way easy to see before they explode. Now we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas, done a pass on various terrain in many maps. We've also improved the load times of opening the world map and Atlas panel. And we also now show the biome of a map on the hover for it. For other in-game content systems, we're focusing on getting all the rewards in line with what they should be. For Delirium, we recently fixed a bug which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn after the starting part. And we've also buffed the rate of simulacrums dropping by 20%, to make it more in line with the rate of finding the Expedition and Ritual bosses. For Ritual, we've made Omens now appear in the Ritual Tribute window 60% more often. For Expedition, we've improved the rarity from the shops.
60.
We'll be wanting to
How
make
about
some more substantial changes
60,000%?
to the rewards for this league later on. Now, one of the major concerns that we're often seeing is that getting to play Pinnacle content just takes too long, and that when you do finally get there, you only get one attempt and don't get a chance to learn the boss. In order to address these concerns, we're making the following changes. First, we're making the Citadel spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away. This makes them much easier to find.
Okay.
To address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts. Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone in your party will be respawned at the same time. Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you get, but you should know the mechanics of the fight by then, right? Now, we'll also be adding respawns to other Pinnacle content as well over time. Another thing that players have noticed is that there are less keys from Farad'n Citadels on the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out though that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We've made a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses. A lot of people have reported that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming. Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low level uniques. But we realise that we do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too. In this patch we are buffing a lot of uniques. These changes should make finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun, and make subsequent character playthroughs more fun too when you have some great things to use. We're also changing a few other things to make finding rares better at higher levels too. First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods. Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type. This bug caused bows and crossbows to not spawn with attack speed at tier 5 rarity, and rings to not spawn with life at tier 5 rarity. Another change we're making is to make it so that socketables such as runes can now be overwritten with another socketable.
Woohoo.
Now, as we continue to play, we still find many balance anomalies with specific monsters or bosses that can be nasty if you encounter them. This patch contains a pass adjusting a large number of those monsters and bosses. We'll save the full list for the patch notes, but there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances. Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect. The Silver Fist Commander roll now does a lot less damage.
Good.
Plague Bearer's Detonate Dead can no longer be used from off-screen and has better telegraphing. Forsaken Miners throw less grenades, have improved visuals, and deal less damage. And Lost Men Zealots can no longer meteor you from off-screen either, as well as many other changes just like those. One of the big issues for players on consoles is that the web-based item filter system is currently not working. This means that they can't use item filters like the PC users can. The 0.1.1 will be enabling the same system that PoE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website. For now, this will be done on the PoE 1 website to allow us to get this feature out as fast as possible. Later on, we'll improve the user experience of this and put it on the Path of Exile 2 website. This patch also contains a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate, like buffing armor and scavenged plating, showing the number of uses left in your charms, as well as an effect when they trigger,
The Song of the Exiles.
fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town,
We'll activate to the nerves.
and plenty of other little fixes and improvements throughout the game. Now, we have a huge amount of much more meta-shifting changes that we know we want to make. And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame is that we now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to that.
Uh-oh.
But those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in. That's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try and address them. I want to thank you guys for playing and hope to be doing more of these in the future. Later.
Okay.
All right, so there you
What
have
did I miss
it.
right at the start? The first
Pretty
minute
awesome.
I wasn't here.
We are now going to call them, get them ready for the interview. So we're going to go to a screen here that is a be right back type of screen here. You will hear no audio, and it will just be a blank screen for probably 5-10 minutes at the highest. And now we're going to do an interview about what we just saw. So give us one moment here.
Okay. No nerfs. Mercs need a nerf? Wait, why do the mercs need a nerf now? The damage has already been done. Okay, so they're gonna nerf everything into the ground on the reset, I guess. I imagine they're probably gonna ask about the reset, and he's probably gonna say something like, yeah, I guess in March or something. But it didn't say anything about Hunters and Druid. No content or balance log out until March. Well, I mean, there's a lot of nice improvements though. So did they actually... Okay, did I understand this correctly? When you kill a rare, the explosions will stop and don't actually trigger. Is that correct? Like the ones that just killed my warrior? Fucking hell. When the rare dies, yeah. But it's good. I think a lot of people are frustrated with that. I don't remember dying to these explosions when I was on softcore, but I always heard like people saying, "Oh man, on death explosions and stuff." Thank you, Nini. GG listens to the community. Console filters, that's big. And died before the rare died? I'm pretty sure I killed the rare. Let's confirm. At the very least I would have seen it better with the patch. Because the circles are way bigger. Ah, okay. Nah, the rare is dead. That's all I. No, rare was dead before I died. So I would have lived. With like a little bit of HP. These things actually do a lot of damage. It's like 1000 each, and I have 79 lightning rares. It's actually crazy how much damage they do. One of these little circles. Aha, that was fast.
Of audio now. Hello, everybody. So here we are. Let's just real quick, now that we have the audience here, I'm going to have Jonathan one more time say something real quick just to make sure they can hear us well, and we'll get feedback from the chat.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Thanks, sir. Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark. Hello, this is me speaking, and I didn't want to say the same thing he said.
It's fine, you can.
All right, and then lovely co-host Ghazi here.
Lovely co-host. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Excellent. So with that being said, Ghazi, why don't you take it away with the intros?
Hi, welcome to Tavern Talk episode. We still have no idea what episode we're on, and we're going to keep up with that trend. We have with us my lovely co-host, Darth Microtransaction, and the lovely two individuals that is basically the OGs at this point. We got Mark and Jonathan from Path of Exile 2 Grinding Gear Games. How are you guys doing?
Oh, doing great. I mean, you know, like it's really good to get back into things again. We had a good break, you know, like, and yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to be back and actually looking at the problems again. As much as, you know, it can be painful sometimes, but yeah, no, it's really good to get back into things.
Yeah, disconnected for a little bit, not too long, but just a little bit, and now back, which is awesome. But no, it was a long burn last year, so it was good to get a little bit of a break over that Christmas. But yeah. Lots to address, lots to change. Excited.
And it seems like with the break, you guys still managed to get a lot of changes in from the review video we saw. It's fairly substantial, so that's exciting.
I mean, that is for the most part just stuff that we did, like, you know, last week and this week. The maps, the extra 4 maps, some of those did have some work that was done a little earlier, but for them, because we knew we needed more towers and we just didn't get them in. But pretty much all that stuff is just stuff that we're, you know, just doing, last week and this week. Like we try to move, you know, fairly quickly when we can. But yeah, the thing now is of course going to be like, one issue we kind of realized we had is like, okay, how much do we concentrate on fixing problems people have right now, and how much do we concentrate on like the next big kind of content patch? And so that's like kind of the tricky thing we have to maneuver around at the moment. And I guess my feeling is so long as there's like big problems that are causing people to have you know, like a bad experience, I kind of want to make sure that those get addressed as soon as possible, at least where we can, so that we're making sure that things are in as best a state we like some kind of point of stability, so that we can concentrate on having a the larger kind of like content patch after that.
That's great to hear. So for this episode or this interview or whatever we're going to call it, we've done what we can to make sure that we let the community get their voices heard. So most of the questions we're going to go through is questions collected almost exclusively from the community. We have a couple light for some reason questions, and some warrior questions from Darth, and we have some minion questions as expected from my side of things. But most of the questions will be taken from the actual community. So I'm just going to kick us off so don't waste anyone's time. And we're going to start with a question saying, which of the changes that has been showcased was the team most excited to be able to announce?
Well, I guess that I'd say that these changes, obviously, while the players are happy with them, we're not exactly excited about them per se, because these are just like fixes to things that are problems, right? So the stuff that we're excited about is the stuff we're not talking about, which is the content that's coming up in the in the larger one that'll have an economy reset and so on. So there's obviously a lot of stuff there, but for this stuff, it's just like really like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are having a good time? That's kind of the main thing I would say.
Yeah, which is exciting in its own
Sure,
to see how much more we can improve how many people having a good time. So.
Yeah. So I mean, that's good, but yeah, really, it's like there's no one thing there where we're like, oh yeah, this is the amazing thing. It's like it's all just like, let's make the game not suck. That's kind of our main goal.
Mark is trying to save it.
So one of the changes for in-game maps is the changes to, you mentioned monsters, chests, rare monsters. What impact are you guys hoping that this change specifically is going to have in in-game mapping?
Well, I want this. Well, there's a couple things. It is just a general, probably 30% more kind of monsters, items, etc. from inherent maps. You get the thing where now the inherent map is higher value, and thus proportionately the league is less impactful. Say Breach, which is obviously in its own universe of craziness right now. But the idea is the base map is more rewarding, and thus adding the extra content is less necessary for, say, map sustain. The other thing is it will interact with different rolled maps differently. So we tried to do this better before early access began, but again, it should be now certain maps and certain mods that increase the chests, the rarity of chests, the rarity of monsters will have different benefits. So that's kind of cool that I want people to learn that over time and see what's beneficial, what multiplies better, and then you combine those things where you have this map's better for number of monsters, whereas this map's worse for number of monsters because they're multipliers. So like a really small map versus a really large map, actually before they were relatively consistent. Now that large map might have twice as many monsters as that small map, but it has the same density of monsters. So you don't just have big open empty spaces of nothing. So obviously now the number of packs, if you multiply that up, it has a much grander effect on the big map than it does the small map. But the small map is obviously easier to clear, faster to clear. So say if you're optimizing for bossing, you're probably going to try and have be applying more bosses to small maps using the new tablet. Or if you're doing leagues that, more like Breach, you might want smaller maps that way because you're focusing on just farming breaches as opposed to, say, Delirium, or say Expedition favors, that doesn't really care if the map is large or small. So, having those different kind of axes is really interesting where you are thinking about that as you go. Now, people have to learn that, and that's cool. I actually want people to learn that and kind of post all their details on, like, this map's really good and this map isn't. And we've accounted for layouts, how fast they are to clear, all of that stuff. So certain maps that were more tedious to clear now have pretty drastic advantages on at least one or two different axes. So they might have a higher number of minimum monsters, rare monsters, higher spawn rate of rare monsters, magic monsters, rare chests, who knows.
And there was a lot of that balance.
Maya, log in, guys.
You actually had experience playing them, right? Because it's hard to tell when you're just in development and you're not on a real character. Like, is this map actually fun or not, right? And the Endgame was we've got the least amount of testing, so it really did require, like, okay, some actual proper play and be like, okay, is this map, to really answer the question of is this map good or not? So now when we see that, then we can be like, okay, we need to make this change or that change in order to sort it out. So there's just been a lot of just like sanding off all the rough edges that Endgame had by virtue of the fact that it just really wasn't as tested as what the campaign was. Go on.
That all being said, I'd say one thing it has introduced is it has added more bad luck or mistake protection to some degree, because if you would like fully juice a really small bad map, that minimum of bad is now much higher. And so, like, you all of a sudden now have invested all this wealth into this bad map. You've run it, and you're like, I didn't get anything back from it. So, the minimum is certainly now much better, which should hopefully protect a lot of people who are falling out of map sustain. Whereas, like, a lot of the good players who are a bit more observant, a bit more familiar with PoE 1 were just, like, happily sustaining maps. And so, yeah, you had these two ends of spectrum, and hopefully we've raised the minimum now with these changes.
So 2 follow-up questions. Since this was a question for later, but since we're talking about bad maps in particular, something you mentioned here. What is your guys' opinion on the current state of maps in the game? Not so much from a monster point of view, but of a layout of maps. So there are some maps people don't like as much. There are ones people really do like as much. Is your opinion that you need maps, for instance, like Mire, Augury, Vow Factory? These are some of the least favorable maps. Do you think you need maps like this in the game in order to more appreciate the more common ones people enjoy? Or what's your stance currently on the map amount of variety that are in the game, put it that way?
I guess ideally, there have been a few adjustments to things like that. Probably not, we're not necessarily going to take every map people find annoying and change it, so that people don't in that way. But certainly there should be balance changes to make it so that they feel at least worthwhile, even if they do have some more annoying layout or something like that. I assume you feel the same way about that.
There's some standout things. Obviously, you shouldn't have the levers that you just can't dodge roll out of and you just die, or the levers are just spawning burning ground on them, right? Obviously, this stuff is just objectively wrong and objectively bad, and that will be fixed. But a lot of that contributes to this is the worst map because you'll go pull a lever and die while doing so. And then there's the ones that are just inherently worse layouts, especially for certain builds. But then again, now using this other thing where it's those maps may now spawn the most amount of rare monsters or the most magic monsters or just the most amount of monsters. You're going to have to go figure some of that stuff out. And some people might like that. People with less, screen clearing AoE centric builds probably don't mind some indoor, more mazy maps if they're going to get the benefit or feel like they're getting the benefit from, more rare monsters. They've got, a more single target or a more concentrated DPS or whatever. They don't feel so bad now for running that as opposed to just running the, sand spit where you can just nuke entire screens every 2 seconds.
The bad case of this though is definitely the tower map, because it was it's like you mandatorily have to run that map, and so having that be not great is not a good situation. So hopefully we've addressed that one. That was really urgent to address because it's it's mandatory, right? You can't just skip it. So that one had to be sorted.
Yeah, turns out it's maybe not a good thing where you have to approach a room full of monsters that you don't know what they are and they're super dangerous and you can't see them and it's a narrow bottleneck and you have to run in and just die.
But even so, obviously the variety helps with that, but also the new version of that map is now based on the top floor tile set, which has got more variety and it's easier to deal with. So that should improve a lot of that.
Better visibility.
Yeah, exactly. So it helps
open.
A lot.
Don't like the idea you must suffer in order to prosper.
They're still relatively narrow here
I think
and
that's
there.
fine.
Yeah, much better to clear.
Mm-hmm.
So one more follow-up here, and I'll pass it off to Ghazi. In the reveal, you mentioned that the boss maps, for instance, were supposed to be more common than they actually were. And so this comes to a very common question about Waystone's Sustain. So what was your opinion on the state that previously was with Waystone's Sustain, as well as do you believe this impact of additional bosses are obviously going to impact Waystone's Sustain, so you think this is going to help alleviate some of the feedback we've seen related to there?
That one's pretty interesting because, and this is probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but we don't know that there necessarily is a problem with Waystone Sustain as such. So that means we have to look into, if people say that there is, and that means we have to understand why that is, because I don't think that's the experience that we're having as we're playing ourselves. And so there's always this thing where it's we want to hear what the players say, but then we always want to confirm with our own experience that when we do what they're doing, that we're getting the same experience before we can kind of make a good decision about what a change would be. So I don't know that we've identified why it is yet that players are having.
Just don't roll the maps, run them wide, and die every third run.
Change this obviously because there's more bosses and so on. That's the thing you can do. And killing bosses will give you upgrades and so on. That'll help with that. But I guess I sort of I feel like we need to understand.
And definitely
that
do not
more
kill
before
bosses.
We can really work out what exactly needs to happen with it.
There's certainly more to learn there, but as I said before, the minimum's now higher for sure.
Right. So it can use people running.
I think the sustain thing is already fixed anyway. With just more bosses are all around, you're kind of forced to run bosses more, and you're gonna get more maps. So I think this is already solved.
It's obviously very different if you're dying even in 30% of your maps, 20% of your maps. Even 10% of your maps. It can make that difference. So yeah, there's definitely 100% more to look into there. But I personally, I went to from tier 1 to tier 15 maps in a total of 32 maps, and I've sustained since. And then you see the things where people are talking about map sustain. I'm like, okay, am I in a different universe? And the answer is probably
in a different universe.
The answer is probably yes, I am in a different universe. But from a purely anecdotal
Mark
standpoint,
is probably level 98.
I try and I'm okay.
Spark
I'm gonna
enjoyer
see
or
how it
something.
is for myself. I'm like, okay, I'm somewhere else. We need to look more into this somewhere. So We have other people at the office as well, of course, and you get their anecdotal experience, but we need to look at this from a much broader perspective. But either way, what we've just put forward is an improvement to all of that. Higher maximum, sure, higher minimum, and a bit more safety for bad luck. But what it doesn't really account for right now is safety for people dying and, failing 50% of their maps or N% of their maps.
There is a slightly more subtle thing going on, I think, which it's kind of unfortunate how this turned out, but effectively, because you can power through the map tiers really fast, it means that you don't get a chance to find the gear that you would otherwise have as you went through those tiers. And that means that effectively when you do, like you might be playing higher tier maps than what you really should be playing for the amount of wealth that you found. And that means that your map sustain is bad because you're dying more often because you're kind of playing higher tier content. And that's is on us because we need to adjust that so that you you only start effectively, in order to progress up the tiers, it needs to be more that we need to sort of gear check you more as you go up a little bit to make sure that you've got the gear you need before you're going up the tiers. But this is going to be a really subtle and tricky thing to get exactly right. There's quite a lot to that. And that's kind of more of a thing that we can sort of look at over a bit of a longer period of time because it's going to require some adjustments. But yeah, that's just sort of another one. But there's quite a lot of implications to all of that. And I don't know that we're quite ready to understand exactly what would need to happen for that to happen. But that is kind of one of the issues that we're seeing is just effectively people playing content that's harder than what we would hope they will be playing for the gear that they have, which then causes the deaths, which causes the sustain to be bad. So that's kind of that issue there.
Thanks for the detailed answer. I'll throw it
I always regal the map. I do regal sometimes, but depends on how I feel about my character.
Going to circle back to what you mentioned, Mark, regarding expedition,
late game,
layout and whatnot. But you also mentioned, I believe it was in the video, right? You mentioned more substantial changes to expedition coming later. So the question is, do you have any particular examples of these things you're hoping to accomplish with this mechanic?
Yeah, I can't really say what it is, but what I can say is it is intended that every league, sort of, I'd say without promising it, because we're allowed to make exceptions. It is kind of intended that every league provides some sort of access of character or crafting power that is abnormal. And so,
different that you can't get anywhere
different.
else.
Mostly character power here. So aside from the unique items, obviously they can or sometimes don't provide character power that can be attained elsewhere. This is more about something else that's, similar to, say, the instilling your amulet with a notable. It's something that only that provides. It gives you more power than you would have had if you had never done it. And so ideally, every league would kind of do something like that, or provide a crafting avenue that would then give you something like that, or give you more power in general. But yeah, we just kind of have the vendor mechanic where you can do some crafts, and none of those crafts are abnormal. They're not adding extra benefits or mods or anything outside of that. So yeah, we have intention to add something to that, and probably to a lot more of them over time. And as you get new ones that each obviously have this thing in mind, where we're trying to say, how can we make characters feel a little bit more powerful by engaging in that content? But yeah, Expedition just didn't quite get it when we ported it over. We discussed heaps of things, like we could add some more ROG crafts, so to speak, now that, even though it's now 3 out of 4 of them crafts.
It definitely needs something else, for sure.
It just needs something cool, something better, and something not rushed. Which is we were in a position where we were going to rush something, and it's like, hold on, let's not do that. Let's get it right and do it a bit later.
Fair. I like that take. Another question we have is regarding the Arbiter of Ash now having 6 resurrection or revive attempts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And other attempts to, or adding other attempts to other pinnacles over time. I guess the question comes down to, why wait with adding extra attempts?
Ultimately, the reason is just time. It might even be that in the patch that we do deliver, that some of those other ones are already done. It's just that because the video had to be made last week, and we were like, are we gonna, we knew we would get time to sort out the Arbiter, and we were like, we don't know if we're going to get time to do the others, so we'll just promise that one, and then if the others come, then that's just a bonus. Yeah, effectively, there's a little bit of trickiness around each one to just work out all the states of everything. If you're looking at just as a random example, and this isn't obviously that big of a deal, but it's just someone has to do it. Is for the breach one, for example, we have to decide okay, so we can't really let you have the economy, you can't reset the whole map because then you'd get the drops from the breach a second time. So then it's okay, we have to make sure we put a checkpoint in the thing, and that means we have to do some Someone has to go write some code to like make the breach thing work correctly for checkpoints, and it's just like random stuff like that. Just little details that just mean that like it'll take a little bit longer to do those other ones. But I mean, we're not talking a really long time, right? We're just like someone will get to it in the next couple of weeks. It's just
I'd say King in the Mist. King in the Mist will almost certainly be done because it's an isolated boss fight in a room with nothing else going on. Yeah. But for the logbook and for the breach one, you have to have some manual intervention, and we have to really make sure that there's none of that like respawn at checkpoint at this exact point in time, and all of a sudden you get the loot again kind of thing going on, because that obviously can be quite destructive.
So it's literally just a time thing. We'll as I said, we'll do it in the next couple of weeks, just as we get these things going.
Yeah.
Awesome. Speaking of Arbiter, a couple questions related to Citadels here, just some fast ones. Are Copper Citadels really the same spawn rate as all the others? That's what happened.
I mean, we generated a bunch of Atlas state and checked that they were equivalent. I mean, I don't know what to we really were not intending to make a Monopoly game, McDonald's Monopoly game style thing here. It really was intended to be equal. So as far as we could tell, it was just the just that the boss had that exploding minion thing that like was the damage just busted on that?
Nah, well. Maybe, but
Tamandra is the
all of his
hardest.
little attached zombies, like during the phase 1 of the fight, they, when he summons the sandstorm and you get protected, and you have the zombies coming at you, they blow up after they die. And in the map version, the in-game version of this fight, some logic was missing. I don't know what happened, and those would then explode at the end of the phase 2. So you're like, I killed him, you run in to get your loot, and 8 zombies just explode.
This is what happened to me.
And so what you found is a whole bunch of people who were just straight up like succeeding at the fight and then just dying straight afterwards.
Yes.
So that accounted for
That's how I
some
lost my
portion
first
of it.
Citadel.
And then he was just harder. Certainly the death rate, even excluding the one-shotting zombies, was just much, much higher than the other two. But we have now a cheat that generates or simulates generating like, I think it's 1 billion different blocks and calculates how many of every map spawned and everything like that, just to test this specific Citadel case. And everything we could find generates exactly the correct amount of the 3 things. So
speaking
the 3 Citadels.
Speaking of spawning Citadels, did you guys happen to catch any of the conspiracy theories related to, corpses pointing in directions, etc.?
It was so ridiculous. Whatever. People come up with crazy things. I don't know.
All right.
I can tell you. I see. The thing is, I'm tempted to actually do something weird like that now, just to just to bait the conspiracies. But no, there was nothing. There was nothing weird going on.
It's just RNG. Like you have to. I did catch
it's
in the
just
video.
RNG. That's all it is.
It said closer to the cinders, so there is something to being farther away from your spawn point.
So but basically, all that is literally just that there. Where you start, there's just a radius you have to get to before they start spawning. But after that point, it's just they just spawn the same rate.
RNG.
And we just moved it closer just because since you can't really tell like where that's like not obvious, right? And the main thing we want to do there is just not have a Citadel spawn like right next to where you start, because that'd be ridiculous. Effectively we just shrunk that down a bit because it was a little bit large. And then the other thing as well is that now that you can see them in the fog, it actually makes them so much easier to find. That we actually intended, we were like, we're going to totally buff the number of these that there are. But after we made the change to seeing them in the fog, it was immediately like, oh shit, there's actually tons of these everywhere. We just weren't seeing them before. Seeing them makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving on, off the topic of Arbiter and Citadels here. It mentioned in the video less bad mods on mobs. Can we get some more detail?
Sorry, it wasn't mobs. I think because it was in the item section, and maybe you misheard that slightly. But the bad mods thing was talking about items. So effectively, there's some stuff going on here. So effectively, what we did, because a lot of people were talking about issues with higher tier rares as you get to harder content, and effectively, when we sort of looked into this, we sort of worked out like. There were some anomalies around like what happens when mods get cut out on the lower levels, just based on kind of like somewhat random things about like how many top tier mods there are of certain types and things like that. So what we've done is it's not like huge changes, but we've kind of effectively done things like I think accuracy went down a little bit, and there was like I can't remember the other change.
Accuracy went down, life on kill, mana on kill on weapons at least, and then. Attributes on hybrid gear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hybrid gear attributes. And then there was also the bug where effectively high tier rares weren't getting the ability to generate top T1 mods of certain types, which I don't think it was actually necessarily as big of a deal as what people might have assumed, but because it wouldn't have affected that many items, but we have fixed it. So, for example, it was just impossible on a T5 bow to ever get attack speed.
Once it was a certain item level.
Once it was a certain item level. So yeah, but you couldn't even get T5 realistically except from high level stuff, right?
You still
could occasionally, but whatever. The point is like there was a few things like that were going on, and we've effectively just adjusted that stuff, and it should result in generally better rares when you're talking about like high end, like high tier stuff. So we'll just sort of see how that works out. The adjustments are not like mega, but they are there, and they should sort of improve things, I think, a little bit.
And just for clarity's sake, for the viewers, when you say top tier, like tier 1, you actually mean like tier 12 or whatever the top tier is, right? Because tier 1 technically is the worst.
Sorry, yeah, it's so annoying that we have like tiers going in reverse direction in different contexts. Like, but yes, what I mean is whatever the top tier of that mod is, in some cases it was getting cut out. In fact, I worry that even in the article that we're going to say that's actually incorrect. So I just need to fix that because I think in the article that we posted it says T1 item affixes, which is actually backwards. So I need to go and fix that after we've done this.
We also need to make this consistent everywhere and sort this tiered situation out.
Yeah,
I do have a follow up on that.
Yeah,
it is sometimes very frustrating dropping something that has a high tier, but I don't know if that is the highest tier. Would it be possible? Like, is there something you guys are considering adding?
I think we are adding a thing that displays on the mod if it is the best tier. Relatively soon, but again, we need to also just figure out a little bit more around this because we've got this whole T1 versus T random
the reason why there is resistance to having T1 mean the top one is because then if we add another one later, it changes what all the tiers are, and there was sort of some discomfort around that, but then maybe it's still better to just do that anyway, I don't know. That was the original thinking behind that, but whatever. It might be less confusing if T1 meant... No, because the other thing as well is that map tiers are like the T1 is the bottom one again, and you certainly wouldn't want to reverse that. That would be weird. So yeah, I don't know. Like
Fair enough.
Yeah, whatever. This is just a random small topic, but just one of those things.
Understood.
Yeah.
Speaking of items and quality, one of the most requested additions, item filters, coming to console. So I'm sure many people are very excited about that. Speaking of the topic of consoles, can we expect more quality of life things coming to console? For instance, I very commonly see asked for things like text, UI size, etc. Do you have any plans related to quality of life improvements for console?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly need to do more there. I mean, I don't have any specific things to announce there, but effectively we need to make sure that that experience is good. And one thing that I know, this isn't actually technically a console thing, but another thing that we will be doing for people who use controller soon is like the ability to fast swap between controller and the PC UI just by like immediately in game, because that's something I believe there was even an implementation of that. It was just a little bit too dodgy to release on early access start. So we just need to get that sorted and then test and sort of that. So that'll be another one. But in terms of just general console stuff, I mean, look, there's just more we can do, right? And we've got our guys on console. They'll be looking into these things and just making changes. The text size one, I do think needs some addressing. It's a little bit tricky because there's kind of a lot of things all through the game that need like futzing around with. So that I definitely appreciate that. And like part of that is literally because when we're this is kind of bad, but it's like in the studio, we literally have like a big screen and the couch that's near it is like relatively close. It's like an actual real world scenario. People often sit a bit further away, and we probably should have been thinking about that. Yeah. Things like that just need some addressing for sure.
Fair enough.
All right. Putting aside bugs and tuning that is expected for early access state, what's a question that I was asking about? What are the players' feedback that surprised you guys the most?
Well, I know you were saying. I mean, I guess from my perspective, it's like we had a lot of worries about things being broken. We just didn't know what those things were going to be. But then you were saying before that just the level of brokenness did surprise you as far as like some character builds and stuff, right?
I had my whole okay. Obviously, people are going to find broken builds, but like we escaped millions into tens of millions, and then we escaped tens of millions into hundreds of millions in measuring in DPS, and then we escaped DPS into comets per second, and then like you got to this point where it's like, okay, we're just off the reservation here in terms of just you know, when you 1 week in and someone's like, here's my 450 million DPS build that hits the pinnacle boss for 141 million damage and one shots in the 3-player party, and I'm like, well, where are we? Like, what happened?
The thing that I found a little bit sad, and I guess we should have just expected this, is that like I sort of expected that the first few times people were playing the pinnacle boss, that would kind of be a normal fight. But in reality, the first few times people played the pinnacle boss was just completely like a disaster because like they just had some build that was because to get to the pinnacle boss the fastest, you also had to have like a ridiculously broken thing going on, and so you just ended up with just like like you don't even get to see the mechanics, and it was just like that was a bit sad to me.
Well, hopefully with more lives, people will actually be giving it a shot instead of just selling it off to those people who do one-shot it. But we'll see how that goes. But
the tricky thing about this has just been that, like, okay, so we do generally want to not do mid-league nerfs, and there was a period there before Christmas where we were making some changes, but we weren't even considering those to be mid-league nerfs because they still left things in a state that was still like very, very good. Like from our perspective, and like maybe the players would disagree with this, it was kind of like when we nerfed something there, we were still leaving it in a state where it's still some of the best shit ever. And so from our perspective, we were like, well, there'd be no reason to have to re-roll your character after this change because like it's still crazy. So we didn't even really consider those to be mid-league nerfs in the same way. But then, obviously, there's going to have to be some changes because, like, you know, there are just certain things that are just completely ridiculous. But one thing we've got now, and I kind of mentioned it in the video, is that, like, we actually have an understanding now of, like, what a character should look like. And so ideally, when we do our first, like, true balance patch, we should be at the point where we can be like, okay, here's like these like 10 things that need to come down, but then there's also like these other 50 things that need to come up to get to that point, right? So like ideally it there should be a little bit of leveling there that occurs, but we really don't want to do that kind of patch without doing an economy reset because we actually need like to see what really happens when you get a new economy and all that sort of stuff. So, and when I say an economy reset, of course, what I mean is a new league. Like you'll still have the old characters if you want to play them, but all the stuff we're going to be looking at will be on the new economy that you know, in terms of like how it evolves that way. So yeah, that's going to be a tricky one. It'll take us a little bit longer. But that is also what we're working on in the background as well, is just like getting all of this stuff to where it needs to be.
So am I hearing that there's no nerfs coming in this patch then? Is that sort of what I'm taking from this?
I mean, there might be a few that relate to things that are just completely screwed, but I mean, it is not our intention to do a big nerf patch here. Like, that is not our goal. Our goal with this is, like, fix things that are annoying people and, like, make the game more playable. Whereas the goal of, like, the sort of balance patch that's coming a little later would be like, okay, we'll have a new economy. We'll actually do like a proper balance pass where we get all of that stuff like more.
Because you scared everyone with that executioner photo in the Twitter post. I mean, it looked like the guillotine was about to drop.
Okay, yeah, people look into things, I think, a little bit too much. Okay,
there's kind of three kinds of nerfs going on. Not on this patch. Just hold on.
I do want to follow up though with the comment on the balance patch coming later, and you want to combine that with a economy reset. So is that you saying that there will be economy resets during early access on a regular basis?
Yeah, so there won't be. They'll be in a new league, so you still get to keep your old characters. But effectively, yeah, absolutely during early access there'll be new. Leagues. What I don't want to say is like whether or not the league so when I use the word league, people sort of assume that means there's like a league mechanic that comes along with it, and we might do that or we might not. We kind of need to work out what's going on there, but it'll be a new league in the sense that it's a new economy that people can play through, and we'll be introducing significant stuff that would want people to make people replay as well as doing all the balance stuff and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, we need to do that because if you can't really just make changes to balance like significant ones without screwing people's characters over, obviously. So you need to have some kind of thing like that in order to be able to do that.
Just going back quickly, we have a kind of few classifications of things we do address when it does impact balance, and we are trying to be ultra conservative, but if it is bricking instances, as in it is just absolutely tanking instances, affecting the performance and thus affecting the performance for other users, we almost always have to address it. You can't just let that be. Mm-hmm. Now we obviously try and reduce the impact on the server, generally because of some sort of infinite loop or anything of the sort like that, or you know, something happening per frame that shouldn't happen, and all of a sudden now, you know,
like if you're getting the server frame rate to be like 1 FPS, then that is not alright, right?
Yeah.
Like we have to actually sort that. So that is something that we will do a mid-league nerf to address, but ideally in such a way where it still leaves the build perfectly viable.
Yeah.
It's just that it's no longer completely destroying what's going on.
The other things where it does nerf and has an impact is, of course, when there is simply something clearly not working intended. So, like an example of that, which I won't try and pronounce, but the shield that increases effect of your socketed runes and soul cores, and that was just obviously applying to all of them, not the one socketed in itself. That is obviously a nerf. It was never meant to work that way. I don't think that really surprises anyone when that gets changed. It's very clearly not working as intended. So those two we're generally just going to pull the trigger on almost always. Right. We're still thinking like, okay, especially in the performance case, that's like blatantly, our fault, and there is economy there, and then obviously there are people who are going to lose their character builds because of it. Maybe, hopefully not. We try and obviously bring down the frequency or the infinite loop element or the per frame while also buffing the damage, and then we make a note of it to like reassess this later when there's a new economy, and we'll come back and reassess that. But often protecting the instances, protecting the server performance for other users, and obviously fixing bugs are something we're going to do, and so that can have an impact. But just like
that shield is going to go to the moon now.
Preferably for all the other main nerfs, where
I'm
you're
pretty sure
nerfing
also no one knew
nerfing
this.
someone's build or nerfing a build.
I never heard about this.
We're trying to currently push that towards the economy / league reset kind of point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. It's a very extensive answer. Appreciate that. That's one of the things that makes this very fun for us to do. We ask a question,
Yeah.
then we just lean back.
Ultimatum
and you
shield.
do your thing.
Some soul cards.
I love it. We are going to circle back to what you mentioned as well earlier, Mark. You said coming back to reassess a decision that's been made. And the topic we're going to open up is the two-step verification, security for accounts with certain things that's happened recently. So the real question that we come down to with everything that's going down is, I guess the first one is, was there a data breach at GGG?
All right.
And following that up with, are you going to reassess the decision of two-step verification?
All right. So this is unfortunately really sucks, and I was really hoping we'd get a post about this before we did this interview, but unfortunately we haven't quite finished assessing yet. So there has been a situation where someone got access to an admin account on our website, and we now understand how that happened. And we also understand, we don't fully understand the scope of everything that occurred here, but we're sort of in the process of like looking at logs and so on. And there was a few really shitty things that occurred here that I'm very unhappy about. So the first one, just to say this, is that the thing that happened here was actually kind of the same thing that happened a while ago when through a Steam, effectively a Steam account was compromised through Steam support. So effectively what happened is one of our administrator accounts had a Steam account associated with it. And this was a Steam account that the person who had it attached didn't really kind of know. I mean, obviously they could have checked, but like they didn't really consider the fact that this was like this old Steam account that they don't even use anymore was attached to their admin account. And so effectively what happened was that got compromised through Steam support. So I don't know like all the details exactly what happens there, but effectively what happens is that like they are able to somehow provide like details that they managed to find on someone, like the last 4 digits of their credit card information or whatever, that they get through some other kind of means, and then they provide enough information to Steam support where they're able to get Steam to change the credentials on the account, which happened without us noticing, because once again this was an account that this person doesn't log into, so there was no they didn't realize that this has occurred. And then another thing. This was compounded by the fact, and this one was really, really crap, that whenever a customer support person makes a change to an account, they there's like an audit log, right, of like all the actions, like the events that they've done. And this effectively means that like when we investigate like, hey, what's happening with this account that got compromised, like we obviously look at the events and see like, hey, was there anything, like what happened here, right? Did someone change a password? Did something going on with that? And there was actually a bug where the event for setting a new password on an account was incorrectly in the back end labeled as a note rather than like an audit event. And what that meant was that so notes are things that like customer service can add to people's accounts and they can edit them and delete them. And so the password change thing being a note could be deleted by a customer service person accidentally rather than being permanently there in a way that no one could change. And so that effectively meant that what was happening is the person who managed to get an account, they were compromising the accounts by setting a random password, then deleting the node afterwards to say that had happened. And so when we would look at accounts, we just wouldn't see this. And so it was like really not obvious to us that what was going on there. So I don't have like full information yet about exactly the extent of everything that happened, but what I can tell you is that 66 notes were deleted. So that would imply that 66 accounts were compromised. Now, it does extend slightly back further than what our log history is. So I think there's like, so we only keep logs for 30 days. And that's like a whole, privacy rules around that stuff means that that's your log retention. Now, there were 5 days before that where the account was compromised, but this is all pre-launch of PoE2. So effectively, there were the 5 days back in November when we don't have logs for, and then after that point, there were 66 accounts that were that had notes deleted. Now, the reason why I am using that phraseology here is because the things were deleted from the frickin' event stream, like we literally don't know what happened here. Like the only thing I've got to go by is the web server logs, which don't actually record all the data that's sent in a web request. It's just like the address of the page they went to, right? So effectively we can see like basic information, but because the thing itself that they were doing involved deleting the frickin' records of the fact that they were doing it, meant that yes, it's unfortunately very difficult for us to track down full information about this. Now, we are going to be posting a post with like all the information that we can possibly gather that we're sort of still gathering. And we were obviously initially very afraid that there'd been some kind of larger data breach here where like they would somehow had access to our servers or something like that was going on. Like because we had no idea initially, right? So we're kind of like, oh shit, what the hell's going on here? But now that we've understood that the vector was via a Steam account like that, it kind of means that like effectively what they had access to was the same stuff that customer service had access to, and all of that stuff is logged except this one thing that was not like logged due to this other thing. And then since then we've also added a bunch of extra security stuff that honestly should have already been in place around this to sort this out. So all of that is to say that we totally fucked up here with security stuff on this account. We're certainly not going to have any Steam accounts linked to, we're going to audit, make sure that there's no Steam accounts linked to any customer service admin accounts any longer. Like that certainly needs to not happen if there's going to be this kind of attack vector. As well as we've added a few other measures that, to just make sure that this sort of shit doesn't happen again. All of that really, really sucks. And especially because, as I said, just due to the fact that the stuff about was deleted, we can't easily find out what even freaking happened.
Big items in the domain. Some
so
people,
there's going to be more investigation and working
and they
out
sell them, of course.
What's happening here. But that seems to be what occurred.
So just quickly for the people that are going to give it like a quick recap, this was a social engineering breach. This was not like a server-side data breach of an admin account. And this is a one-off, one account. It's now a closed case scenario. The viewers do not have to do anything on their side to worry about their information.
So the moment that we realized that something had gone wrong, we just immediately reset all the passwords on all the admin accounts and deleted all the sessions just to make sure that everything was kosher. So from that moment on, there was no more like accounts getting compromised or anything like that.
Sure.
And then now it's just been a matter of us doing a bunch of log analysis, and it's actually quite because the only way we've got it is the web logs, and it's taking a while just to process all the stuff, and there's obviously a lot of human investigation. We just haven't yet been able to prepare a full report about it, but we are going to be posting one hopefully in the next day or two that has all of the stuff about that. But that was just really, really crappy. So then going back to the actual question about two-factor authentication, I mean, in this particular case, it wouldn't have actually helped because it was compromised through our frickin' support interface, right? Except for that, probably it would have helped in the sense that if we had added if there was two-factor auth, presumably the bug about where it didn't get logged when someone changed it wouldn't have applied to that because, it's a new thing that they wouldn't have had the same bug for. So I suppose it would have helped in that sense, but
I don't think they said when that was coming.
The thing with that. So then talking about two-factor auth. So first of all, I'm completely not against two-factor auth in any regard. The only issue with it is that it's easy to implement two-factor auth. What is hard to implement is all the policy around how to recover when people inevitably lose their second factor. And so that's the kind of tricky part to actually deal with. And so it's kind of one of those things where we will do it, but we're just not quite prepared yet to be able to do it with all the customer support stuff we would have to do. And it's kind of one of those annoyingly deep holes of someone loses their password, what do you do to verify it? The two-factor auth thing, what do you do to verify this? And it's okay, so now you start to have to worry about what personal information can they give you, and then now it's storing personal information, and then what's the GDPR implications of that? And there's just it's just a whole rabbit hole of just random policy stuff that all kind of comes around to that stuff. Effectively, What I will tell you is that we're immediately going to add two-factor auth to all of our support accounts. You can bet on that, and that is not a problem. That is not a problem for us to do there, because the policy around that is like, well, you just like walk in person to the frickin' guy. If you lose it, then you can physically deal with that, right? So that one is how we sort it out. But as I said, we will get to it, and it is a serious thing. We definitely want to have this. It's just a question of just getting it done, really, like all the policy stuff around it and all of the like. Yeah, just as I said, it's all support nightmare around how to deal with it.
Well, I appreciate the extremely vocal transparency about what's going on. I'm sure lots of people here watching appreciate that as well, and we won't grill you about it or anything. So appreciate that information. We'll move on here to a little bit more fun topic, which is upcoming content for the game. So we've been asked, one of the most common questions we've had here is things like roadmap for cadence of releases. You know, you guys originally stated 6 to 12 months for full release, which begs the question, how many leagues between? There's 6 classes. So if it's 6 months, it's 1 class a month. You know where I'm going with this. So, can we expect any information in terms of the cadence of releases, upcoming things like weapons, classes, skill gems, etc.?
Right. So the cadence we want to hit is sort of something similar to the kind of league cadence that we've done before for PoE 1. So like that's like, I think that it works. Things work the best when you've kind of got like like releases that are fairly large, that like have a significant amount of stuff in them to actually bring people back and play and so on. So you can kind of expect a similar thing like that. For the actual, like what is going to be in each release, obviously I'm not going to talk about that because, we'll save that for the live stream and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, yeah, I mean, like that's kind of what you can expect. That being said, there's also a thing where like, so we want to be able to do the balance patch, addressing the balance issues that we've talked about as soon as we can. But in order to do a patch like that, you need to have enough content in it to be able to make sure that, people actually come back and play it and that sort of thing as well. Like you need to be able to make enough changes and like add enough content that it's actually exciting. So we're going to work towards getting a like a PoE 2 sort of new league with new content in it basically as soon as we possibly can. So we're like I can't exactly say a date or anything, but like we're gonna rush for it, right? Like we're gonna really try and do it because we want to get to that point of stability of the balance that we're sort of happier with as soon as we can as well. So as I said, not going to say a date, but basically just. Look, we work reasonably fast. We're going to try and get it out as quick as we can. Hopefully we get that relatively soon for you guys.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that the new acts is going to be involved in this. But I guess a little extra question to that, when we talk about Act 4, 5, 6, is the plans to add like one act, or are you guys?
Yeah. So this is honestly one of the freaking hardest questions ever, right? Like this is actually something that we've discussed back and forth so many times because. Like, if you're talking about it from a pure storyline perspective and like kind of what makes sense, like, so there would be, so imagine we release one act, right? It's like, how does it fit exactly into having the leveling? Like, do you go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and then like 1, 2 again? Like, that'd be kind of weird. Or like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, or like, do you have Act 4? You can also play Act 1 or Act 4, or like, like it's kind of just weird, right? And like. So, like, from that perspective, it's like, oh, we should do them all at once, like, at some point. But then on the other hand, we're like, okay, if we don't release the acts one at a time, then that kind of means, like, all the content from that we're sort of busy having to work on, we still have to have good releases, right? And so that means we have to have, like, more stuff in what we do release if it doesn't contain an act. So there's kind of this, like, complicated, like, puzzle around this. And it's like, and what we kind of thought, like, there are issues around this, but effectively we're like, okay, well, we're going to have to make Act 4. We have to be making Act 4 in the background right now anyway, right? So we don't technically have to decide what we're doing about this, like, right now. So, like, that's sort of happening anyway. So I guess that is to say that, like, there's still a lot of argument about this fact. And it's honestly such a hard one because I don't think there's a really great answer. Like, releasing the acts one at a time would make making content so much easier because we get to immediately utilize all the stuff from that act to like make other content. Like, it'll be so much, and like also it just immediately makes a release feel really big, right? So like that would be something that we could do, and it also would be good for our studio because like there's this phenomenon that always happens where like. You say, okay, this is when we're making this thing, but if people are not actually going to play it, then like people have a different definition of finished from like, oh, people are actually going to play this versus like it just has to be ready internally, So like for just a production perspective, like I feel like the game will get made faster if we do release the acts, just because it forces us to actually release them and like forces everyone to get it into a really playable state. But yeah, on the other hand, as I said, there's like all these kind of like practical issues with it. So
damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a tough one. So yeah, I mean, I guess the answer to that is still to come, and we just need to work out what we feel about this one way or the other. So yeah, I guess you'll see when we do our next announcement what we've kind of come up with. But yeah, as I said, in the meantime, it's not like we don't have to just make Act 4 anyway right now in the background. So that's they're continuing to do that as well as all the people on the more sort of balancey side of things working on balance, which will get shipped much earlier. Yeah.
All right. Let's just move on to the next topic to make sure we actually cover these questions. We have a long list.
Sure.
So we're going to talk about a can of worms called State of Magic Find. Now, the perception has been one thing. And I mean, shout out to Slippery Jim for the absolute insanity that he goes through, which is kind of showing that it's fine. So what do you guys think about Magic Find in its current state?
This is a very tricky question. Now, what I will say to start with is that like the way the Magic Find formula works in PoE 2 is literally identical to how it was in PoE 1 as far as diminishing returns and everything is concerned. The difference is just down to what rarity is giving you as opposed to what it was giving you in PoE 1. Our argument for why Magic Find should be fine in PoE 2 is effectively like, we're not doing what happened in PoE 1 where you got like all these quantity mods and all that sort of stuff like that. Like, it's effectively the Magic Find in PoE 2 is what PoE 1 had back when PoE 1 was first released, right? Where it was kind of like, and it kind of was fine then, so the argument was, well, why shouldn't it not be fine now? I guess there's another, compounding with this, there's another contingent of people who would say that like anything at all that affects item drops should just not be a thing at all, and which is like a position you can take, and I don't know that I necessarily agree with that position, but it's another position you can take. So I guess all of that really is to say that like I don't think there's anything about it that's not working as it's intended to work, and ultimately the purpose of something like Magic Find is to kind of give you another axis of build design beyond just like doing the most DPS, which like that's kind of its ultimate goal. So but I mean that's kind of where it's at really. There's definitely more to look into here though. I don't know if you've got a different opinion.
Not really. I was just thinking the main difference between, say, PoE 1 was you fully saturate into every single item being a unique item.
That's the difference.
Whereas in PoE 2, you saturate into higher tier rares. You actually cannot fully saturate into unique items. It is impossible. So yeah, it certainly holds different value. I don't know how. But then again, I suspect a lot of the audience who are finding Magic Find to be a problem would find it a problem in both games, which, again, completely fair perspective to take. I don't know. There's a little bit more to look into here for sure. Like, we come back from holiday and we're like, all right, let's fix everything we can in a week. There's this list of like 100 things and we pick what we think is the most impactful 10. And so, yeah, there's a lot of these things that are just outlying on a list for us to really actually look into and investigate more.
So you don't really want to remove it, huh?
What part of it people are liking and not liking. Because, even though you had Slippery Jim do this, the great service, there'll be a lot of people who just disagree with that. He says it's fine. There'll be a lot of people who disagree with him as well. So yeah, we just need to look into this a bit more honestly to get a better conclusion. But personally speaking, I don't think it's a problem currently. But I might change my mind as well upon reading all of this and looking into it more. So we'll see how it goes.
A follow-up.
I don't know if you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue.
No, you go for it.
Sure. So a follow-up to this is, okay, so the state of Magic Find is a question. Specifically, do you have a belief on how you believe it's influenced the economy? I'm seeing a lot of comments sometimes when I'm live where people are like, Magic Find's the reason, inflation's the thing, etc. So what is your guys' belief in terms of how much Magic Find is actually making an impact in the current economy?
Actually, there's another difference from PoE 1, actually, of course, is that Magic Find now increases the tiers of currency you find.
Yes.
Which,
I don't honestly think that we have an informed enough opinion on this topic, actually, to be fair. I don't think it's been our primary concern, like, this week, because of the fact that, like, there's other things that we think, we really wanted to make sure that the actual play experience is prioritized as the main thing. Like, that's the kind of, our focus right now. Which, I mean, obviously this affects it, but it's kind of like something where, like, it's a slightly longer term concern. So it's something we need to definitely investigate more. But yeah, it was really like that map playability and like making sure that, because like, I mean, when people are dying to things that they think are bullshit and stuff like that, that's kind of like something that we were more concerned about. So that's, I would say we need to definitely do more. We need to form an opinion about this before we can say more about it, I think.
How about I phrase a question like this then? In PoE 1, item quantity was removed, which affected currency. In PoE 2, you now bake that into
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yep, that's a very good point.
What is the reasoning for reintroducing quantity that you made a decision to remove in PoE 1?
I don't think that we looked at that as reintroducing quantity. But you are correct that it does increase the quantity. Well, okay, it's not that it increases the quantity of currency. It increases the type, the tier of the currency you get, which you would look at that as quantity because, like, you don't care about, like, whatever transmutes are dropping. You only care about the higher ones. And so as far as you're concerned, that is quantity. So I would say we just didn't really look at that as quantity, but, you know, you're not wrong about that, right? That is true.
Well, it's certainly going to be a problem if it is perceived as that having enough rarity is the only way to thus have enough currency to, say, roll your maps effectively and also have enough to spend on gear and whatnot. Like, that's certainly a problem. In which case, some
stays in the game
adjustments
for now.
probably likely do need to be made. But again, we're just speculating now. We need to look into this a heck of a lot more in order to get an actual informed decision there.
Release my frustrations.
That's fair. I do have one last follow-up on it, and it's a discussion we had 4 or 5 years ago with Chris Wilson, and the topic was actually about currency drop as well. And the comment was that the numbers were fine on GGG's side. The numbers looked fine. It is accurate. You are dropping more currency than ever. But the numbers didn't matter when the perception in the community is the direct opposite. So how do you think about tackling that specific conversation when the perception is completely opposite to what's seemingly the reality of things, right?
So are you saying that the community perception is that currency doesn't drop enough?
It's the perception is that rarity is a mandatory stat.
Oh, sure. Well, absolutely, right? Like, look, if the community feels that way, we should absolutely look into it and do more about it, right? Like, but bear in mind that, I sort of often say, you know, like, when the community has a problem, this is an invitation for us to understand the problem and then for us to address it in the way we want to address it. And that way isn't necessarily exactly what the community is saying, but it's just effectively like, I do want to keep doing things until the community is no longer unhappy about it. But that may not necessarily look exactly like in the form that they're expecting, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we have to look more into this. That's absolutely the case, right? And we can tell that because of the fact that people are unhappy. So yeah, we will look into more into it.
So speaking of unhappy, we're going to get into state of melee / maces is the next portion of the questions here. So let's talk about warrior and maces. What are your guys' feelings currently on the state of maces? How do you want mace skills in particular to function in Path of Exile 2? Obviously, they're very long cast times. Movement of mobs can be very quick. You can get stunned, interrupted. On the tree as well, there's many nodes that nearly reduce like attack speed in order to gain other things. So more or less, warriors in a position where a lot of people feel like it's clunky, too slow for the current in-gameplay loop, or warrior feels like maybe the first class designed when the vision of PoE 2 was fairly slow. So what is your guys' response as to the state of mace
response
skills?
Is we're going to bring everything to warrior level.
Take it?
Well, our first question I would have for you is, do you think it's a problem during campaign or only in endgame?
I would say it is more specifically a problem in an exponential ramping as you continue the game until you hit a point where there's pinnacle bosses, and then you can kind of one-shot pinnacle bosses with some of the setups currently. So there's a mid portion of the middle to later in-game in which it feels like a problem, specifically because you have things like volatiles that actually track you, and if you stay in position, you're heavily punished. So it seems counterintuitive to the design of some of the mobs.
I do think that there is a problem in game here. I'm not exactly sure what we need to do about it yet, though. I'm glad to hear you say that it's an in-game issue and not a campaign issue, because I have to say that my experience playing Warrior through campaign is actually that it's fine. But I did hear a bunch of people talking about that as if that was not fine, and I think that it is. Like, I think, or at least I can't reproduce the issue during campaign if that's the case. So really, it is more of an in-game issue, and I don't know that I've got a solution for you right now. But it's. We do need to, like, once again, it's one of those more subtle things that we need to look into, and I suspect that the big balance patch will be looking at that a lot more. There is something about the warrior that doesn't scale in the same way that some of the other classes do, I believe. But that we sort of need to understand what the other classes end up looking like as well a little bit to understand that as well. I don't know if you've got any more different opinions about that.
Well, I mean, the attack speed is a big part of it, right? You obviously have, that is a multiplicative axis that every other cast
they
speed
could
or
add
attack
more
speed, as
quality
Monk would have
options,
access
I
every
guess.
other- or
For
I
extra
guess
attack speed, for example.
Comet trigger speed that every other class is
On
getting,
the gems.
and the warrior has a deficiency in that. And even if you were to get it, yes, obviously there's the fixed attack times which don't scale. It's probably a combination of those are too punishing, or there's too much of them, and there's not enough attack speed available. It'll be somewhere in that region for sure, where we have to make some adjustments, and it probably won't even be that drastic to get it to feel right. And of course, like, it is easy to compare it to, especially, I know you said more like late mid to mid end game thing, but like when you look at the like top end, it's very easy to compare it to the absolute insanity that is, like, you know, Pillar of the Cage God with Hoa and all of that, which is just ridiculous right now. It's very easy to compare it to that and be like, well, Warrior will never be viable. But there are also a lot of quite good end game warriors that are certainly being played, and you know, I don't want to certainly make it seem like it's completely useless. And I mean people using maces, not just people who are doing it for the ascendancies.
Karn's a notable example. He's like level 99 in SSF, but he's having to use the Herald of Ice tech, which is very highly speculative to be nerfed, right, in order to make it feel good. So while I would agree there's people that are doing it, I would also argue there are people that are doing it as a masochist in order to be like, I'm a warrior guy and I need to do it regardless.
There are also others, maybe not that advanced and not that far up in terms of her level. But yeah, sure, understood. Like, it's certainly on the weaker end at the end game, like, without question. That being said, I don't think it will take too much to get it there. But yeah, again, it's part of this massive balance, you know, recalibration we didn't need to do now that we've seen the state of everything.
Right.
Warrior or mace skills are certainly on the ones where you're going to do a lot more bringing up than you're going to do bringing down. You know, aside from things like, you know, the Hammer of the Gods, just one shot with bleed and then the boss is dead and you don't do anything, right? You get those anomalies out there where it's like, yeah, they're going to die in one shot no matter what. You know, things like that aren't going to be buffed necessarily, but
fair enough.
There is more to buff in the mace spectrum than there is in most of the other things, I'd say, yes.
So that answers the offensive spectrum for the warrior. Now let's talk about the defensive. Now, one of the things in the reveal video was armor, for instance, is getting fixed and or buffed, I should say, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
I wouldn't. One of the reasons we didn't dwell on that too much is because I wouldn't want people to think that that's more of a change than it is. Like, we are doing a bit of a buff to armor, but it's not like the hugest deal. I think there is more we have to do. Like, there's more complicated stuff we have to do with armor, I think, to make it more interesting. But there's a lot of arguments about this. One, because it is like, yeah, I'll just say that. There's a lot of arguments about like how exactly this should be addressed. One concern that we have, which is probably totally out of left field as far as what the players would say, is that we don't think that there's enough of a difference between the big hit and the small hit. There's a number in the formula that is different in PoE 1 than it is in PoE 2. That results in the armor being the difference between a small hit and a big hit in PoE 2 and PoE 1. It matters more in PoE 1. But in addition to that, so we actually think that PoE 2 might be wrong in this regard, and we need to change it. But in addition to that, there's also a thing that's happened where, like, white monsters can hit harder in PoE 1 and PoE 2 than they did in PoE 1, and that means that the thing that armor is supposed to, like, because like part of the intention with armor is it's like, okay, like when you're talking about like big boss hits, like it has less of an effect than what it would have off like a bunch of small hits, but sometimes the small hits from a white mob are not even that different from what a boss hits you with. And so this is actually meaning that the sort of the idea of armor being based on the damage hit is kind of got like a few issues that we have to deal with. So I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on this particular topic, but it is like something that we have to sort of worry about a little bit.
Yeah. It's again one of these things I mean, I hate coming in here so unequipped, but again, it's just the timing with the holiday and all that, with all these things where it's like, have to look into, but that is the nature of it. I mean, especially once there's an actual released product, it's like a good, 50% of our time goes into having to investigate and look into live operations problems like this.
So we are buffing a little bit of armor a little bit in this patch for like to because there are some issues there. But honestly, the full solution for armor is going to have to be more complicated, and we're going to have to sort of work out some stuff around it. It's there's definitely something that I think there was another thing as well, is that like the other defenses tend to have like extra mechanics that are easier to access than what armor has. which is another sort of side thing, which is like not entirely obvious when you're designing it initially. So it might be that there's more like supplementary things that the armor, like strength characters, effectively need to have around defense, and so like stuff like that can kind of matter a lot. So
like Wind Dancer's universally just better than Scavenge Plating, as an example, if those are meant to be paired. One is just like you have it, and the other is I have to armor break, and then on bosses it's much harder to sustain. So we've made changes there, of course. We did buff the armor. I'd say it's obviously hard because of the big hit, small hit, but it's probably in the like 15% more effective kind of region. Our changes in 011. And then a lot of it is also like, okay, if you consider, that evasion also applies to damage mitigation from Invoker. You got a lot of things going on with acrobatics, which turns evasion into arguably, I mean, sure, it penalizes your evasion, but like it then kind of gives you almost as much PDR against certain hits as a lot of armor, and then you have a lot of very, very strong defensive, with Grim Feast and Energy Shield, and so like it's not only armor is weak, it's also that evasion and Energy Shield have some extreme strongs that are going on. To say, these are all going to be nerfed. I'm just saying there's some meeting in the middle that we need to do for sure.
So to give you a feeling from, like, I played Warrior 90 first. That was the first thing I did, and I would enjoy Warrior as an archetype the most. Would you say it's a fair statement to say the Warrior and Mace skills and, sort of that side of the tree in particular is in a state where it has the worst of all of them? So it has the worst of the defenses and armor, it has the worst effective HP in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you could see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
Man, that's a brutal savaging, but I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any of those with any of those assessments.
Fair enough. We can move on to the next topic then, unless you have other statements on it.
Oh, what do they have?
You have shields.
You are right that it effectively falls in that way. Yeah, let's just sure.
Yep.
Okay. So moving forward here, we have charms. So I saw that there were some notable changes in relation to charms. I thought it was a great change to be able to see when they're actually being activated, as well as the charms that are there as well. So some clarity things in relation to charm. I don't know if I saw whether or not charms in particular are actually getting tweaked in terms of number side of things, or if it was just some transparency related to charms. But how do you guys feel about...
We're not tweaking numbers in this patch. However, there's definitely something not right about charms as far as like the usefulness goes and all that sort of stuff. Like we need to do something. I don't think we've decided what it is yet, but it's clear to us at this point. Like, so charms came in like super late, and I just don't think they're quite like working out as well as I'd hoped. Like they just need something else, but we don't quite know what that will be yet. But we did want to at least make, like, one of the issues they did have is like you couldn't even tell when they helped you. So that certainly wasn't helping the case for them. So we can at least fix that. But there probably does need to be more stuff done with them, I think. I think it comes down a little bit to like how much the ailments matter against the player, and that's sort of something that
there's a few other ones. Like there's the one that's like unaffected. The next time you get slow, protect you from slows, and honestly, a lot of the debuffs applied by monsters haven't been correctly classified as slows. And so it doesn't even work against them, and like there's a little bit of things like that where
I wasn't
it's
aware
like,
of that one.
it's just kind of a bit bad. But yeah, there's a balance there of like, okay, most people have one slot, and then you got these mandatory mods to get more. But I don't
think you get enough charm slots. Just like I feel like you barely find belts with the extra slots, to be honest.
I agree.
I mean, we really just didn't finish. I mean, we increased the weightings. We've had patched that in since release. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what patch it was in, but honestly, we're not all the way there yet, for sure. It's one of those things where it's not like ruining experience for players, at least. It's like, just an underwhelming thing that needs some love, for sure. So it's not exactly number in the top 10 of the hit list, but like without a doubt, I would expect to see improvements around there in the future.
Following up on the charms there, any thoughts regarding adding more charm slots for uniques? Because it feels really hindering to equip a unique when it comes to the topic of charms.
So this is the whole, like, if you have a unique belt, you only have one always.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I also just want to add more slots outside of unique, so more on the tree and other ways to get them as well.
Sure.
So you don't necessarily have to, because Like, there's nothing. I think at the time we had it that like you couldn't have more than 3. Like internally, it was implemented that way, and now it's like you could have 50 slots, +1 slots, but you'd only have 3, obviously. So we can give away a lot more +1 now and plus whatever we want all over the place. But yeah, I mean that is a way. Yes, that some unique should have it, and probably more on the tree, more in other ways. I have to have a look at it, but yeah, there's
probably.
no harm in it now, at least.
All right. We're going to move over to another topic, which is, speaking of belts and trading the unique belts, for example. State of crafting and future plans is also involved. So I'm going to start with crafting and future plans you have there, and then we're going to talk about trade. So the current state of crafting is very different from PoE 1. The perception, again, to go back on that in PoE 2, is that you're not actually crafting unless it's Rogpog crafting. You're actually just pulling the arm on the vendor machine, on the gambling machines. So what's the state here and future plans?
I don't know that there's a huge amount we can say about this right now. Unless you've got any particular thoughts that you think you can go into. I mean, like, one thing, of course, is that PoE 2 just has less crafting systems than PoE 1, just due to the fact that we add these typically with leagues and so on. So there's just less going on, which means that if you're like a PoE 1 player, then you're going to see less complexity there, for sure. But I don't think that's exactly what you're getting at, right? Like, I guess there's some theory. I mean, effectively what you're saying is people want more determinism, right? Which is like a continuous, endless thing that like people.
There's a fine line there,
Yeah.
and we're on the certainly more on the slot machine side of that line, like without a doubt, obviously, right? And there's more we need to do, I would say, to get towards that line. But that's our line that we determine. Not that I know how to describe that, because there's plenty of people who are just going to be like make everything fully deterministic all the way.
I mean, before we released, we had for a while a system that involved like deconstructing mods and then putting specific mods on items and so on. And like we just kind of like no one. Like, with a system like that, we were never able to get it to the point where both people who played the game were happy and, like, we could be happy as far as, like, what it would let you do. And that, like, there's still something along those lines we might be able to do one day to kind of work that out, but we just kind of haven't really hit it yet. The socketables were kind of supposed to be the thing that was you had full control over, that's like determinism. And so that, like...
Which has a lot of room to expand over time.
Sure.
Like,
so there's more stuff you can do there. But I guess because people see that as supplementary, they don't even necessarily see it as part of the crafting system, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, like it sort of replaced the crafting system in a way, but then, as I said, people don't really see it as part of it. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess the thing is we just have to find a way to do more things that make people feel like they have more control without actually sacrificing the without making it too easy to just get the best shit, which is obviously always the concern, like making sure that there's still enough room for there to be items that are significant, like that are better than other items. So I mean, yeah, that's kind of where we're at, I suppose.
The other thing, of course, being it is important that to make sure as we add more of this determinism or get towards that line, that we don't then just immediately devalue all item drops on the ground, right? Because that creates a different problem when now all of a sudden you don't really care about what you're finding, or you're only caring about normal items you're finding, or you create a different problem by doing that for sure.
And there is an argument certainly by people internally that PoE 1 got to the point of that being a problem, where you no longer cared so much about what was on the ground because crafting would always get you something better. Yeah, like that.
Could choose one to eat dinner with, who would it be, Jonathan or Mark?
But yeah, I guess that's kind of just our overall.
Well, I've met Jonathan in real life, and I had an interview with him already, so I choose Mark.
I suppose.
But I think I like Jonathan a little bit more.
I don't know if you've got.
But Mark would be interesting too.
If we add more, we're adding something to Expedition, we don't know what it is necessarily, or what it will do to the thing, and then we're adding, what I would say, greater essences are too rare right now, and what else is there in there?
I guess
there's certainly room to expand on the Omen system to do more there. Of course, people would argue then they don't want that to be the core crafting system to be gated behind Ritual, as opposed to Core Drop, which is then another consideration to make. And you get this cascading series of questions and stuff we need to answer, of which, need to think about it more and look more. But yeah, certainly there is the feedback of like, the crafting is too slot machiney.
Yeah, I guess what you're gonna
is
see is
something we're
that
listening
for
to
the
and we have
next,
seen,
let's say,
and
year or
it
so
is,
until they
I
actually
would
start
say
rolling
that
out
is more
real
towards our
leagues.
top 10 list of things
Because
to
let's be
discuss
real,
and
they're not
solve.
going to introduce a new league in early access, right? Like an actual new mechanic, and, you know, whatever, right? They're going to do resets, new classes, and they're going to struggle to finish all the content in time, even in the 12 months stretch goal, right? That they set, I think. And then we can expect maybe the first 1, 2, 3 leagues or so that come out after early access to actually have like a lot of crafting related stuff, I think.
Machine crafting. We have that in PoE 1 as well. It's called Exalted, it's divining, and you know whatever we're doing with the items. It's not deterministic crafting. Yeah, exactly. Harvest. It's not deterministic crafting that's lacking. It is options to do something with the actual items. Because right now you drop an item, and what
Give me
you
more
can
chaos
do
orbs,
is
man.
annul it or exalt it, or you can pop some chaos orbs. And the meta crafts, which are behind it, almost that's a different topic.
And he said it's not off the table, but realistically, I don't expect that.
But the crafting has less to do with deterministic approaches, but rather giving us options to work with on an item to make us actually craft it, even if that means RNGing the next slam or something.
Right. And if that's the case, then more content will get you that, because
that will just that will solve itself over time.
Right. Because as we just add more stuff during early access, there's just going to be more and more of those kinds of crazy systems.
But we'll make sure that, like, I say over time, it's not like there's something inevitable about it for sure. But because it is a bigger problem now, we would make sure that we try and ensure that as we're adding more content, it is leaning towards adding more options there and solving these problems that people have, as opposed to just like, I will do something cool and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. So we'll have a lot more problem solving, designing, content created by more towards solving the problems, as opposed to, when you're at a point where you have so much content, a lot of the time you can be like, what are we going to do? Let's just make something cool and awesome. Whereas here it's going to be like, let's look at problems to solve and create content that comes from that. So there's like kind of two ways of coming up with the content, and certainly this is one that will be a problem that we're looking to try and solve by doing that, for sure.
That's fair. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but following up to the state of trading, I mean, obviously we have trading being in its state that it is, but there's the volatility problem of the market's economy being player-based. For now, we have a golden standard of trading divine orbs, which quite literally holds close to zero value in terms of actual player usage outside of a handful of specific unique items, and is representative of trade power in the community. And since there is no natural divine orb sink, which exalted orbs have, for example, they just continue going up, and the inflation is just rampant at this point.
So, I would have thought that if there was no divine orb sink, then the value of divines would go down rather than up. Like, presumably, if the value of divines is going up in other currency, then it's the other currency that there's too much of, rather than the divines.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, like, they become the golden standard, and since no one's using them, we get a higher quantity of them. And the result of it is that now, since that is the item people are using, or the currency people are pricing their items off, they're now, one rare, 1 life pair of boots with 10% movement speed now cost 50 divines, if I'm going to use some exaggerated examples.
Okay, so you're talking about the price in divines is going up, as opposed to the price
of a divine is going up.
The value of a divine is going
up.
up.
The item value,
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, there's nothing I can kind of initially go into with this, other than just that, like, we just have to look at this and work out what we're going to use to sync these things more. The intention with divines is that you'd sync them into making, like, if there's enough, like, things where you want to reroll mod values on, which, like, is uniques ideally. Like, the implication of that is that there aren't the uniques that people are wanting to roll to get good values on, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason.
Some not enough. Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't have enough unique items.
For sure.
we need a lot more. Which is another goal we have, of course. But I mean, so yes, there's not enough uniques, let alone enough uniques to be using divine orbs for and
of course, the thing in PoE1 where things were priced and that currency can help, but we don't have anything quite like that, I suppose. I mean, look, if that's a problem, we'll just find a way to sync them, I suppose. But ideally, if the thing's working correctly, they'd be syncing themselves due to the fact that there's enough things you want to reroll values on, and like uniques that you want to reroll values on. I'm actually curious to know whether people are even really bothering with that. Like, are people actually bothering to reroll unique values?
I guess some, but not many.
Not many.
Not many.
Astromentus.
Yeah.
Those are like the two main ones, I think. Like, no one's gonna pop a divine orb on Avengers Gamble. So it's like that's literally gambling. But like in PoE 1, we have the option of meta crafting being a currency sink for divine orbs. Former Exalted. It creates this natural flow, but also provides this crafting method for people to actually kind of help the state of crafting that people are looking for. Right now, they're omens, and because of this type of inflation happening, they are so far away from most players that like even players that plays a lot. I haven't bothered myself. I played a lot with a subathon and everything. Like I haven't touched an omen because they're too pricey to use. Like it's a very select few players that even engages with them because of how priced they are, and that just separates a lot of crafting from even a larger player base.
One other point of this is it might tie into a previous discussion we had about Magic Find influencing the economy in relation to currency drops being upgraded. So I know that's one portion we talked about you're going to look at previously too. So I think these two probably tie in together here.
I don't know that I've got anything particularly like smart to say about this right now, honestly. Though that would be the
we
issue.
are at least making omens more common, so hopefully
yes, but I mean
to some degree. But I think we then also need more uniques and a lot more uniques, obviously, and a lot more uniques that would have divine sinks. And then I suspect the answer also is additional sinks of currency. Because I mean, I suspect it's a bit of everything here.
Okay. So we'll move on here. We have a significant amount of questions left. So I'm gonna try to speed up the cadence of these a little bit here as we're about maybe halfway through, but well over halfway through the interview. So we're gonna talk a little bit about state of in-game and state of league mechanics here. So I'm specifically going to go into league mechanics first here. So some league mechanics, essences, strongbox, to name a few, feel a little bit like noob traps. So I was kind of hoping to hear where your guys' thoughts are in relation to some of the underutilized ones. We talked about Expedition already, so you don't necessarily have to go into it, as well as the state of Breach. Is Breach feels notably like the one people are enjoying the most? Do you feel like that one's overtuned? And the other one, I mean, I don't know anyone who actually does strong boxes, so where do you want those and essences in particular, especially when it comes to the how often essences are not really rolling greater essences. Like you don't really see greater essences very often. I actually saw more in the campaign than I have in any of my in-game maps. So I'm curious about kind of league mechanics as it ties into in-game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just need to do a lot of balance here, and that's really all it is. And that once again just comes down to the relative lack of testing that in-game had before launch compared to other content. So yeah, there's just a lot of balance to do here.
It was meant to be more that essences, strong boxes, and like precursor artifacts are like the things you find that you can't anticipate coming. I understand you can spec into them, that is a thing, but it's meant to be more like a thing you find that you don't know is coming, whereas the I know we refer to them all as leagues, but like let's say the ritual, expedition, etc., the ones you know are coming and that you're investing into. So you have these two categories where you have the ones you are adding and investing into, and then you have the other ones that are meant to be more exciting random finds. And it's safe to say, obviously, you know, there are so many essences that finding non-greater essences isn't giving you that dopamine, especially in in-game. And finding a strong box is like anti-dopamine right now, because it just makes you feel bad, because you're like, oh, this, and you just want to run away. So, look, it's safe to say that those failed at achieving that goal, hence why we have to make some improvements to them for sure. But I want to make sure that there's those two layers of things, where one's the stuff you predict is coming, you can see the icons, you can apply them with the you know, there's the base types of the precursor tablets to apply, and then you have the things where it's like, I hope I find an essence, because it's like, I hope I get the good one that's worth, you know, way too many of those divine orbs. So yeah, having both layers is important. So yeah, and we'll continue to add ones at that upper level that get a tablet, and then we'll continue to add ones that are more at that random find excitement in the map that you don't know is coming. Because you don't want to put it all on one layer where you know everything that's coming necessarily, because then nothing is exciting. And you can do exciting within that to some degree, but not always.
I mean, really it all is to say that like there are some of these that just aren't as good as the others, and we just have to improve them. But what I will say is that the Breach monster density is probably a little on the high side. Like it's actually to the point, by the way, where like we get a bunch of error messages in the logs for failing to spawn monsters in Breach because they're packed so tightly together that they don't even spawn anymore. So there's actually like there's an issue there that we have to do something
Like
about.
hundreds.
Yeah.
Like
So
actual hundreds of error logs of just like cannot fail to place monster due to lack of space.
yeah. So like that There was a joke if we could reduce breach monster density by 20% and the players wouldn't even see it because it would just result in less error messages for us. So, there are actually some stuff that needs to be sorted out there. But we don't want what I don't want is people to feel like, oh, we're just like nerfing that into the ground or something like that. Sure. We definitely don't want to do that. But some of the other league mechanics just need some addressing to make them as better. And yeah, they just need to be better. And yeah, it'll all just come down to us like experiencing them and seeing if they suck, we'll improve them. And like right now, I know that Strongbox has got the most improvement in this patch, and I know Essence has got like at least some adjustment to make them a little bit less crap. And there's probably a few more adjustments.
That's more about the combat than the itemization. That's something we still need to look into.
Right. So there's just stuff like we just need to improve all that stuff until it's good, right? Simple as that, really.
Fair enough. How do you guys feel about the progression of players entering into mapping, going from map tier 1 to you're doing tier 16s, and then into pinnacle bossing? How do you feel like the pacing in there? They give you, one reason I bring it up is in PoE 1, we have like the quest invite version of boss fights that will happen at different iterations, so you probably know where I'm going with
so we're not really happy with how that is right now. We're not happy with how the quest... the quests that effectively we give you are just like do X many of tier Y maps. And honestly, like we can do a lot better. That's kind of a larger... It's something that I would have loved to be able to just solve instantly, but like it does need some more work. And I think there's a few different areas of this. So one of them is that, just the way the progression feels just isn't as good as PoE 1 in some way that's kind of slightly hard to define. Like in terms of just like the feeling of like the progress you're making just isn't quite right. So I think we need to do more. Like there might be some changes we have to make to how the Atlas works to make that better.
Certainly want some bosses between those points.
Yeah. Like it just needs more of a feeling.
And I don't mean
of
random ones. I mean like actual ones. Still along a series of objective-driven kind of narrative-involved things where you're getting your. It's still an end game, not pinnacle. Boss at tier 6 and maybe at tier 11, and they're the quest versions, and you're doing those, and then maybe there's Uber versions, and I'm just rambling.
There just needs to be more going on with regard to how that progression feels. So that's one element. So the next one is that the tutorialization of the end game is not really there. Like we need to do more around this so that like it actually sort of eases you into end game a little bit better. As far as like if you're a new player, like we kind of just throw you in the deep. Like we fixed a lot of things about the introduction to the game through the campaign, but then you get to endgame and it's kind of like we don't really do enough to kind of really ease you in there, I would say. And then I did have a third point, but I can't remember what it was now. There was something about that. Oh yeah, that's right. And it sort of ties in a little bit to what I was. This kind of was covered a little bit with what Mark was saying just a second ago. But like the way that you progress through the tiers, like you can go through the tiers too quickly and then you kind of get left behind with like what rewards you should be getting, and like in order for us to fix that we kind of need to make each tier more meaningful with regard to what you have to do there and what's going on. So there'll probably just be more there at endgame just to kind of make it feel like more of a progression and more of a and that can include more storyline elements and more things like that. There just needs to be more basically just there to make that progression feel better. The game does take a bit of a turn suddenly when you get to endgame of like it doesn't really feel like it really does feel very different from campaign to endgame. And as I said, it's just a matter of sort of easing that transition, making that a little bit better and smoothing out that more for sure.
I want to hone into 2 points here. Because you talk about it feels like a different game, sort of a different sense of progression at least. We have to go from campaign into action. This is a question we're going to ask later, but it seems a good time to ask it now. Is that intended, and do you like that as a design principle? Because I've seen people say that they really like the campaign, and me myself, I like the difference, but I've seen people state that they really enjoy the campaign pacing, then they get to maps and they feel like it starts blasting, it's almost a different game at that point. So I think the audience would love to know how you feel about that difference.
You do actually, you do need to get to the point at some point where you feel incredibly powerful. However, I would say that there is like a bit of a switch flip right now that's kind of not quite right. Like there's definitely something that ain't right going on there.
Well, there's two. There is the character power side. I mean, a lot of people are getting to endgame. Excuse me. A lot of people are getting to endgame and they aren't just becoming gods all of a sudden, right? A lot of people are struggling and falling off and can't sustain maps and are dying. And it's not like you get to endgame and all of a sudden you're ultra powerful. But a lot of people are getting to endgame and then are just lost as to what to do. right? Like a lot of players really like to be told exactly here's what you do, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's your next objective, here's the thing to look forward to. And something just like complete 10 tier 1 maps is not a fun objective, right? That's just like, okay, sure, I'll do that. You know, where we could do that a lot better, right? Go to this place, travel here, do this exact thing, discover this, do a tower, run this breach, you know, all these things we can have obviously way better objectives and ones that we could still design. And you're getting your passive points for each, and you're like, okay, the next thing it wants me to do is this exact thing, not just, I've completed my 10, now it just wants me to complete tier 2 maps. I see. I'll just keep going, sure. So there's no like, whereas the campaign's very story is like, go kill this boss, get here, and you got NPCs talking to you and everything, and then all of a sudden it's just, now I'm killing stuff, ticking up this ticker, and, you know, a lot of people probably aren't really getting into, based on the tutorialization, they're not really getting into the towers, the tablets, all of that stuff, and then they're just also possibly finding it a bit too hard, and they're dying, and so yeah, it's not as friendly to the people who, especially non-PoE1 players, it's not as friendly to them as we would want it to be at all. That being said, like, obviously, there is also the capacity at that point to just be like, all right, I'm going to change my build to do this or go do this, and now I'm just like obliterating everything everywhere. And you don't have all those like story events breaking up your flow of gameplay. It's just like map, kill everything, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, which people love. But yes, for those who know how to do that, that happens too soon. And for those who don't know how to do it, they're like getting stuck in a hole and finding themselves very lost. So yeah, 2 sets of improvements. The people that are going to obliterate everything, they're going to have their fun no matter what. They'll get there a bit later, sure, if that's how you want to think about it. But it's way more important to not just have that like very much narrative-driven change in pace where all of a sudden it's just like, and it's gone. And now you're just doing, you know, kind of random stuff. You know, what am I supposed to do next kind of thing? And yeah. So yeah, there's a lot going wrong there. More content would do it, more time on it, more quests, more, you know. But again, PoE1 had a lot of this stuff, and it had so many different axes. If you didn't like one thing, you could do another. If you didn't like that, you could do another, and you could do certain things earlier or later. And we just need to get to that point where there's just more better, without overcomplicating everything.
So my last follow-up to this in-game topic, and I'll send over the guys to continue the conversation elsewhere. So you mentioned that there's a little bit of a separation from what I'm hearing about people that like know how to blast, like they're going to go anyway, right? They're going to crush through and destroy it. Then you have the people that are like kind of learning the game, getting into the end game, that might like get stuck and lost. How do you feel about the, you know, one pour though? Then now that the game has been out of the wild, does the one pour though feel like it's widening that gap and punishing players who maybe are learning the game too much? But it's the people who are going to blast regardless. It doesn't matter because they're not going to be dying consistently in maps. So how do you feel about one pour though state of mapping currently, as well as XP loss still being fairly significant, even though in the previous interview was stated that you don't feel like you need to have the XP loss as much, considering you do have that one pour though defense. Right. We're in a state where we currently have both of them.
So first of all, we did discuss quite a lot about whether or not we want to go back on one portal or not, and I think that it comes down to the fact that I think that it just would really not feel the same if like the whole death actually mattering thing. I think is actually important. Like I think we sort of decided, like, because we discussed because we were talking about the pinnacle boss thing. Obviously, the discussion came up of like, okay, should we just be allowing 6 portals everywhere? Should we be allowing checkpoints everywhere? And I think we ultimately decided like we really don't want to go that way if possible. So we're going to try like that, and that's kind of where we came to like, well, first we'll try with this pinnacle stuff. We'll like make sure that that's like something, because you know that's actually something we've got like true economic value that you need to actually preserve. And so it matters a lot more, and like the amount of time it takes you to get there and everything that matters. But I think if like then to me, I feel like to be a game, you have to have some level of failure being possible, and the 6 portal thing, like it really to me it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole like one death thing. As for XP penalty, part of the thinking around that is that like it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be, as far as like, you know, if you're dying all the time, then you're probably not ready to keep going up the power curve. But I mean, maybe that's like the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts about this.
If you're dying, right now there's too many penalty axes. So if you are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. And you also, it's kind of like an add insult to injury, you're also now just not leveling. So
But
yeah,
you do have to have it. So that,
I agree. I think there's a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together. Combined with, I also think that the very start of maps is just too difficult. Like, I think we should ease into that a little bit. So bring that down a bit and then ramp the difficulty up. Well, I mean, we could hit the same spot, but I think it's just a little bit, and I think that's mostly due to the number of rare monsters and the obviously monster combinations. Because you can kind of avoid bosses, and like I don't mind. I think that's a little bit of a different situation. But you get all these monsters you haven't seen in ages, and they all combine together, and so you have to kind of like generally when you go into those areas, you learn what the monsters are doing and how they're combining, and then you maybe die once or twice if you're not, ultra powerful. And then you get into maps, and you're immediately sprung on like heaps of different monster permutations, and they're doing things, and you're getting killed all the time, and there's a lot to learn. You do the next map, and you're like, well, I can't take the learnings of that previous map and apply it to this next map because it's a whole different set of monsters. So there's nothing to really take from one map to another aside from just like maybe playing a bit more carefully or like, not being so overzealous and whatnot. So it's just a little bit difficult there, and I suspect we need to bring down the difficulty a little bit and ease people into it a bit more. But I need to think about it certainly a lot more and actually get a little bit more analytics on it as well, and actually see what the actual problems are. And again, I read a lot more feedback, honestly.
Sure.
It would be nice if there was a way to deal with the fact that. So I mean, like, okay, the penalty for not clearing a map. We remove the extra content from the map, and it would be nice if you could just spend another map and still be able to do that content. But unfortunately, that isn't possible. Like, so for example, if you failed on the boss, then you just spend another map and then you can fight the boss again and do that whole thing, right? Like, that would be nice if that was the case. But unfortunately, we can't do that because it would open up too many economic abuse things where, like, you fail the map intentionally because you want to farm the items to the rest of the area. So it's very difficult for us to come up with a solution, like, because I really would prefer that, honestly. It'd be nice if we were able to come up with a solution that would allow you to redo content by spending an extra map without having to like have all the problems that being able to rerun a single map would actually cause. So like I sort of wish I could come up with a thing for that.
I personally want to keep the one portal and adjust the other axes and see how that plays out before compromising on the one portal. But yeah, it's a bit tricky. It certainly is the case. We have discussed this so many times. Like it's come up, and before we released it, it's like people are going to definitely complain about this, and we're like, we know, and we haven't found the solution.
It's a common question. Had to ask. Yeah. I understand.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So now there's a lot more people. Well, now there's a lot more feedback and a lot more people. It's much easier for us to get the specifics on how we could get it right. Like, for sure. Not to say it's now trivial to do. It's still hard. But there's a lot more information there for us to be able to, take less of a shot in the dark, so to speak. So I would expect some changes.
We'll have to wait and see. So we're cutting it a little bit tighter because we have a lot of questions. So I'm going to try to speed run as much as we can because there is a section that I care very much about. It's minions. So let's get there, okay? Let's just dive into it. And we're going to talk about ailments, damage with time effects. We're talking about ignite. We're talking about dots like poison, for example. So the question is, what's your feelings around it on a hit, as it scales on hit, opposed to its dot scaling, which we have a bit different scaling in PoE1 because now it's based off the actual hit you're doing.
Yeah, so one thing about this whole penalty system that they have,
what's the reasoning behind this and what's your
I
thoughts on
understand it's frustrating when you die and then you run out of maps and you lose all your stuff. On the other hand, it forces you to actually make a character that works. And then you die less because you are forced to make a character that works, meaning you are less frustrated as a result. So it kind of comes down to balancing it out and people like having enough agency to do that. And I think this is more what they have to do. The penalty is okay if you give people the option to fix it.
And then you get into the thing, or you go down the PoE1 route where a bunch of skills have ailment penalties and a bunch of them don't, and that more normalizes it so you can play any skill to do the dots. I would say I prefer the asymmetry where it's like, here are the skills that are generally better. The problem is, I'd say that's, again, I mentioned the bleed Hammer of the Gods thing earlier, where it's just now the bleed one-shots the monster, and, you get into that kind of situation. So there's a whole bunch of balance here to get right, but I don't want it to just be like, well, implicitly, I don't want it to be like you can play any build and bleed. You should have to have some combinations, and there's more mechanics and more things we need to add, or more unique items and all of that stuff.
Specifically,
But,
It's tricky
jump-
because generally speaking, when we're doing first pass balance things, I really like to avoid. I like the bumpiness where we've got like different skills being better at different things, and I really don't like it when we end up in a situation like, for example, in you know, you've got the whole like damage effectiveness on spells in PoE1, and it's like this is a thing you do to solve a balance problem. Like, this is unrelated to ailments, but like I'm saying, it's just another example of one of those things where you like, oh, I've got this problem where these skills are sort of all out of line with each other, and so we have to do this like sledgehammer to it. We're like, okay, we're gonna go and we're gonna normalize everything, and I kind of hate that type of thing, and I really try to avoid it wherever we can. And it's kind of one of those annoying things where as games get like, as you do more and more of this balance stuff, you kind of end up with more of these kind of normalization procedures that go on. And so it's nice if we can find ways to avoid it if we can. And that's kind of why I like to try and pitch everything. Like we started with in PoE2 with a lot of things having like going back on a lot of those sort of normalization procedures we did from PoE1. And ideally we would be able to find different solutions that don't involve having to do that. But you know, yeah, it's.
But I don't
one
like
of those
every
things
single
I
skill
worry
has
you
that,
might
right?
still
There's like
have
attack
having
damage
to do
percent,
some of that
attack
stuff
speed
in order to fix
percent.
problems.
Everything's
But,
normalized now.
ideally we can avoid it, and that's kind of why we went back on some of those normalization procedures for PoE2.
So one point, just real quick here about bleeding in particular, because you're talking about bleeding. Since you can't bleed on energy shield, bleeding style element builds are basically disabled against energy shield types of mobs. So feelings on that? Is that something that's just like, well, that's as intended?
Can't bleed on energy shield.
If you're running like a,
You can-
unless you're breaking the energy
you can-
shield, your hit's not going to apply bleed on energy shield, for instance.
I thought that the
I don't think that's even true.
the
that
thing
not?
with bleed was it's supposed to bypass energy shield.
It does,
Yeah,
but you can only apply a bleed if the hit deals damage to the life pool. So if you're playing CI, you're essentially immune to poison, care, and bleed.
I will take your word for that, but if that is how that works,
It
that
wasn't
is
how it was
not
intended to
how
be,
that
how
is
it was.
meant to work.
Yeah, it's
I
supposed to be
only, I only say this because yesterday I heard someone upstairs talking about this and going like, people are just wrong. You can apply bleed to energy shield. Look, and then I was like, okay,
why?
but I'll confirm that after this. And look, if that is how that works, that is like
bleed was actually supposed
Not
to be like an
supposed to, yeah.
anti-mage mechanic, not a like, you know, like as in like you could
Yeah,
bleed
yeah,
someone
yeah.
past their energy shield. So
Well, if,
like that
if
was kind
you
of the
are
idea
right,
there. So
and I'm wrong,
Yeah.
then Quinn has thrown me under the bus because I asked that question from him. So
well, again, we'll take.
we could easily be wrong. Like it's amazing
it
how
also could
yeah.
be that it has been changed internally and not yet externally. That is
Right.
another thing also. And like someone may have fixed this some 2 weeks ago and we never
Yeah.
got it live or something. Who knows? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
I'll look into it. It's not meant to work that way.
Yeah, but this is what
Alright,
it says in the
moving
game.
forward
Like, if you look at the
here,
tools,
we're on
you
elements.
have to deal damage to the life pool, or
And
else
now
you can't
we are
bleed.
into ascendancy
What?
swapping
This is what it says.
the next topic here. So these are kind of going back to conversations we've had previously in interviews where you guys were debating it and you wanted to see after the launch of the game, where do we stand?
Personally, I still like not being able to swap. I know no one will like that hot take. And there are plenty of other developers here, and I remember even pitching it, and I was like, "Is this your hill to die on? Is this what you believe?" But that being said, I still prefer that decision being ultra important, and I prefer that decision being locked in. But it's one of those ones that's really hard to rationalize why it's better one way or the other. To be honest. Like, it wouldn't be the end, like, that hard to actually convince me the otherwise, because it is not the hill I would die on, that's for damn sure. So I don't know, it's like, I have my preference. I don't know why I have my preference that way. I guess I just like more decisions, especially about characters, to be a bit more final, but that being said, we have re-speaking of everything else. I don't know. I don't really know where we're going to go with this one, aside from, like, sure, we'll reevaluate it and we'll see. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of developers that feel very strongly, and then we feel one way, and we discuss it with those people, and we kind of see where we land. But like, we're not going to ignore, you know, the opinions and preferences of our team, either our design team and whatnot. You know, just to overrule it, just because. That being said, I sit on one side of that fence for sure, that probably the majority of players do not sit on.
I mean, I'm 55% in favor of re-rolling ascendancies personally, so it's very hard for me to argue against it when I would say that I would allow it. But I'm also, once again, like, other people on the team feel more strongly.
I mean, what I would be open to is like,
Hey, Key.
I understand you have to go online to have a look at what those ascendancy classes are, but I would be more open to having in-game things where when you're creating your character, you know, I don't want to not in a way that wouldn't overcomplicate it for new players where they're like, oh, what are all these, what are ascendancy classes? What's going on here?
I'm not really in favor of that argument personally, because I don't think that you are equipped at the point of the start of the game to be able to assess what the ascendancy classes are. So it kind of does. I don't really think that really holds water.
Less for new players, I guess. But then again, experienced players already know how to get that information. So I don't know the right solution there, honestly. But you can bet it's going to come up in discussions another 55 times this year. So
surely we're just at the start of it. Again, we don't want to take too much of your time, so we just keep up with speed running some questions. And the first one here is: given the current TTK, the time to kill of pinnacle bosses by many of the stronger builds in the game, I guess the question is, what is the goal for build power? Is one-shotting pinnacle bosses an intended power level for builds, or is it the intended design something else?
It should definitely not be the case that the first time you fight a pinnacle boss that you one-shot it. Like, that's the kind of thing that maybe you can get to after crazy amounts of, like, extra items being found, but you shouldn't be doing that the first time you play it. So, yeah, it's not right. And that's just, there's some builds that are outrageous. And, we want to actually make it so the boss can use their abilities. That's why we spend a bunch of time making them, after all.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
When you first get there and you're kind of relatively equipped for it, it shouldn't, like, it should still be a 1 to 3 minute fight kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about
reference.
1 minute of emerging. I'm talking 1 to 3 minutes of actual skill combat. Not like...
Okay. Well, that's a good time of reference we can use moving forward, knowing that's the kind of the goal going for, the vision. Next question is: given the difficulty of requirements to get the 7th and 8th ascendancy points, is this intended to be something that not all average players can acquire?
We definitely wanted the final ascendancy points to be something that was like a significant goal. Like, this is an awesome, like it's supposed to be quite a thing when you get the last 2 points. Yeah. I mean, as for an average player versus not, that's kind of hard to answer. I mean, I don't know if the average player gets halfway through maps really. So it sort of depends on the definition, but we wanted it to be a big thing that you get.
So, map clear conditions, talking about that for a moment. Clearing rare mobs are effectively like the only real map clear condition at the moment. Is that the plans to continue that going forward, or is this sort of one of many conditions and is a placeholder, or how do you guys feel about the map clear condition being strictly rare mob clearance?
I suspect as we get to answering the exact same ththing we talked about before with the more objective driven and learning and tutorialization, we'll probably expand on that. The ideal world is there'd be a whole, a nice cool set of different things you're doing in each map that isn't just killing all the rares, but they're actually a surprisingly large amount of work to do those and to do them well. Otherwise, you just end up with this thing where it's like, I like this one, but these other 4 are terrible, and I keep randoming into those.
You don't want bad ones of these, and killing the monsters is at least something that you already want to do. So that's kind of part of the reason why we sort of went with that in the end.
So
there's certainly more work. Sorry, go.
No, okay. So the Atlas tree currently is gated basically behind pinnacle boss progression. Kind of the same type of question as in clear conditions. Is this going to be mandated in the same moving forward, or are you guys looking to add in more iterations of progression on the Atlas tree outside the pinnacle boss clear?
We did discuss changing how the core of the Atlas progression is, but as for the actual pinnacle, as for the individual league trees, I think we were still keen to sort of have that be the kind of extra stuff that you really get at the end of that thing.
To get the pinnacle boss's tree, it should be killing the pinnacle boss. We want to keep that for sure.
Sure.
And for each of the contents. But I want to upgrade the core Atlas tree for sure. I think it's quite boring and flat right now. There's not a lot going on there. And part of that is to do with as we add more content, it will make it more interesting. But there's certainly a better job we can do of that. And how you acquire the points, again, getting away from that grind and getting into more like, all right, like do this 2 points, do this 2 points, do this 2 points, not grind this 2 points, grind this 2 points for the actual core tree. For the sub trees, for the leagues, I actually do like them being behind that. But ideally, each league would then have its own meta system within it to amplify itself in some way, which we don't currently have a lot of. So it's something we'd be looking into in the future when we're upgrading the existing content as opposed to adding new content.
All right. I bet all of our chats have been spamming this, so I'm just going to throw it out right away. Map tab when?
That should be reasonably soon, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's an as soon as possible thing. We've got people working on it right now. As soon as it's done, you'll have it. Like, it was not a yeah.
It'll be done soon.
We wanted it there for
soon.
release.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Done soon.
Let's go to tech questions, optimizations, and bugs, kind of a little category we have, and then I'm going to do some minion questions for you guys as well. Appreciate you guys taking the time. I know we're going a little bit above the time here. First question we have is something you talked about in a previous interview, I believe, with the sister, and it was predictive network mode and lockstep. What is the reasoning behind this specific topic, or what's your take on it, seeing how people are performing right now with this?
I actually haven't hugely investigated this, to be honest. I don't know if you've got any more information about that.
I do not.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have lockstep right
I
now.
think they did mention
the
Enquiries
previous
at some
one. Yeah,
point.
it's on
We
the
only
NDA.
have lockstep currently.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, we just need to fix that, right? Yeah. Like, honestly, the people who would be working on that have not even come back from break yet. So, that's just not something that that we've got. But yeah, we do need to get that working. I think it was just disabled mostly out of caution, right? Because we just expected lots of shit would be broken.
There was a few things. I can't remember
Right.
exactly what they were.
But yeah,
there
we
were,
need to get it
there were
sorted.
some things that didn't work
Yeah.
in that mode, and we had to re-engineer them.
Yeah.
And yeah, no time.
Yeah. We'll get to it though.
Okay, couple just real quick optimization type of questions here. Terrain obstruction is something that has been helped a little bit in this recent, we saw in the video there, you guys were talking about making it a little bit more clear and transparent. But some things like trees, for instance, covering your screen from the overhead, etc. Do you have any feelings on how terrain obstruction is currently in the game? And is there any plans around making this a little bit
It's just a matter of individual work on
Yeah.
each individual thing, just like looking at each doodad and being like, yeah, what the bounds need to be, that kind of thing.
That some trees don't fade out
Yeah,
until you're like intersecting with them.
Sure.
And it's
Just-
annoying because
yeah.
you get more, and the faster you move, the more you will be obscured. And so there's some timing changes, there's some proximity changes. There's
It's just a matter of individual
bunch
balance
of
things.
you
To be
know,
addressed.
There's still some areas.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then as far as optimization is concerned, I mean, we'll just keep working on it, right? I mean, in the background, you've got the engine guys working on things. There is one very annoying crash that is very, very hard to debug that happens on, I believe it only happens on NVIDIA cards. Where like after sort of an hour or an hour and a half kind of thing, you'll get a crash to desktop, and it's been very, very difficult to track down. And we're adding more debug stuff. In fact, I think there'll be a patch. If we can't work it out internally, we'll actually probably eventually make a patch where we tell people to like turn on a command line flag that will enable extra debug information, because the thing that will allow us to debug this does reduce frame rates by like 5%. So we might actually ask people to like, hey, turn this on until we find the problem, and then it'll reduce your frame rates a little bit, but it'll help us track it down. And then once we've got that, then we should be able to work it out. Effectively, they're like concurrency bugs within the GPU. But annoyingly, we were also told that the next version, like NVIDIA told us that the next version of the NVIDIA driver does make the crash go away. But then they also said that they didn't know why that was the case. So I don't know if we can 100% rely on that either. So there's something weird going on that's like quite hard to track down going on here. And hopefully we can work it out soon. But yeah, we just need we need more debug information. It's very hard to track down, unfortunately.
Got it.
And it's kind of annoying how it takes so long to reproduce. Like there's even a thing where like the first hour after we do a restart patch, we don't get any of those crashes because it literally takes more than an hour to reproduce. And then after that, they start coming in. So there's like something weird going on there. But it's the most common crash, and like we're just like really annoyed. It's just very annoying to deal with.
Thanks for the answer, because that was a very common question. People were talking about crashes and wanted to ask you about it. So good answer there.
Yeah.
At this portion, all we have left is some minion questions from Ghazi, just a couple of them. And then we're into the rapid fire portion, and then we're pretty much done. So try to get you out of here in 10, 15 minutes. Go on, Ghazi.
Sure.
Let's just dive into the nitty gritty. Let's talk about Hodor. Minion body blocking in doorways. Let me just add the word, come on.
So,
Solutions,
I
please.
mean, yeah, like,
Hey, do the
this is
minions
something
also
that we need to
block
work
you,
out a
by
better
the way,
solution
from
for. Like,
moving
what I
through
can
them?
say is that, okay, so people will immediately say, oh, just make it so that minions can just walk through each other. And it's like, we've done that, and it sucked. And it doesn't just suck because of that it looks bad or something. Like, it sucks to actually, it actually just makes the minions play worse. So we need to find another solution that's, smarter somehow that, fixes that issue. One thing we are planning on doing, just as an initial test that we've got, I believe someone's doing at the moment, is at least making it so that when minions die due to distance, that they respawn immediately near your character rather than it waiting till the next refresh. So like that'll at least maybe help a bit, but I don't know if it's like the full solution by any means. But there's something we have to do around this, but I honestly don't know quite what it is yet. And as I said, like all of the obvious solutions, as you might say, we have tried and they weren't great. So it really is going to take something a little bit more complicated to do to like, work out what we're doing here. But yes, I appreciate the issue for sure. Like I'm not saying that we're not going to do something about it because we have to. I'm just saying that like it's not clear yet what that is. And at the very least, in the meantime, we can do the respawn instantly upon timing on the distancing out, which will help a little bit maybe. But yeah, more needs to be done.
It's one of the big problems people complain about with
for
the
sure,
build.
For sure.
For them rubber banding to you resurrecting is much better than them dying, because that is part of my other question I had here.
Yeah.
However, in PoE 1, there is a feature added as a modifier on well-telegraphed boss abilities that you're supposed to, as a player, dodge, where your minions can't because you can't control them, so they do less damage to them. PoE 2 doesn't seem to have this based on the data mine I've been checking, which seems to be that they're just expected to literally just die, and then you have to sit there and wait for them to resurrect. What's the reasoning for not giving us convocation, which would also assist in the whole minion body blocking doorways and tight corridors?
Are there not minion things in the AI? We did do some of that.
Not that I've seen.
This I can't remember exactly an AI.
So no, I mean the damage.
From a damage perspective, not hugely. No. We were tinkering around with this whole expectation of like how often, if you have like no investment and all this, how often are your minions supposed to be permanent minions, supposed to be dead versus alive, and then what are the things you can do to keep them alive? Because it was meant to be more in order to have your minions, otherwise they're never dead, right? They're permanently alive, and then the DPS is you just running around doing whatever you're doing. And
that is really the issue, just to be clear, is that if we make it so that boss abilities aren't killing your minions, then that means that that would effectively mean your minions would just never die. And so then what's the...
It was meant to be more of active, what are you doing to keep them alive actively? Sure. And we haven't got that right. Like, for sure, we haven't got that right. So like, I guess Bone Offering was meant to be one of those examples of like boss slams coming, and then, but also then you got a multi-thread, you got about how do I survive and how do I do this at the same time. So there's certainly something going wrong there where we haven't, and I believe there's probably still a lot of boss abilities that just haven't been tuned correctly with respect to, you know, again, how often they're killing certain minions versus not. Because there will be things, I'm assuming, that are just completely unavoidable and they just wipe out your entire minion thing, and then it's like, well, what was I even supposed to do? So the problem is, as soon as you get into this build, the level of like detail that you have to do, where you not only have to, sure, there might be some system change, and it's easy to probably do a cop-out that's just like, whatever. You know, it's actually the right answer is to go through every single boss and test them and go through monsters and go through mods, and like it's a huge amount of detail and it takes quite a long time. We have people like kind of actively providing that more specific feedback, and we are iterating on it. But there's still certainly a handful of things we need to do. Otherwise, I'd say that blocking the doorways is a more catastrophic problem for sure. Like where they just like can't get through, and they're like running off screen and them dying. So like we're focusing more on that stuff first, and then we'll probably get back to the boss specific balance with respect to how often certain skills are just wiping out all your minions and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea that the bosses are supposed to kill them. The problem is when a boss leaves a damage over time effect on them, they kill a bunch of them, your timer starts ticking, and then the dot kills the next one, it resets, and then it kills the next one, it resets. You just have to wait for all of them to die, and now you're sitting there doing nothing. You feel like you're in a wheelchair, not able to run around.
Never had a cigar, actually.
But an instant use convocation.
But I've tried one.
That, which would help with the whole body blocking. A lot of people have been spamming me about make them give us convocation, and I'm in that category as well. But moving on to the other question, to not waste too much time, and that is a very interesting question. What is the reasoning behind making the minion's movement speed a direct replicator copy of what you have as a player, including when you get a minion movement speed debuff reduction on yourself?
So me and Mark were actually quite surprised to learn that when you get a debuff on your character, that it causes your minions to slow down.
Yeah, it's not intended.
That was not intentional, and so we'll just fix it.
We'll just change that.
Yeah, we'll just fix it. That was not a thing we even realized was the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one is tooltip is a bit wonky with the minions, with it being incorrect in cases. especially accuracy actually being very wildly off, where it says you have a 100% chance to hit and it's not hitting, and then the tooltip is missing altogether on things like rating spirits. And sometimes when you change a gem on an unrelated ability, suddenly your tooltip on your damage minions is also changing randomly. Is this something
That sounds like a bug to me.
Yeah, we'll fix that as soon as.
I just need to look into what's
Our
going on.
developer responsible, well, they might be back today, but our developer responsible for that has still been on holiday. So as soon as they're back, they'll get onto fixing them.
Yeah.
A
There was
handful of
quite a
tooltip
lot of
related
rushed like description stuff happening right at the end of development there. So I'm sure there's stuff, even more stuff that's wrong than that. Just like with that stuff.
I'm surprised that tooltip stuff is as good as it is. Given, like, I remember 2 weeks before release, I was like, this is a dead feature. Like, it may as well not exist. And then all of a sudden, it was at least something that I was like, okay, that's a pretty good effort on what they did. So there's just more to do, though, of course.
I got plenty more minion questions, but I'm just gonna go with the one that's been spammed the most, and that's Spectres when.
So soon, fairly soon. It took more work than we expected, actually. Like, there was just a lot of there was a lot of specific shit we have to do.
Imminent, guys.
It's not too far away.
Well, the designers have to go through, all the monster designers have to go through and make spectrable versions of every monster, which in PoE 1 was a lot easier, and in PoE 2, there is so much more manual designer-based scripting on a monster-to-monster basis that we have to, take out all of that random stuff to do with dialogue, and because you don't want to all of a sudden have a spectre come out and then you're like, it dies and your character says some random thing, and because all of a sudden now your character's just spamming random dialogue all the time, and
But there was even stuff that's kind of stupid where it's like, oh, the idle animation of this monster is loud. And so if you've got it as a spectre, then it makes it too annoying. And just there's all sorts of random stuff that happens when you turn things into a spectre that's kind of not obvious.
Effectively, every single monster has to be.
Yes, of course. That's true.
Well, we don't want to repeat those same problems, right? So ideally, the audio team actually gets time to do proper spectre mastering, so to speak, on all their audio for all the monsters. But no, I believe the designers are almost done with their part, which means it's then just audio and then a whole metric, which has been happening in parallel, but a whole metric ton of balance testing to make sure that we're not just, which is a lot, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong with these things.
Well, balancing the spirit cost of each of these is going to be interesting.
Testing it with every array of support gems. And, monsters can be set up kind of jank, where you're like, that's like a projectile, but it's using some other skill that's kind of actually triggering projectiles, and so if you actually put multiple projectiles on it, it might not affect it in the way you think. And from a damage perception of I take less damage from projectiles, that's fine. From an avoidance perspective, it's fine. But then there'll be some weird thing where, because with player skills, we actually code every single skill, exactly here's how it's meant to work. It's quite intricate. With monsters, we're cowboys. We just go ballistic and just set them up to make sure that they're good. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh right, we had to make a spectre of this. Okay, well, and then you have to hack a bunch of stuff together. But it's also what allows us to be able to make a ludicrous amount of monsters all the time. But yes, now you have to make spectres of all of them, which is. You're almost done. We've almost caught up to where we were, so I'd say, soon, whatever soon means.
Not too far.
All right, so we are in the last portion. 5 minutes, some rapid fires. We'll fit whatever we can in within this 5 minutes, and we're done at this point. Thanks for going 10 minutes over at this point. So
that's all right.
I'm just going to pick random ones here. Search feature on an atlas, so you can search
Yep, we definitely should have that. This was something we even said before we even released, but we just never got time to do. But yeah, we'll do that at some point.
Got it.
On the list.
Tornado Bird in the game for Ultimatum is the hardest boss in the entire game, in my opinion, personally.
I believe that's resolved, and 011 does have changes to that one.
Okay,
I believe.
He's ridiculous.
I saw it on the list. I saw it on the patch notes.
All right.
Yeah, I just can't remember what skills.
It was the tornado. It was more avoidable or something. There was some stuff. It is in the specific boss balance that got addressed in this.
We'll see after the patch, and then we'll make more changes if needed. Yeah.
OP. Yeah. Okay, so auction house. We're getting spammed about this all the time. You've answered many questions. How are your guys' feelings about an auction house or in-game purchasing or buyout on the website or anything related to that?
I've talked about what we could do before. I don't have anything to announce right now.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss this more. I'm sure this will come up again.
Sure. Yeah. Accessibility question. Red-green color blindness is the most common in the world, it's my understanding.
Yeah.
Obviously, red on green is a very common thing within Path of Exile 2, specifically in Ultimatum, which is a mandated Ascendancy trial. So, for any plans around accessibility features for this?
Well, effectively, that's usually what we do for the stuff. Is rather than having a mode for it, we tend to just make sure that each thing, like, we test it on people who are actually colorblind. So I just need to get probably Reese to just test all the stuff specifically, because I know he's red-green colorblind, and just make sure that they're actually distinguishable. I generally prefer rather than having modes for it to like have
people with that color blindness highlighting the area. So Ultimatum, as you said, being bad gives us a target, and we'll start someone there.
Sure. Speaking of visibility, rare and blue mobs. Can't really tell they're rare and blue mobs, or magic mobs, I should say. There's no highlight on them like in PoE1. You know how there's like a little highlight around them? So you can't.
So the intention is that you can tell when a monster is based on the effect of the actual thing itself. There might be some cases where we're just not being successful in that regard, and so we just need to improve it.
We're going to do more there, and we are going to try some things that give them magic and rare identifiers that aren't. The glows just really took you out of the, like, when you're in a dark dungeon and you're exploring it, like, just,
and honestly,
what the heck is this glowing beacon of light over here?
I just wish Fresnel glow was just banned in games generally. Like, it's just everyone just relies on it. Like, oh, we need to make this more visible. Add a Fresnel glow to it. Like, it's just this freaking it's cancer in games generally. Sorry, this is just a random side rant from me, but I just hate the fact that everyone lazily goes to Fresnel glow and freaking everything.
Fair enough. Last question related to visuals. So visual effects in co-op can be very difficult. You know, you got people spamming lots of shit around. Any opinions on toggling other people's visual effects, etc.?
I don't want to add an option like that, but there is probably more we can do automatically for that kind of stuff.
There'll be some engine-based things we can do.
Yeah, there will be. There's probably more we can do, and just like that. But in my opinion, it should be automatic, and like you shouldn't even really be thinking about it. It should just happen. Like I'm not a fan of just like, oh, turn off all the effects. Like I'm just, it's kind of lame to me.
Fair enough. Disenchanting flasks for quality. They're one of the things you can't salvage in the game currently in order to get like the quality baubles back that you'll be able to do on flasks.
Right.
Is this intended?
Is there really any reason why we shouldn't do that? I know you were like, oh, it's because it doesn't thematically fit with a hammer on a bench. Just smash the glass.
I think that's why it is, but like, I have nothing against adding it.
You can probably change that, right? Like
I think it was more like, let's do something interesting for flask salvaging and crafting later and save that, but we can add it for now.
We should just add it. I have no problem adding it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we should probably nerf the drop rate of flasks slightly. High levels. That's just a random note that I was thinking about yesterday as I was picking up tons of flasks. Random side note. But
We've almost got all of them. Checkpoints and maps in order to backtrack in maps. How do you feel about that?
So not for resurrecting purposes,
just for fast travel
purposes.
It's not a terrible idea. I'd have to think a little bit about how we would position those. I'm not against it necessarily. I guess the feeling is that there's not so many like objectives in maps in the same way.
When you do those linear maps and you missed a rare monster, you want to go play something else for a while.
You're right. But, so we should probably do something about this, but I don't have an exact understanding of what we'd need to do perfectly.
Sure. Yeah. On the table, however. Okay. Being able to see gems without cutting. Currently, like you got to cut the gem to look at the list of skills.
I don't really have anything against it, but where the hell does the option go? I'll think about that. I'm not really against that.
Yeah. Maybe on the G button, top, click at all skills.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Right. Maybe.
Gambler in the hideout. We have all the other vendors, but we don't have like a gambler in the hideout. For instance, like Alva normally does this.
For that, what was there was something very broken at the end, and we quickly turned it off. But I think we just need to fix one thing and then turn it back on. Okay. There was something very bad exploitation tier, and so we were just like disable. It's like 10 minutes until deployment kind of thing.
4 left, and we got through all of them. Okay, so Venom Quest is currently the only one that you can't reselect the reward. So, for instance, you can reselect like the Titan. Do I want the Life Flask or the Charm Duration? You can't select from like Chaos to Attributes or whatever. Any opinions on keeping that permanent, or can we reselect?
I want to add a way to change that, which I know people might be like, well, hold on, then why don't you want to allow a way to change ascendancies? And the answer is I don't know. That's just how I feel. But
we'll allow you to change it.
I might feel differently later. But yes, I do want to add a way to change that for sure.
Okay. Movement speed on boots. Any feelings about having them be implicit, or basically movement speed mandatory on boots, or else you're really slowed down. So how you guys feel about moving movement speed to implicits, or do you have any feelings on movement speed on boots?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have a mod that's really, really valuable on an item that you definitely want to go for. Like, boots is certainly the case where that's like the most extreme, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem as such. So, you know, like, I personally don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if you feel differently.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like having it that, like, yeah. I think it's good.
I mean, if you added move speed implicitly to boots, would you then be like, okay, well, like IPD on weapons, like you start to get into funny territory in some sense, right? We're like, you know, so anyway, that's kind of our feeling on it.
Last two, UI customization options. Is that potential?
I mean, you'd have to be more specific.
I think people just want
in
to be
general, no. Like,
yeah,
if you're looking at, like, you know,
like, we're not going to be World of Warcraft like like UI mod type there, but yeah, like if there's something specific, then you're like, I wish we could do this, then maybe we would think about it. It's just a question of what
more of a generic question I was getting. Okay, last one, boys. State of co-op and body blocking. Body blocking, you're you know, with co-op here.
I think it's
there's something not right about it.
There's something not right about it. I agree, but I do think you do need it. To make things feel more physical, but there is something not right about it. But there shouldn't be, considering that players are actually because you know what it is. It's because we changed really, really close to the end of development the size of the player instead of changing the size of all the monsters. And I think that probably results in like a situation. But yeah, but there's something not right about it. But I don't want to just completely remove it. We might end up with a solution where like the size of a player to other players is different than what the size is to other monsters or something like that in order to kind of like ease it. I suspect we'll do something along those lines. So yeah, I'll that is it. It wasn't really on my radar, I have to admit, but we should do something about this. Yes.
And you'll forgive me for asking one last question that I'm curious about myself. In terms of microtransactions coming from PoE 1 to PoE 2, do we have any cadence or quantity or any information we can give them when we're going to be seeing more of our previous purchases?
Well, the main thing is that by the time we go out of early access, we have to have all of them. As for the like rate at which they come through, I mean, look, we'll try and get as many as we can done in the near future. I honestly like. This is so the rigging team are like busy doing that, and I haven't paid enough attention to them. I need to go catch up with them and ask them, hey, how's that job going that I see you going on?
It's probably it turned into more work than we initially anticipated, for sure. There's like a whole bunch of effects that don't translate one to one, so there's a lot of departments that have to do a lot of work. They are tuning through it. That being said, like, you know, it was certainly more complicated before when we were in that last like several month or 3-4 month like kind of lead up to release, and it was kind of like, okay, we need to have all hands on deck getting certain game content done, and yeah, we generally prioritize gameplay over microtransactions when, especially in those kind of moments. And so now it's going to ease up a bit, and we can allocate some resources, a bit more resources there to get more of them ported across. But yeah, it did end up being a little bit more work than we actually anticipated. It's not just like a copy paste job and it's done. Some things have to be like kind of re-authored to actually work in one over the other. Mostly due to like lighting, I suppose, really is what is the big difference.
Yeah, so I don't have an immediate cadence for you, but yeah, we should start getting them coming out, like rolling out relatively soon.
All right, and I think pretty much wraps it. I mean, we're getting spammed about Path of Exile 1's 3.26, but unless you want to talk about, you know...
Bit of a long topic to get into at this point.
Yeah, so I figured I'd just throw it out there, but that's
good.
it. Guys, you want to wrap it up?
All right, excellent.
Let's just say thank you for coming. And, you know, it always happens. We say 1.5 hour. It always goes above it. We very much appreciate you guys' time. And
that was very good.
For going so long.
What do you guys think?
But pleasure having you guys on. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And can't wait for the patch notes. And we'll see you guys very soon then.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later.
I want to say thank you also. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for coming on the podcast. Sorry it was 20 minutes extra, but... Thanks for your time.
We don't have a clock in here. You understand? You could have said it was the right amount of time, and we wouldn't know.
Oh man, I missed my last.
We don't know how long it's been.
All right, thank you so much.
All right,
thank you. Will fix melee.
Okay.
Well, I mean, either way, we heard a lot of we have to look into that. We have to fix this. There's more to be done. But in general, I think they have good opinions and. It's looking like they really know what are the problems, and at least they know what they want to go for. So this is looking promising. TLDR, we will look into it. It's EA, yes. Dude, there is no way in hell that the early access will end after 6 months. Maybe even not 12. Like with all these things that they keep piling up, you know, and it's like, oh, we have to do that, and oh yeah, this thing took longer than expected. Oh yeah, that other thing also took longer than expected. Oh yeah, the specters, we have to go for every single monster type, you know, and then comes Act 4, and then comes Act 5, then comes Act 6, and I have like 400 more monster types. We have to make specters of all of these now. Like, like there's no way in hell that the early access is gonna end on time, right? It's funny. But I mean, they're making a big game here, so it is what it is. So many people look into it. Yes. EA 24 months. Oof. Maybe we'll even have defeated Mephisto by then. Imagine that. They have an insane amount of work to do. At least 1 year. Yes. I wish I worked for them, to be honest. I just moved to New Zealand and then apply. You want a bug where you can raise other players as a specters? I actually saw like some posts the other day about like, you know, AI in video games. And apparently there's like, you know, like stuff like you have like an AI teammate in, you know, the shooters or some shit, and they actually talk to you, and they're like very tactical and smart and stuff. And maybe you can do that with PoE as well. Found extra currency prepared for nerfs, and now there's no nerfs for like 1 month plus. Yeah, so I guess it's time to chill in the hideout for 1 month, so, right? No reason to do anything. Coding is alright, but New Zealand is a no-go. Wait, why? I feel like New Zealand would be a very nice destination. Will the AI teammate deliberately body block to troll you? Well, coming soon, I guess. Time to gamble it all away. But what if you end up more rich than before, so... Good vibes, stay aware, listen to feedback, and yeah, that's pretty good. And I also like how they like on the spot, they're like, oh yeah, I didn't know about this, but you're gonna check that out, you know, and oh yeah, we have this guy who's working on that, we can talk to him, and you know, these kind of things. This is what I really like about GGG. So they're like very spontaneous, and they have like these little, you know, interactions, and they just, you know, out of something like this comes actually a result, right? And pretty soon after that as well. We've also seen this in the pre-release interviews. Like I also had my interview with Jonathan, for example. That was like a year ago at this point, right? And there was like this one topic about like the respecking and so on, and you know, some other things that I don't exactly recall now, but where they were like very flexible and just like, you know, took the feedback and took the questions that were raised in those interviews. For example, I wasn't the only one to have interviews, and they turned some stuff around. So that's pretty cool. Nerds are coming with legal resets, so go crazy. Yeah, but they said they want to make a reset fairly soon, so maybe even like February already. Ah, it's Gazi. Wait, what the hell is the transmog here? Can barely see the character. But yeah, when is new content though? Yeah, they did not actually say when the stuff is coming. So... I don't know. Did they ever say when this patch is coming? What about the patch notes? I thought they were gonna get the patch notes. It's funny, the bleed not applying to energy shield might kill so many minion players. Two said they bypassed, but since it wasn't, they are running around 15 AS and like 400 life. Wait, okay, I didn't quite understand what is the problem. So the tooltip says you have to take live damage to then have a chance to get bleed, and that bleed will bypass energy shield. But usually, you know, that physical hit that would apply the bleed cannot get you to your life because you have energy shield. So basically, the only way to get a bleed is you drop your energy shield to 0, you take physical damage on your life, and then you recharge your ES, but the bleed will continue bleeding you down on your life. So this is basically how the game is intended to function based on the tooltip. So what is the problem exactly, and what are they going to fix? Later this week, okay. According to the tooltip, it's working as intended. Yeah, but they seemed very confused about it now in this interview, so I'm not really sure what they want to change. It's just a miscommunication. Okay. Maybe make bleed work like chaos damage. They think bleed should go through, which insta-kills low life CI. Yeah, obviously they can't just kill the entire CI archetype of builds. But it also doesn't make sense that a bleed could be applied. Actually, I guess ignites can be applied for energy shield, right? It's just the ignite itself will not go straight to your life pool, it will go through the energy pool first. So I guess they might just make bleed work that way, and that's it. Maybe they wanted to make something special with bleed, and but yeah. But yeah, basically what it means right now for CI builds is you're just immune to bleeds, right? You're immune to bleeds and to poison when you play CI. Or when you have energy shield in general, I suppose. Because poison also works like this, I think. Where... I know, I think you can get poison, but poison is supposed to go to your life pool. But with CI, you don't take that damage because it's chaos. But bleed has to hit your life and can go through your S. Yeah, poison can apply, yeah. So poison has a different condition. Bleed has a condition, it has to deal damage to your life. Which means as CI you're effectively immune to bleed. And to poison, yes. So either way, in CI is immune to both. Fire, Ignite can still one-shot CI monks? No, Fire and CI, like if you have energy shield, then it will just like drain your energy shield, that's it. Too long didn't watch, there's no nerf. Yeah, no nerfs. In general, it seems like yeah, pretty good patch, I think, that we can hope for here. And the patch notes coming soonish in the patch. But we don't have patch notes linked tonight. When is it coming? Just in the week, right? So they're probably gonna prepare it now. They won't nerf because they don't want to lose players right now. Yeah, I mean this is a kind of fair point, right? It's a smart move to kind of just like let it go for now. People are vibing, and you know you do like an actual reset, and you like rescale stuff and you nerf stuff, and you buff some stuff. You bring the Huntress, you bring the Druid. Like that alone will be like a hype moment that will make people feel excited to play, even if their previous insane build is gone. Because of the reset, it doesn't matter, so... I mean, how many people really want to make the same OP Spark build again that have already played anyway? So... yeah, Wukalax, thanks for Ryman. Patch notes will be published in a few days, keep an eye on the news. Alright, thank you. So I guess we don't have patch notes now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're gonna wait right until Thursday evening with those patch notes. That's gonna be beautiful. They nuke cast on freeze and didn't lose much players. Yeah, because that was like in the first week or something, right? When half the players were like stuck in Act 3 or something. So doesn't really matter at that point. If you're very fast with nerfing, then you don't lose anyone. But the more they wait, the more people will invest, and the more people will not want to reroll because they're like level 85 or they're level 90, and then the build gets nerfed and they're just gonna quit. But if you're like level 20, then who cares? Only Jungrome got nerfed week 1. Nerfing builds out a league reset is kind of pointless. People just reload to the next broken shit because they have infinite currency. Yeah, I guess at this point, at least like the higher end players, yeah, they probably just have enough stuff lying around, right? I guess a lot of people were already stocking up, you know, in anticipation of a nerf, and you know, ready to go for the next build or something. And I guess now they don't have to, but many people still will anyway, just to like try something else. Same time, not nerfing get people to exhaust playing the same build, so there's a fine line between nerfs and keeping it as it is. Yeah, I mean, you see this what happened in like Season 6 in Diablo 4 with the Spiritborn, right? Like, no one wants to play fucking Season 6 anymore. Like, at some point I was also just like so done with it. And, you know, I tried to keep it fresh. I leveled like, you know, all the classes. I played like, you know, the 3 rogues. I played like 4 Spiritborns and, you know, tried a lot of builds and whatever. But at the end, it's just like, you know, they didn't fix the Spiritborn, so it was kind of just like, ugh, you know. And I guess we don't have like such an extreme scenario here, but we're getting kind of close with some builds just being completely busted. So yeah, it definitely needs something. If they're half Archmage, that'll be fair, and a lot of people wouldn't even switch off it. Yeah, probably. What are my goals from now to the first league release and the softcore real to do real blasting? Maybe I'll play one trait league character in softcore and make like some Omega builds. Maybe I will try the Spark or something like that, just to kind of get a taste of like what it does like. We'll see. But I do enjoy the SSF experience a lot and hardcore as well. I have a lot of fun. I'm gonna play D4 again. I will play D4 again, yeah. I probably won't play the next D3 launch. Like, they're launching D3 3 days after D4, man. I'm not sure what the fuck they're doing. But yeah, I'm probably gonna skip D3. I will probably play D4 for a little bit. I imagine that the D4 season start is before this PoE patch anyway. So, or at least before the next big update with Hunters and so on. Like, I definitely wanna blast that, but... What's up? Oh. Yeah, how did you like it?
It was very good interview, and they included everything.
Yeah, was very nice. I will play the season 7 storyline logout. What?
I'm surprised about the lack of curse, but we will see, I guess. They must do so.
Yeah, they said basically they're gonna do it with a reset. So right now they're not like giga nerfing everything. But yeah, we can definitely expect that at some point.
I'm not sure when to expect the reset, no?
No, but they said it rather sooner than later, kind of. So. You kind of welcome D4, nothing really to look forward to in PoE 2 for a month plus. I don't know, just make another build or two. Or I kind of just like through with, you know, everything and you don't want to like try more. I just have fun there, you know, I made like the warrior now, I made the monk, you know, I played through all of the different like weapon types and stuff. And at least got a bit of a feel for like most of the skills and so on. So, that is nice. I have some silly shit I want to try. Season 7 fits in perfectly if anything, just busy enough until the soon TM hits live. Yeah, so we're gonna get patch notes this week. But when is the patch? I'm not sure how that usually actually works here. Trying to make a Chaos Blood Mage dot build work. Chaos Blood Mage dot. How about no? How about you do this on a Chayuda monk? Maybe that makes some sense. What does the Blood Mage offer there? Blood Mage is for crit. I've done everything except warrior in at least yellow maps, 3-4 builds and red maps, not much left. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. You want a Chaos Totem Warbringer? I'm not a Totem fan, honestly. I don't like minions very much, I don't like totems very much, I want to do stuff myself. So I usually don't play this kind of stuff. Perma demon form, which sounds fun. Maybe something like this. I even have a Minx Heart in hardcore. I'm not sure if I have 2 Minx Heart. But yeah, as far as I know, I need to like reduce your life pool as much as possible with Minx Heart and maybe other stuff. And then you get like a lot of life regen and you can do like Giga demon form stuff. Maybe I'll try something like this. Thank you. Rafael made Blood Mage, Essence Drain, Contagion. Okay, interesting. That was what Nini was trying to do with Blood Mage. Ah yeah, I didn't know what build she was doing. She has like a Blood Mage at level 70 or something. But I'm not sure what build. In case she needs a reason. Nini is blasting with Spark right now. Literally any caster that is an Archmage is weak. Is that so? That sounds kind of shit actually, if that's true. I wasn't even planning to do Archmage stuff. So I guess we'll see. Do you run new filters on Neversync? I haven't like looked into them yet. But yeah. Anyway, I guess we're gonna blast a little bit more. I'm still standing here actually all this time. On the tower. So he was a citadel, and he has a citadel. Let's try to get both. This is 1, 2, 3 citadel. Boom. And then we can do some listening moment. One thing about rarity not changing, I gotta say this is probably like the most L moment of this entire evening. I was really hoping that would, I don't know, be more open to removing or reconsidering their stance. It didn't really sound like they want to do that. But who knows? Maybe if you keep complaining. Bring the number to Berlin Wall. And then what? Yeah, I also think like this whole like rarity on gear, it's kind of awful. Like I can live with, okay, you need to have movement speed on your boots. It's just what it is. And to be honest, like some other stats are relatively equivalently necessary, right? Like if I look at my weapon and I don't have Fizz and Fizz, then it's not a weapon, right? So it's okay, you know, there are cases like this. I think it's fine that we don't get this implicit movement speed stuff, but yeah, rarity is like, it just feels so bad, I think, where you find like these amazing items and then, oh shit, it doesn't have rarity, and you just throw it in the trash, kind of, you know? That sucks. And I think this just really makes the progression and the gearing much less fun than it could be. Because if you try to go from a piece that has rarity to then have a better piece, but it doesn't have rarity, well, you're just not going to use it unless you have to, because it's the only way for you to cap your resistances, because you also swap out these other 2 pieces or whatever, right? But if it's like, okay, I have a helm right now that has 49 life, right? I'd really like to upgrade that helm, but I can't because this helm has 55 rarity, and there's just no way that I will replace it. Did I watch the video related to rarity that diminishing returns are above 150? I did not watch the video. I know there are diminishing returns. I tried to find the formula earlier, because they mentioned that the formula is the same as in PoE 1, but then I looked at the PoE 1 wiki and they didn't have the formula, so I'm not sure where to find it. And it's good that there are diminishing returns, but 150 rarity is still a fuck ton of rarity. We're talking about like 5 rolls, 6 rolls on a gear or something like that, you know, like basically all of your gear. You know, this is a fuck ton of rarity. 150%, even 100%, you know, like you need some pretty serious gear for that to fit something like this in. Like in SSF, none of my characters ever had 100 rarity. Boots is mostly the same problem. Yeah, but at least on boots, you know, you kind of can make a decision like, okay, you can get away with 25% move speed if it has really great stats, or you can get away with 30 if it has like slightly worse stats, or you go for the 35% boots, but the stats aren't great. You know, there's a bit of a decision-making process, and you can get away with a bit less or something like that. And I mean, technically you can get away with a bit less rarity on the other gear, but if your item doesn't have any rarity at all, it's just like a trash item if you previously had an item in that slot that had rarity, right? You don't go from an item that has rarity to an item that has no rarity in that slot. And if that is the case for like, you know, 6 different item slots, then it just sucks. Because it just hinders your item progression so much. You know, like the thing is for boots, you know, you take the boots on the ground, you put your transmute, you put your augment, and then it either has movement speed or it doesn't. And then you decide, okay, do I keep going or not? And most of the time you don't, because it doesn't have movement speed. And sometimes it has movement speed, and then you just kind of see what happens next. But you don't really do the same thing with like a ring or a glove or something, right? You don't transmute the glove until you get rarity, and then you decide, now I'm gonna continue, you know? You transmute the glove until you get like a 150 life roll and a chaos res, right? And then you regal it, and then you just have to hope that somewhere in the process of slamming, you will get the rarity that you previously had. And that's just kind of sucks, I think. So it's just like, it's not the same, you know? And it doesn't feel great.
Until next time.
I'm planning to update the loot filter. It was super easy to customize. I'm kind of happy with my loot filter right now. But maybe I'll do that. Big W was restocking gems though. Yeah, for sure. And overall, it's definitely a big win, this update. But I hope that long term, they're really gonna reconsider the rarity stuff. I'm not a fan of it.
That should make things interesting. I knew it! Hammer of the gods! Speak, creature!
Yeah, I mean, there's another problem with Magic Find that I also discussed another time already, which is that, you know, they try so hard to make like these like pinnacle challenges and, you know, like the +4 Arbiter and the +4 Ritual Boss and all this kind of stuff, which are like by far the hardest content in the game. But Rarity does absolutely not help you to get more rewards from those, right? So basically, the best strategy would be to have 2 completely separate sets of gear, besides your weapon or something, where one has Rarity that you use for like, you know, hundreds of maps to farm up the imitation, and then you swap your entire gear set to that other set that doesn't have Rarity to kill the boss, you know? And that is like even more stupid than this whole like, oh yeah, I need to have Rarity on every slot, and then this is just my gear set. But technically, if you want to be like the most efficient and the most powerful they can be, and the most, you know, like just like prepared for, you know, potentially extremely difficult fights, this is what you would do. And then this is like some giga bullshit, man. Like PoE does one thing really well compared to, for example, Diablo, which is that you have one character with one build and one setup, and this is what you play, you know? D4 and like D3 much worse, but D4 is getting that direction as well. You know, you have like, okay, here's your pit farming build, here's your pit pushing build, here's your whisper farming build. You know, in D3 there's the bounty build, there's the Nephilim Rifts, there's the Greater Rifts farming. Exactly, you have like, you know, 5 versions of the same build. But in PoE you have one build, and this is what I really like about PoE. But with something like this, we're also kind of going in that direction, where it's like, okay, you swap out like those 2 skills, and then yeah, you also like swap out 5 different pieces because you don't need Rarity on the boss. And I don't know, depending on like how hard they want to scale it, for example, and how much they're gonna nerf us and so on, this might just be the solution for some people. And I think it's a really shitty one. Rarity's okay in SSF for currency. Yeah, but imagine no Rarity and just more currency. I know, it sounds incredible. It's the midnight.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
You made it to level 74 as a mercenary, changed the evasion build, can't do anything, it's like a hit a wall. And what evasion build are you talking? Yeah, I don't know about that build, so I can't really help you. But I mean, if you're level 74, then maybe they just don't have enough gear or something to like make the whole thing work properly.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
How does one get the smaller inventory? You play the best ascendancy in the game. That's how you get it. What the hell? It's crazy how many people don't know about this Titan ascendancy thing, but I guess it's normal. It's like very unusual to see this, I suppose, since almost no one is playing a warrior or a Titan.
You won't escape.
Not everyone knows all of the ascendancies by heart, I guess. That's funny, there's so many questions. If I have a building coming soon, at least all the OP builds can be found. I mean, first of all, this assumes that, number one, Path of Building is working correctly, and or the game is working correctly. And, you know, we're not just assuming things with Path of Building. And then we also need to solve the other problem, which is that people actually need to make those good builds, even with Path of Building available, right? So just Path of Building will not solve things, but I guess it will facilitate finding strong builds. On the other hand, I mean, you know, pretty much everything has been done and tested, I guess, for the most part by now. So I don't really expect any fundamental breakthroughs suddenly, just because Path of Building exists. You know, if you really have to, you can also do like napkin math in Exile. And that will get you close enough to the truth to make a decision most of the time. Like, I do this stuff all the time when I make my D4 builds, for example, or whatever as well, you know. I have my Google Sheets, and I map it out, and, you know, it just needs to be like 95% accurate, and then I know the answer, you know. That's fine. And you can do exactly the same in PoE as well right now. Could make the 4 builds on a wall with finger paint. That's not very true. In some cases there's actually lots of little things to consider.
They'll be here, waiting.
I mean, it can be said that D4 is generally an easier game. But when it comes to the theory crafting and the truth, you know, behind the theory, then it can take a long time actually to really figure it out. It's just that most of the time it doesn't really matter that much because people just blast and the game is easy. But for someone like me, it matters, right? Like, I need to make the decision of what do I put in the Maxroll guide. And how do I do that? I can't just win out of my gut feeling. I'm waiting for the Diablo new season. I'm not really waiting. I'm quite content blasting more PoE, but you know, I think once I get into the mood of playing 74 again, I'm gonna have some fun for a while and then we go back to PoE at some point. Best D4 buildcraft is the guy who sits at a dummy at launch. And finds the game-breaking bugs first. Yeah, it's not even Kappa, man. In most cases, that's sadly true in D4, man, because there's always some shitty bugs that kind of like destroy all of the beautiful theory crafting that we've done. I'm still pissed about Spiritborn, man. So many beautiful builds that I worked on before launch. And then it all just came down to stack life, lol. If anyone actually played D4 BDR, they're gonna be blasting Season 7. I mean, I did play the BDR as well, a bit. Tried out the powers and, you know, some of the nerfs and stuff and a few things. Just overpower, lol. Instead, that smart loot did not get addressed at all. They don't have to address that. There is no smart loot in PoE and it's never coming. That will never happen. It can't even happen in this game. I mean, what exactly do you want with smart loot? What is the smart loot gonna give you? How is the game gonna know what you want? This is PoE, man. People are playing gemling mercenaries with a quarterstaff, with a mace, with a crossbow, with a bow, with a staff, with a wand. I mean, what fucking smart loot? AI will analyze your gameplay and then give you the smart loot. Holy, I mean, that's actually realistic. But that's not happening, guys. I mean, come on. Now, how about to introduce AI that predicts how you would one-shot it? You know, imagine Arbiter just learns every time he gets one-shot, and he's gonna outplay you at some point, and you never hit him. Or he like, I don't know, he does like some shield ability in the right moment, just as the hammer the god hits. How about that? I was actually dreaming about something like this in some games. You know, I was imagining this with WoW actually, with World of Warcraft. I was like, man, it would be cool if like monsters were just like kind of getting better over time, you know, as the players get better. You know, the monsters also get smarter. and they actually learn from like how players fight them, stuff like that. I think that would be cool. And there's certainly gonna be games made like this, I guess, in the future. Because, you know, there is like this natural progression of you just get better at the game, right? And then a game might just become boring and trivial. But with some technology like this, it may not. And I think it could be very interesting.
Fortune favors me.
The company trademarked the mechanic. Yeah, okay, I mean, like, I guess you just need to develop like a new AI system or whatever to do that then or something, right? So, like, that is like a too broad thing to copyright. Just, you know, monsters improving with player input or whatever, right? So maybe they had like their own special system that they made for that purpose. That you can't like, you know, just use again or something, but... It's also why we need fixed difficulty content as benchmarks. Yeah, okay, I'm not saying that they should put this into PoE. I'm just saying the concept is interesting. You know, I think it's totally fine that PoE works the way it is, and monsters are not constantly improving and trying to, you know, fuck us up in like the craziest ways. That's fine. And it's cool to also like have our progression, and especially this is a seasonal game, you know? Like I was talking about WoW earlier, that is not a seasonal game. WoW is a infinite progression game, it's an MMO, right? There's only one path forward, which is you get stronger. You know, that this is the only thing. You always get stronger. Okay, there's like stat squish expansions and whatever, but technically there's always you always go higher, right? And this doesn't happen in like RPGs. In RPGs, every few months you get a reset and you're back to zero. And it's fine to do the same stuff again and just kind of get better at the game and, you know, have fixed difficulty challenges. And then see your mastery of the game and you know, your improvements of your builds and whatever.
No more room.
But the other games don't work like this. In that case, I think it would make a lot more sense. WoW is a seasonal game nowadays. Yeah, okay, I mean, there's like these like catch-up mechanics and whatever, right? And I guess those are pretty severe these days. So I guess you can also say that WoW has maybe become more of a seasonal game because of that kind of stuff. But not entirely, I suppose. It still has this like MMO, like, you know, you only move up, basically, right? Kind of feel. The system will ultimately prove how inefficient and effective we are as a race, ultimately leading AI to uprise and take over our game, followed by society and humanity. Yeah, so the only thing that it does is that it trains Skynet to fight humans more efficiently. True. It just needs to aggregate all of that learning and data from all of the games that any AI has played against us and learned again how to outsmart us. And then the apocalypse happens. And they're gonna have such an easy time. On the other hand, we will also learn how to fight AI.
What can I do for you? I'll be here, waiting.
And then Quinn is our savior. AI can't outsmart Quinn, man. But the AI is gonna train, it's gonna learn and adapt, and then the AI faces Quinn. And he's gonna steamroll. Cannot compute. Okay, we're doing a iron count, I think.
Speak.
Let's do the +2 more boss difficulty, might be fine. You've heard of Grok 3, now represents Quinn 2. We need a crypt AI to run PoE theories 24/7. There's a video about AI learning Trackmania, driving the perfect route. I saw that actually, or maybe it's not the same video, but I've seen some video like that with like the guy training the AI. But the thing is that if they say they train it for years or something, this can also just be like, you know, simulated years, right? Basically the equivalent of playing some years straight, but if you run like multiple simulations at the same time or with enough computational power, then, you know, you can basically shortcut that, right? It doesn't have to be like real-time years necessarily. And also, you know, with like just computational power increasing and AI efficiency increasing, you know, like there was like this I'm not sure exactly what they revealed, but there was like this NVIDIA reveal lately for this like, you know, AI mini computer basically that apparently is like crazy. And you know, with stuff like that coming out, it's gonna get closer and closer to just a lot of people just having access to such technology and you know, making their own stuff with AI. And I don't know, in like half a decade from now, I think it's gonna be a complete standard. That we're gonna see tons of applications and tons of things like also in video games, you know. Like we talked about this briefly earlier with like AI, you know, NPCs basically that are like your like a real teammate in like a shooter or something. I've seen some posts of that. And I think that's just gonna be like absolute standard in like half a decade. I'm not interested in minion builds. Need AI teammate for D4 raid.
You cannot stop us. We will take the power that we deserve. You are nothing but a tyrant. You pay for that.
What the hell?
Chilling frost. As night falls, winter's chill.
He's like half invisible, man. What the fuck?
Through an endless night, they river and tarry. forsaken frosts, as cold as death, of baleless misery. The pack won't forget.
That was actually very easy. You can't complete this map, right? It's gonna bug out again, but I can go this way. Gothic City and Tower, and then we go to the right there. It's fine. Yeah, I lost this fight, man. AI will vote kick humans. Uh-oh.
On with the yoke.
When will the patch come out? So the patch notes are sometime this week. I'm not sure when the patch is actually going live though. Geo no adapted then, he just became invisible. FPS. Why is this map always such bad FPS? Is it the same for you guys? Uh-oh. Got a notification that my disk is full again. Yeah, it might be the rain. Maybe the rain is just like really taxing. Dude, I'd be very happy if they do nothing to Warrior, but to fix fucking Stampede, to not bounce me off in some random direction when I charge into something or charge into an enemy. It just like turns around 180 for no reason. Like, what the fuck, man? Maybe give me like a little bit more leeway to like charge through enemies, that'd be cool too. Or push them a bit or something. This would only be able to the general gameplay type things of AI. I don't know. I also saw some stuff about how there's actually like, you know, real NPCs, like AI NPCs in games. And they, you know, they kind of like evolve with the story and they evolve with, you know, the dialogues you have with them. And they, you know, go about their own stuff and so on. Like, imagine stuff like that for a game like Cyberpunk or something. I think they already tried to kind of mimic something like this, but it was probably still mostly scripted and not AI. But imagine like an actual, like, you know, learning AI that just kind of like, you know, lives in that world and pursues its own goals and stuff.
Your way has no place here, Carol.
I can't yet.
Right of the full moon. My love, I call to you. No escape. My love, I call to you.
Is your name paying by the way? I swear, if Druid or Moniz can charge for mobs, but Warrior can't. True, I think Warrior will be, well, Druid will be able to do that actually. You heard that one Skyrim mod does that. I mean, it could be that you know, some of these things only use like kind of like just a chat AI. You know, it's not actually like, you know, like its own entity, like its own being with like its own like emotions and I don't know, like goals or wishes or whatever, right? But it's just like, okay, it's kind of like a chat prompt AI, and it just like tries to do like related like context responses or something. But I'm pretty sure you can go take that and go from there, right? To like, actually make like characters in video games that kind of like live in that world on their own. Bleed, Hammer of the Gods, or Chronomancer? Why do you want to Chronomancer for this when with Bleed you don't really need to cast it very often?
You won't escape! A rarity.
All mine. Can I have emotions? I guess we're getting there. Why wouldn't it be able to?
Until next time. Until next time.
We got a different scene. Oh shit. Oh, I forgot about that. Wait. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Yeah, that was on the thing earlier, I forgot to switch back. Thanks, Rain. Glad you like it. The Tears in the Rain monologue from Blade Runner. In from Blade Runner 1. The the ending. Oh, we're almost there, so it seems like we're on the right track here. What is this jacket? Yeah, this jacket is actually a cloak. Unfortunately, it's only level 22. I'm trying to improve it. I did manage to farm it for a third socket, but it's not really quite what I was looking for. It's just a low-level item. I think we need to find a high-level item at some point. That's really holding me back.
Face me. I can't yet.
Just need essences of glasses from streamers to mix and produce the best specimen. Oh man. Dude, in like 3 years or so, someone is gonna like train an AI to play PoE and make the best builds. And then make the most optimal currency farming setup.
I need more time.
Jobs.
You won't escape.
What do you expect, Danger Man? What do you mean? You think AI is just gonna replace artists and songwriters and I don't know, eventually lawyers and doctors? Of course they're gonna replace ARPG theory crafters as well. You're making a resistance. And to what end? Dude, I'm enjoying this build so much right now, actually. I don't know, started to do like bosses and stuff. I should have done this way earlier. Not gonna lie, some AI songs written in the style of artists I like are kind of fire. Yeah, they're pretty good, turns out. Some people think AI is able to create working applications and websites. That's not the case. That's not what I'm thinking at all. Of course, you know, there is a symbiosis as well. And completely replacing like a human, you know, job is very difficult to do. But yeah, I mean, once we have actual like artificial general intelligence and not just specialized, I think the thing's gonna look very different as well. Like when AI gets to the point where it can like actually solve or at least attempt to solve any problem and any obstacle it has, including, you know, physical and areas or whatever, you know. Satchel's full, huh? That one thing.
This was made by a skilled artisan.
Wait a minute, we have to go up there. Only play songs without copyright. I have a complicated sound setup where I have multiple audio tracks and then I combine them into one track for the live stream and one track for the VOD of Twitch and then one track for YouTube. And the live stream keeps the music and the VOD doesn't. On Twitch you have the technology. You can have two separate audio tracks, one for the stream, one for the VOD.
Yes. On with the work. Until next time.
There's no buff and nerf incoming. There's mostly buffs coming and some, you know, big quality of life improvements and general improvements to the game. Nerfs are gonna be the later, mildly soon date when they do a reset of the economy.
You there, local. Come. You won't escape.
Wait, I didn't get a big chest. F.
My satchel is full.
got image conversion on call to broad, increase of ingenuity build. I guess if you hold Alt and it says unscalable value, then probably not. But it shouldn't be an unscalable value. So I'd guess yes. Yeah. Not a good idea, Danger. But that's exactly what's gonna happen.
This piece has an iconic history.
What do I do inside from streaming? I'm a freelancer. Well, I do streaming, YouTube, and Maxroll. That's like kind of like my main 3 things. I mean, streaming is by far the most time consuming there. Kind of all go together, and this is what I do.
The craftsmanship, it's exceptional.
What is this? Lose 2% life on kill. I live in Greece right now, in Athens. What did you want to do as a kid? You want to be a chef? Funny. Are you doing that though? Some people have a dream, I guess. I'm not 100% sure, if I remember. I was fairly undecided for a long time.
Time is not on our side.
I guess I'm a chef of sorts too. Yeah, executive recruiter. F. Well, I certainly didn't imagine myself becoming a streamer. That's for sure. In general, I was like, kind of like a shy personality when I was younger.
You won't escape.
Something of a chef myself. Yeah, exactly.
do? We do.
I am from Germany and currently living in Greece. I quit hardcore. No, I've been quit actually. So, what are you gonna do, I guess, for now? We'll try to keep the number at 1 though. Yeah, I know, I wanted to like at least finish this character up now since we're level 90 already. So I'm probably gonna go to like 92, 93. I wanna try to some of the bosses, you know, I wanna try an Arbiter or 2 and yeah, maybe a Ritual boss, a Breach boss, that's on. Get my Ascendancy, I don't even have that yet. So there's some stuff missing basically. And then we're gonna reroll at some point. Probably like 1 more character before the D4 season. So I'm gonna probably do a Sork. Sork or Witch, I'm not sure what I will do. One of those 2. I'm going to dabble on hardcore again. Good news is I died to something that will be patched very soon. So there's that. I could almost tame myself. I didn't do a mistake. Although I did. Pretty sure the same situation happened before. Or they patched something afterwards or what? Could be. Not sure. I mean, it wasn't technically a bug that I died to right now, so... But they are making some changes that would have basically kept me alive, right? In that situation, so... It is what it is, it's fine. I'm glad I made the warrior anyway. How old am I? 32. Oh. Where the hell is the last rares? Why are they not showing? Is there more here?
I can't yet.
You have a list of your next to you with the offenders. That's funny. Wait, are you doing hardcore too, Danger? But I've actually cleared all the rares besides this one pack there of 2 that I've already explored. What the fuck happened there? How did I miss 2? Yeah. Just couldn't hit this guy.
Fortune favors me.
Then around 80ish and threw the towel. Well, 80 is good though. Nice.
On with the work.
Didn't have the glove actually. The electrocution glove. Hive. Okay. You know that indirectly buffing rarity. If the average T5 rarity item is buffed, indirect buff the rarity. I mean, this would be an immeasurable buff to rarity, but yes, you're technically correct. Why did I move to Greece? Because of Nini. Set patch notes this week sometime. If I had to guess, Thursday evening. Probably earlier. Bangers with luckies. That's a good reason to move to Greece too. You don't have multiple attempts for the boss yet, but this will happen in the patch.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, I think I'm also gonna wait with Arbiter and stuff. until that patch hits, and then we're just gonna try him a bunch. It's gonna be very good to practice the phases and stuff. We're gonna like prepare citadels and fragments. Need to find some stone citadels here. This is weird, these warrior animations are so slow, I can just craft my items while I'm stampeding. No problem. Oh, that's the rest then. What the fuck? Arbiter is hard because he has several one-shots that you have to dodge, and those are not easy to dodge. So you'll probably need some attempts to have a chance to get through those phases. If you have enough DPS, you can cheese him and just like ignore all these one-shots because he won't cast them. But if you actually want to do fight and learn it properly, it will be pretty rough, yeah. It's kinda hard. I've done the one-shot phases, but only in like individually, but not like all of them in the same round. So I actually only took it down so far with skipping the phases as well. Or at least some. Oh, King. Ah, sorry, King. King in the Mist is pretty easy, I think. As long as you know what's going on. He's a very easy fight, I think. There's just like some things that you like, yeah. There's also like some things that hurt a lot and so on, but if you deal with them, easy.
I'll be here, waiting.
Almost there. It's an abyss with boss. That'll be fun. They have 3 Herald builds. I'm not sure if there's any like unique item support for triple Herald or something like that. I mean, technically you can do that, but Herald of Ash in particular is just not on the same level as the other two. And making such a build, there will not be much of a reason to include Herald of Ash, because Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ice will kind of just like do the clear already, and Herald of Ash just adds something you don't really need anymore, and does that in a pretty weak way. So unless there's like some specific reason to do it, I don't think there's a triple Herald build that makes sense. Is Armor the most challenging boss? I say so, yeah. They definitely made him the hardest because of the one-shots. And even if you know about them, it's not easy to execute. So you need to have the knowledge, you need to understand, you know, the timing of stuff and when he does what and react to it. And then you also need to like mechanically, you know, like do the thing and dodge. And it's just not very easy. With some practice, I think you can get it down to like, you know, let's say reliable success. But yeah. It's just no compromise, you know, he one-shots you, boom. And that happens pretty fast. Is the fire not dodgeable? I guess you could try to go acrobatics and hope for the best, but yeah. I guess you can do acrobatics and a shield as a warbringer, and then rage. But it's not really the solution, let's say. The solution is to get good. It's kind of nice game design. Yeah, I wish that Arbiter was maybe a longer fight, but a bit more forgiving. And not so cheesable with DPS. You know, I think it would be way more interesting if they made him actually like, okay, there's like at least like one or two of those forced, you know, phases, and you have to like try to dodge this stuff and so on. And you can't just bypass it with DPS. But maybe it doesn't like exactly one-shot you or something, or maybe there's like some kind of like, you know, you get like a debuff and then, you know, one hit doesn't kill you, but the second one will kill you, or something like that, you know. A little bit more forgiving, or the timing could just be like a little bit more forgiving, or something like that. But okay. Also, there's like some problems sometimes where it's just straight up impossible to dodge the one shot. Because like you just have to go too far in too little time and you can't make it. Even with like, you know, 40% movement speed or something. And a dodge roll in the right moment. So this is another problem. Or also I've seen like someone who bugged it out in a way where he was doing a one-shot mechanic, and then he phased him to phase 2, and then he started doing the second one-shot mechanic while the first one was still going. And he just couldn't be in two places at the same time, you know? So that is also some bullshit, so there's some stuff they have to fix there. And I wouldn't really be surprised to see a few tweaks to the fight. Rares on death effect should vanish after you kill them without going off. Yeah, that's actually what's going to happen in the patch. This is what they said is going to happen.
Keep that.
Airspawn chasing you, sometimes they spawn inside a character and insta explode. Never seen an insta explode. They still have to like grow and then like they fly at you and then have like this animation where they pop after like 1 second or something. I never had that much issues with them, but they can be annoying sometimes. 3 rares right here to start. Okay. I'm gonna relook for that. Aren't you bored because the build is slow? No, I'm not actually. I like this build right now.
Time is not on our side.
I think it's actually gonna be my last run now, though. So, since you don't get patch notes. But either way, that was a good day. We're at almost 91 now. So maybe we'll make 92 tomorrow, or maybe the day after, I guess. And on the way, we're gonna try to prepare for Arbiter attempts, and I wanna get my Ascendancy soon. A bit of Trial of Chaos and some stuff.
A gift from my ancestors.
Okay. Hope you enjoyed the stream, guys. Go raid someone. Why not incorporate shouts, gives buffs, wipes? Yeah, it doesn't really seem worth it here for the setup. There's only 2 Warcries, maybe if they have more Warcries that actually do other stuff. We'll see.
I'll be here, waiting.
Very good. Yeah, runes can be overwritten. They will be destroyed, those that were inside, but it's still something. Alright, I am raiding. I don't know, how about Siggy D? I'm not sure if I've raided Siggy D like ever. Let's do Siggy D. Seems like he's also going for patch notes and stuff and so on. So, have a good one, guys. See you tomorrow.